morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. I'm going to lay out some information that we're all going to need to pay attention to today. In fact, for every meeting, I want to remind everybody that there is no standing against the walls in the back. If there's not a seat available.
I don't think your mic is on.
Okay, we're going to take a technical timeout here. I think we're live now. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. Can everybody hear me out there?
Yes.
Could you please open the door and make sure that our microphone systems are working out there on the television? Are they working? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple of quick house rules here. Once again, there's due to our fire regulations and courtesy to everybody, we're not going to allow anybody to stand alongside the walls. When it comes time for public speaking, we're going to have some type of access through there. So if you'll stand up, no more than 5 or 6 people at the rear of the room and waiting your turn to speak, that would really help things. We'd like to keep that down to 5 or 6 people standing at one time. So as one person speaks, they can sit down, another person can stand up. I want to remind everybody that our new board here is we are not real experienced in some procedures, so you have to bear with us. We're quick learners. With that, please keep in mind the respect for the board members, the chambers, and of course you, the public. I'm going to be, as chairman, trying to hold fast to that rule as best I can. With that, do we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, prior to opening our meeting here this morning, we were in a closed session. I need to report out that during that closed session, there was 2 items. Reported conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Sub D, Sub 2, board action. There was no reportable action taken. Second item was public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Sub B, Sub 1, for the County Administration Officer. There was no reportable action taken. Okay. At this point, I'd like to have any announcements from the board. Supervisor Platt, any announcements? Supervisor Mills? Supervisor Garamendi? Sir. Supervisor Toffanelli?
None at this time.
Okay. Thank you, and I have no announcements at this time. At this time, we'd like to talk and speak to public comment. Please keep in mind that public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. There is a clock over my left shoulder. That's called a countdown clock. That'll give you some visual reference of when your 3 minutes are up. Ladies and gentlemen, please understand, I will strictly enforce the 3 minutes, just out of respect to you and other speakers. Thank you.
So, public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard.
Before we start, one quick comment. Ladies and gentlemen, you can elect to voluntarily identify yourself and where you live, if you will. It's not required. I would like to know who you are if that fits your realm of what you want to talk about. I just want to make sure everybody understands that. You do not have to identify yourself, but it's just common courtesy to say hi to you. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Honorable Mr. Oliveira and Honorable members, supervisors. Welcome to the new members, the Supervisor Board. I wish you well. My name is Mitchell Abdallah. I'm an attorney in Sacramento. I have two things to speak on. One is I have an appeal in front of you. I'm not sure the line item, maybe 19 or 27?
23.
23. I have a conflict. I have to be in federal court at 2:30 this afternoon, and I suspect by the time the large gathering gets completed with their discussion with you that it's probably going to be about 2:30 when my appeal comes up here, and I can't be in two places at one time. So I'm asking that you continue my matter to the next board hearing, which would be, I think, well, Diane would better know when the next hearing is coming up.
The next meeting that it would be most likely available for would be the February 14th meeting.
Correct. I don't see any prejudice to the client. He's already completed his grow, and so if you would consider that, and then I have another point to make after that consideration.
Okay, sir, what we'll do is we'll consider that after the public speaking. There's a chance for the first 30 minutes here.
Thank
and
you.
We'll go out of order if we can and take that issue up on the agenda for the consideration. Is that legal, counsel?
The order of business is within the discretion of the chair.
Okay.
Thank you very
we'll do
much.
that. We'll
Then
give public speaking opportunity for the next 30 minutes.
I'll
And then
stand
we'll
by
address your
outside then.
issue. Okay?
My next order of business is just to speak on behalf of the cultivators in the county. I want the board to at least consider four primary considerations in hearing all your stuff today. Firstly, medical studies have largely been debunked over the negative health effects of marijuana that have come out in the early 2000s.
Excuse me, sir, is this pertaining to your agendized item?
No.
Okay.
This is, okay, just my comments.
I understand.
Secondly, understanding that a potential ban isn't going to be in place after today or a vote down the road, we would ask the supervisors to consider that a regulation is a good thing. If regulations continue to be maintained under an ordinance, an urgency ordinance, or a permanent ordinance, then you'll have oversight. You'll be able to
Point of order.
I think
Sounds
that-
like it belongs in the agenda.
I believe we're encroaching on that agendized item, sir.
Shall I?
Is there another topic you'd like to speak about for public speaking?
Oh, just the other 2 points I was going to make, but if you'd rather I not,
I believe that's agendized item. That discussion should take place during that time period.
Okay, I'm happy to defer those comments. Thank you.
Chair, I just have 2 seconds. Excuse me, ma'am. I just wanted to object to moving that agenda item that he was just talking about to the beginning. He provided us with a brief yesterday afternoon. I'd like planning to have an opportunity to review it during the course of today before we get to that hearing. So if you could leave that agenda item at the end, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, good morning, new board of Calaveras County. I'm down from Ebbets Pass, Mike's district, where we're looking at 5 to 6 feet of snow. We have no power. We have water, but we have nothing else. My husband's stoking the fire and eating top ramen, but I made it. Best Western is doing very well for me. But I'm here this morning. Hello, Dennis. Dennis and I sat on the water board. He sat right next to me, and so I'm very happy to see him on the board. And I'm certainly hoping that we're establishing a real collaboration between CCWD and the Water District. We're here together. We need each other. My next thing, I don't know why they appointed me to this, or you appointed me to the Commission on Aging. I mean, really, you guys. I mean, that's only half of the county, but I'm looking at 5 districts right now, and in 4 districts, 5, Clyde Clapp, you're the only one that doesn't need a representative. We need other reps from the other districts. So please, whatever you do, help us find volunteers for the Commission on Aging. We meet the first Friday of every month at the link here in San Andreas at 10 o'clock, excuse me. So I'm vice chair, and our chair is Rex Wisden out of Copperopolis, and so we need volunteers. Other than that, my other issue is already on the agenda. So welcome, and we'll be talking to you, Manuel, okay? Bye.
Thank you, Bert.
Good morning, Board. My name's Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs, and I'm going to give you a little bit of information in very tiny increments so that you don't become overwhelmed. And I'm going to talk to you today about a program called In-Home Supportive Services, which has a very weird funding structure. We have 3 funding sources, and historically, you can see since 1973, this is the percentage of what each entity pays in their contribution to in-home supportive services. And it used to be 17.5% for Calaveras County. And then in 2008, something very interesting happened. The candidates for president at that time all decided to spend a day in the life. And for one candidate, which was especially important for me, they went to Contra Costa County and spent a day in the life of a home care worker. And that person was Barack Obama. Consequently, he was elected president, and 1 year later, home care was included in the Stimulus Act. You may remember it as the American Restoration and Recovery Act. And at that point, the Calaveras County's contribution dropped more than 4 percentage points. And you were able to enjoy approximately $60,000 a year in recovered funds through this action. Then in 2012, when the sunset clause ended on the stimulus money, the Affordable Care Act kicked in, and we began, Calaveras County began enjoying a 15.4% percentage, which is more than 2% reduction. And at that time, there was something set up called first choice options, which would have allowed Calaveras to put that money into home care. But we did not have a union that asked for that, and Calaveras County has been enjoying that benefit since that time. And this is just to kind of let you know what I'm expecting is a cut in that money, a cut in the state funding, and they're anticipating that the counties are going to be able to pick up that difference. I'm not sure that's going to happen. Right now, there's about $5 million going into this program. Calaveras is responsible for about $800,000 or $900,000. I'm anticipating that you may be getting a knock on the door to pick up the discrepancies that both the state and the federal government are going to be projecting on this program. Sorry to give you bad news, but that's what I think. Thank you for your time.
Our beeper didn't work?
And, you know, it's
Okay.
new.
Diane, you always did a better job than that.
Silent B.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs.
You have to be.
Sorry, I'm just going to have to.
Okay.
First, I want to say that I went to the Million Women's March, and at least every third person I saw was a man with children in tow, and it was so positive and so wonderful, and everyone was there sharing what they felt was important in human rights, not just women's rights, but human rights, which is across the board. So I went specifically, I got a lot of things I feel passionate about, as we all do, but I specifically wanted to give a shout out to home care, because too many people don't realize what it is. Many of them, when I mentioned it, they say, oh, health care. And I go, no, not health care, home care. And so many people still didn't get it. And eventually, the MC of the event, after 3 speakers prepared to speak to 20,000 people, stayed with their script and forgot to mention home care. She said she got up and tried to give a shout out and finally said, can you just come up here and tell us about it? So I did. But the crowds had dwindled down from 20,000 to maybe, I don't know, 6,000 or 7. Who knows how many people out there. It was massive. But anyway, so Calaveras County gave a shout out to home care. And I'm very excited about that. Today but that's not exactly why I wanted to speak this morning. What I wanted to say was that over the last 4 years, there have been many instances where our board, welcome new board, thank you, we're going to go in a positive direction. But I want to make sure that we don't accidentally repeat things that we've done in the past that have not worked out well. But many times, the board has stopped conversations and the dialogue that was necessary to actually develop government for and by the people. It was us against them, and us against them is a sorry way to govern. 3 votes on a Tuesday gets what I want, and that's pitiful. And I heard that on the sidelines. Hey, I know how to count to 3. Well, that doesn't work, because that means that it's pitting everyone against everyone else. It should be 3 to 5 votes gets what's best for our county. This is not a political game to me or anybody else out here. You are elected representatives. We hired you. We elected you. That's how you got there. But essentially, we hired you as our representatives to process, be a sponge for information, process all that information, and take what you hear and create policies that allow for,
Ms. Crane, thank you very much.
positive
Time's up.
and,
Ms. Crane, thank you. Thank you.
well, here we go. Don't you love that clock?
Thank you, Ms. Crane.
I'm going to let her get her clock squared. Good morning, and thank you for the clock. My name is Mary Ellen Souza. I'm a resident of Mountain Ranch, Cave City area. Welcome to my new representative, my new supervisor in particular, but to all of you. I have high hopes for this board, and moving forward, we have a lot of big issues facing Calaveras County, and so I'm hoping we can all work together civilly, as has been mentioned, and respectfully. I've lived in Mountain Ranch for 10 years now, and I also am the director of a nonprofit that serves adults with developmental and intellectual disabilities. We are under the umbrella of a major university foundation. And so I live, work, play, and sometimes fight for what I believe in here. I wanted to let you know that just coming here requires me to cancel a standing conference call that I have every Tuesday. I have to leave 6 people and move them in order to be here. It does not make me any less passionate about the issues facing my neighborhood, my town, my county. It means I have to earn a living. And I love what I do, so that's not a sacrifice. But coming to these meetings is. I can't stay all day today. I've got 2 hours and only 2 hours. And I just want to offer a suggestion moving forward, especially to Mr. Garamendi, and that is that the Thursday afternoon in the middle of the day, 1 hour, come meet your supervisor at the town hall might work for some folks. It certainly doesn't work for me and a lot of others that I know. My suggestion is that we consider periodic town hall meetings throughout the county, and in particular in my own town, Mountain Ranch, because some seniors, some folks with disabilities, some working folks can't get to these other forums readily. And the town hall kind of experience has proven really useful, I think, to create constructive dialogue. It certainly has worked for communication amongst parties that are passionate about a lot of issues facing our county, whether it be the post-Butte fire recovery experience, whether it's the beetles and the bark and the trees, or of course the marijuana. So given those big issues, I would really ask you to consider that type of a forum where people can actively engage, especially with leaders such as our Board of Supervisors, our sheriff, our DA, law enforcement, community leaders, and such, to make sure that all voices are heard. That's been a big concern of mine over the last 2 years in particular, that all voices are not being heard. And the reason is there's not always a mechanism to do that. So, again, I would volunteer to help publicize that in my town. I don't think you have to do all the work. We're here to support you because you're here to represent us. And I just want to invite that collaboration, and I really look forward to a productive session ahead. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clock, too.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Raymond Smith. I'm from Valley Springs. I would also like to speak to the in-home support service program, and that when that does come to your table, that you do take consideration to the quality of life and the well-being of all those that are involved in that. And that involves not just the people that are served by that program, but the caregivers who are providing services in that program. Personally, I've been involved with 4 years of medication assistance and caregiving in assisted living and memory care with Atria Senior Living. And I've also been a medical marijuana caregiver for over 12 years for my mother. So I do greatly support the services and provisions that are given to caregivers, and there's a little bit of research from the National Library of Medicine, National Institute of Health from 2008. There's a study which predicts the health effects of caregiving. This is research finding that older caregivers, people of low socioeconomic status, and those with limited support networks report poorer physiological and physical health than caregivers who are younger and have more economic and interpersonal resources. Given that caregiving can be detrimental to health, it is appropriate to investigate what aspects of caregiving experience account for these effects. Negative caregiving outcomes due to factors surrounding memory care and specifically dementia. There are health risks associated with that, and I believe that should warrant some investigation before you just write off that we should not invest in this program. We should absolutely invest in this program and investigate why these services are so important. Recently, researchers have focused not only on providing care as a cause of distress, but also the caregiver's perception of how much the patient is suffering. Also, to speak on a caregiver for medical marijuana, we provide not only services for personal care and the health and the housing and the safety of the individual, but we provide the marijuana for the individual, the medicine. We actually institute the program. We figure out how much medicine and what kind of medicine the patient needs, whether it's an antiemetic medicine, whether it's a pain medicine, those sort of things. And all of that takes a lot of time and a burden on our personal lives. And personally, I have.
Sir.
Yes, I understand where that's headed. I understand where that's headed. Yes.
stay with that stuff.
But I have, I'm a dishwasher in Murphy, so I do work full-time. I might not be here all night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Dina Morris. And I just want to say I really like the new clock. I think it's great that we can see the time up there and know when we need to step away from the mic. So thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is George Fry. Several people have already spoken about the in-home services. I serve on that committee. I've been on it about 4 years. And as you can see at the top of today's agenda, it's there on every agenda. It shows that the in-home supported services public authority is the responsibility of the Board of Supervisors. And I'm pointing it out to you. You already probably know that. You see it on the agenda. But because you're all new, I would encourage you strongly to take the time to come to one of our meetings. It's the last Monday of each month at 10 o'clock, and it's held in the Senior Center at in one of the conference rooms, and so that you can get an idea of what we do. We aren't just a committee that sits on our hands. We have over 300 people that are being cared for in their homes. And we have some serious issues going on. And we would like for you to continue to support us. So that's the reason why I'm sharing this information with you today. And I see later on the agenda that you will be making appointments to committees. So I hope somebody will step up and be on our committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Good morning. My name is Susan Galvin. I'm now president of the Mountain Ranch Community Club. However, I'm really here on my own behalf rather than as their representative. I also served on the board of directors of Calaveras Recovers after the fire, and my husband and I manned the trailer in Mountain Ranch for 40 hours a week for 9 months. So I've had close contact with people from all aspects of our community. One of the things that I've discovered or realized is that our community has already been completely transformed by the fire, by the aftermath of the fire. We've lost approximately half of our population in the fire zone. And so we're looking at a community that needs to recover and to rebuild. And so in response to what the woman was talking about earlier, the Mountain Ranch Community Club and the Resource Center Youth Alliance are joining forces to create a community conversation. And this conversation will take place on President's Day, Monday, February 20th, at the Town Hall in Mountain Ranch. It's a structured 2-hour conversation. We're inviting everyone, especially in District 2, but throughout the county to come who's interested. It is not about political issues. It is about our community life and all the changes that we've been through, all the feelings that have come up around that, and what kind of vision and path can we create for our future. It's a structured conversation. People will be meeting in small groups, so everyone has a chance to have a voice. And then we will see where we go from there. But the plan is to leave with action steps so that we can actually collectively begin to rebuild what we value most in where we live. So I have some flyers if anybody here is interested. And Jack has said that he will do his best to be there. If you have any questions, I'll be here throughout the day and happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Public speaking? Public comments? Seeing none, we'll go to our next item. Madam Clerk.
The consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any comments to pull any item from the consent agenda from the public? Any items on the consent agenda to be pulled by the Board of Supervisors? By staff? I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Public comment?
Sorry, I don't know who made the motion or the
Oh, I'm
second.
sorry.
I moved it.
Thank
Supervisor.
you.
Supervisor
Go ahead.
Tofinelli made the motion, seconded by Supervisor Mills.
Thank you.
Any public comment? Call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. Motion carries unanimously. I'm going to go to the regular agenda, but I do need to deal with an issue that was brought before the board on a request on item number 23. We have heard from a request by the appellant counsel and by county counsel in regard to this item. I'd like to poll the board on whether or not we should consider continuing this matter. Any comments by the board?
The chair, staff has asked that we keep this at its location on the agenda for reasons that they have given, and I would prefer that we leave it there.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
I concur.
Supervisor Garamendi concurred. Supervisor Mills?
I'll agree.
Sir, the agenda item will remain as stated on the agenda. It will be item number 23 heard today.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, regular agenda.
Item 15 is from the Board of Supervisors to assign members of the Board of Supervisors to various committees, commissions, and boards pursuant to FPPC Regulation 18705.5 to CCR Section 18705.5.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those folks not familiar, this is the Board of Supervisor Committee assignments to various committees and JPAs that involve our Calaveras County. This may be somewhat of a lengthy process, but please keep in mind that this is assigned and directed by the board to the board. We've got several openings on several committees, and we're going to go as listed here, committee by committee. Hang on a second. Excuse me a minute.
The ones that are highlighted with yellow are last year's assignments. The one that has highlight with pink at the top is a blank form for you to keep track of who is assigned where today.
We'll start with Area 12, Agency on Aging. It's a JPA, Joint Powers Agreement. That's what that stands for, folks. In other words, we enter into agreement with these agencies as a county to represent on those boards. Last year was Kearney as the representative. The alternate was myself, Michael Oliveira. This year, I'd entertain any board member volunteering to be the representative for discussion. Any board member volunteering for that?
I'll take that since I'm the senior old guy.
Okay, we have, excuse me. Supervisor Clapp has indicated he wants to sit on a as a representative on that board. Is there any opposition to that? Okay, we need to select an alternate for that board. Anybody want to? I'll volunteer for the alternate on that board. Next will be the Calaveras Amador McCollum River Authority.
I'd be interested in that, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Garamendi is interested in being a representative. Any opposition to that? We need an alternate for that.
Coming from the water agency, I would like to be the alternate.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Next committee would be the Calaveras Public Power Agency, commonly called the CPPA. We need one board member as a representative and one alternate. Any volunteers for that?
I'll volunteer.
Thank you, Supervisor Tofanelli. And the alternate for that? Any volunteers?
I'll be the alternate.
Gentlemen and public, just to let you know, if we don't have any volunteers, the board chairman's going to assign it. Next will be the Central Sierra Economic Development District, and I currently sit on that board. If there's no opposition, I'd like to remain on that board. We do need to assign an alternate. Anybody interested? Okay. Any opposition to that, supervisors? Next, we have the Central Sierra Child Support Agency. It's a JPA. I currently sit on that, and I would like to remain if there's no opposition. Any problem with that? We will need an alternate for that.
Chair, there are 2 representatives and an alternate.
That is correct. I stand correct. Thank you, Madam. We do need another representative. Any volunteers?
I'll volunteer.
And we need an alternate for that. Any volunteers for an alternate position? Okay. Thank you. Next is our Central Sierra Resource Conservation and Development. We need one representative for that.
I'll take it.
Okay. Supervisor Platt. Need an alternate for that.
I'll do it.
Tofanelli, thank you, sir.
My favorites are further down the list.
Children and Families First Committee. This is designed after Proposition 10. Any volunteers for that? Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi. And need an alternate for that? We'll assign that later. Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, the CMCAA. It's a Joint Powers Association. Any volunteers for that?
There's 2 positions on there.
There's 2 positions for that. That's correct.
I formally sat on this, so I will
Continue.
I'll be going to, since I know what's going on.
Thank you, Supervisor Tofanelli. Any other? We need to fill a second position.
Mike, you were on that before.
Yeah, I was. I will go ahead and take that second position. We do need an alternate.
You put me in as
So I'll sign that later then.
I can do it.
You want to do that, Supervisor Mills?
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're working on new microphones too. So
Supervisor Mills, you
yes,
the alternate.
Is the alternate. Next is the California State Association of Counties, CSAC. Just to give a little history, we had to designate a representative prior to the end of the year, which the prior board elected me to retain that position. I would like to retain that position as the representative, but we do need an alternate for that. If there's any opposition to me retaining that position?
Chair, I attended the board meeting as well to observe, and I thought it was very useful. I'd be interested in Be an alternate.
Okay. Supervisor Garamendi would desire to be the alternate on that. Any opposition from the board? Any problem? Thank you. Next is our Calaveras County of Governments, what they call CCOG. It's a Joint Powers Agreement. We need 2 representatives for that from Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Anybody want to?
I was previously on this, and I would like to stay on it, or return to it.
I would like to be on it as well.
Any opposition to Supervisor Tofinelli and Supervisor Mills being on that?
And you need an alternate.
And the alternate, any interest in that? I'll go ahead and take the alternate. The debt advisory, I'm sorry?
Is Jack alternate on that one?
No, Jack.
Mike.
I'm the alternate. We have the debt advisory committee. That's an in-house Calaveras County. I sat on that committee, but I am going to give the opportunity to another supervisor.
My favorite.
I was just going to say, maybe the Supervisor Mills might like that.
Do you want to be an alternate on that one then?
Alternate? Anybody want to? I wouldn't mind being the alternate, but no one else. Next, we have the Fish and Game Commission. 1 representative and 1 alternate. Any volunteers for that from the board?
I'll volunteer for that.
Okay. Any opposition? Madam Clerk, Hardwood Advisory Committee, is that still an active committee?
It is, but did you name an alternate
I'm sorry.
to Fish and Game?
We do need an alternate for Fish and
Thank you.
Game. Anyone interested in Fish and Game alternate?
I'll do it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Tofinelli?
My understanding regarding the Hardwood Advisory Committee is that they do not meet often. They meet very, very, very rarely, like maybe once a year if they can get a quorum. So that's what I know about the Hardwood Advisory Committee.
Any volunteers? Okay. You got a long arm wrestle for it?
No.
There's two
There
positions.
There's 2 positions, okay, great.
So we have Clapp.
Supervisor Clapp and Supervisor Mills. Any opposition there?
Need an alternate.
Need an alternate for that?
I'll run for that.
Okay, thank you. The IHSS Advisory Committee, and that's an ex officio member.
I would have a conflict. I can't.
Okay. We do need an alternate for that.
I'll be the alternate.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Tofinelli.
Who's the ex officio?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Who's the ex officio?
I have George.
Oh, thank you.
The Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, I had that committee last year. I understand that now we have our new juvenile facility, so that committee may or not be active. If it's okay with the board, I'll go ahead and continue on that, but that committee may be inactive. I need an alternate for that. Okay, Supervisor Clapp. The Law Library Trustee, I believe that's chair position, isn't it?
Yes.
It is,
And vice chair is the alternate?
yes.
Yes.
Local Law Enforcement Block Grant Advisory Board, that was a committee I was on. Any opposition to me remaining on that board?
I would like to be the alternate.
Okay. Any opposition to?
None.
Okay.
Who's going to be the alternate? Thank you.
Supervisor Mills. Local Area Formation Commission, LAFCO.
I would like to be on it. I've been attending for over 3
Okay,
years.
there's 2 positions.
Speak up.
All right.
Thank you.
There's 2 positions available, plus 1 alternate. I currently serve on that board. I'd like to remain on that board.
I would love to.
I would like to be on that board also.
Okay.
I could be an alternate if that would work.
Would that work, gentlemen?
I could be an alternate if that would work.
All right.
I really need you to speak into the microphones, because if I can't hear you, I know nobody else can.
Okay, so on LAFCO, it's going to be Supervisor Oliveira and Supervisor Tofinelli, right?
Right.
And then with Supervisor Mills as the alternate?
Correct.
That's good with me.
Okay. Mental Health Board, one position and an alternate.
I'll be interested.
Supervisor Garamendi, any problem, gentlemen?
None.
Okay, and the alternate?
I'll take it.
Supervisor Clapp, thank you. McCollum River Association, one position and an alternate.
I'll take it.
Supervisor Garamendi, thank you, sir. An alternate?
I could take the alternate.
Supervisor Mills, any problem?
I think that's good.
McCollum River Watershed Ad Hoc Committee. Madam Clerk, I understand that these might be the same memberships
No, they're
as
not.
listed as previously? Is that what happened?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, they're not.
They're not.
Okay.
However, the ad hoc committee is running out of time, so it may not be a long-term decision.
Okay. Would Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Mills, would you consider being on that committee also?
Sure.
Yes.
Any problem, gentlemen?
None.
It does show 2 board reps and an alternate.
That's right. So we're going to put Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Garamendi as the board members, and we'll need to designate an alternate.
Gary?
Gary?
Who's the alternate?
Supervisor Tofinelli.
Would you rather do it, Clyde?
No.
The Motherlode Job Training Agency, I was the alternate. I'd like to remain as a member on that, if there's any problem with that, gentlemen.
None.
And I'll need an alternate.
I'll take it.
Supervisor Mills, thank you. Any problem, gentlemen? The Mountain Counties Air Basin, I served on that committee also. If there's no opposition, I'd like to remain on that committee. I will need an alternate.
I'll do it.
Supervisor Tofinelli, thank you. Mountain Counties Water Resource Agency. Supervisor Mills, do you think you might have some experience in that area?
I'll take it.
Any problem? I do need an alternate.
That would be a good one for you.
I'll be on it.
Okay. Supervisor Garamendi. Okay. Mountain Valley Emergency Medical Services, JPA.
I'll sit on that.
Okay.
I would like to be an alternate then.
Okay. All right. Mass Association of Counties, NACO. I sit on that currently. I'd like to remain on that committee, gentlemen, but we do need an alternate.
Alternate.
Okay. Supervisor Garamendi, any problem? Regional Council of Rural Counties, RCRC.
So could I just add a comment at this point?
Yes.
Prior to the last year or so, I believe that the next 4 positions, which are reps to RCRC, were technically the same person for each of those 4. So it would be
That's what I was thinking. Thank you very
RCRC,
much.
it would be the Local Government Finance Authority, which is part of RCRC, it would be Environmental Services JPA, which is part of RCRC, and the Rural Home Mortgage Finance Authority, which is part of RCRC. So you would need 1 representative and 1 alternate.
Mr. Chair, I attended a meeting last week. It was pretty clear. I mean, they're all the same meetings.
Okay.
I concur.
So for all 4 of those positions, we the same representative then? Okay. I'll entertain any,
Chair, I'd be interested in that.
Supervisor Garamendi's interested in that position as a regular representative. Any other? Okay, then we'll go ahead and assign that to him. I need an alternate. Any volunteers for that?
I'll be an alternate.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor Tofinelli.
It's not that bad.
And there is an event the 27th that I have to give you a ticket to. The Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Any volunteers for that?
Be interested in that, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Garamendi, a volunteer? Any opposition? Need an alternate for that? I'll assign that one too. Solid Waste Task Force. Any volunteers for that? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and volunteer for that, if that's okay for everybody.
That's fine. That committee doesn't meet regularly, though.
Right.
They do now.
They do now?
They do now.
Do they? Because I think the charter says they meet only once every 5 years.
They're only required to meet once every 5 years, but they have been meeting on a regular basis, I would say at least every other month.
I'll take the alternate to that.
Okay, and that would be Supervisor Mills as the alternate. Any opposition? Treasurers Oversight Committee, I served on that. Thank you very much, Supervisor Mills.
So Mr. Mills is taking? Okay.
Mr. Mills is volunteering for that position. Would you like that position?
No, I wanted to make sure.
Just want to make sure.
Well, you spoke up and said you were on it, and then.
I'm giving it up.
Okay. You want to be an alternate?
Yes.
My plate is that big right now. Would you like to be alternate on that, Supervisor Tokenelli?
I'll be alternate.
Okay. The UC Cooperative Extension Advisory Council.
This
One
one is
position?
the chair and the vice chair.
Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And the Upper Mokelumne River Watershed Authority, the UMRWA. It's a JPA.
This might sound kind of weird, but I've been very involved in that, so. But I will defer. I will defer and take the alternate.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who was which?
So it's going to be Supervisor Garamendi is going to be the representative.
Thank you.
With Supervisor Mills as the alternate. Gentlemen, I think that's a record. We filled all the committee positions.
We have two
No
alternates.
fist fights or anything. That's really good.
We have two
Chair-
alternates.
Oh, two alternates I have to assign.
Three.
Just
Three?
sign this three.
Okay, let's go down to Children and Family First Committee, Proposition 10. Do I have any volunteers for the alternate position?
It's kids, guys.
Kids guys. Who's a kids guy?
Who wasn't a kid? I'll go.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor Clapp. Then next I have the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. I need an alternate for that. Supervisor Garamendi is a representative.
I'll do it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tokenelli.
And I think that the third, if I'm not mistaken, is is for CAMRA, the Calaveras, Amador, Mokelumne River Authority. Why we're required to have one representative and two alternates, I'm really not sure. It's the third one at the top.
Yes, and I would like to take that simply because of my background in it, but,
You're already the alternate.
okay.
So it's saying that we need a second alternate, an alternate.
I'm sorry, where is that located at, Madam
The
Clerk?
third, it's the second item at the top.
Right down top.
Okay. So we need a second alternate to that?
There's nothing in their bylaws that require that, so I'm not certain what
I don't
that's
think
about.
we need to do anything with that.
Okay.
I would,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just leave it
So
alone.
right now we have
Committee
Supervisor
before.
Garamendi as a representative and Supervisor Mills as the
The
alternate.
alternate, yes.
Does that fill all the vacancies, Madam Clerk?
That's what I show, yes.
Okay, now you will report these out and notify our individual supervisors? of
I
the
will.
times.
I will send you a typed
Sierra
list.
Nevada Conservancy is
Is there any public comment on this issue?
I apologize for keep jumping up, but I want to thank Supervisor Garamendi, and I want to thank Supervisor Clyde Clapp. The next in-home supported services meeting is next Friday, the 30th of January. It's at 10 o'clock, and it will be in the Senior Center conference room.
That's next Monday, correct?
I mean, next Monday, yeah, sorry, thank you.
Okay.
So I look forward to working with both of you. It's in in the conference room. If you go in the front door, it's off to the left. In the senior building? In the senior building. And I'm also on the Area 12 on aging. And so, and I go to the Joint Powers Agreement, Joint Powers meetings as well. So, and that's represented by 4 counties, Amador, Tuolumne, Mariposa, and Calaveras. So thank you very much for stepping forward.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Any further public comment? Okay, Madam Clerk, our next item agenda.
Let's see. Item 16 is from Human Resources. The Human Resources and Risk Management, in collaboration with the Health and Human Services Agency Director, is recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve the initial placement at Step E for the Business Administrator position.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Good morning, Board. I am bringing to you a recommendation or asking you to approve a Step E for our Business Administrator for our Health and Human Services Agency. The Business Administrator position has been open since June when Jane Carter retired to go and paint beautiful pictures. And this position is a critically needed position, and it is a very difficult position to fill. We have held several interviews for it. We have made several offers. The offers ended up being turned down due to the salary, even in some cases after we offered to bring it to the board at a Step E. So with it being such a critical, needed position, we found a candidate who has 22 years of experience, the critically needed experience that we need for this position, and we would like to make sure that we can attain this candidate and keep her. So we are asking you to approve the Step E. Any questions?
Any questions of the board? Board have any comments, questions?
I do have Kristen here if you have questions about the candidate.
I think I'm good. Everybody good? Any public comment?
Just briefly, Ms. Hawkins, thank you for taking the step here to figure this out and find out what it took.
Thank you.
Just to be safe here, we have no public comment? Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're standing in the back and you're not going to be speaking, I'm going to have to ask you to go out and listen up in the lobby. I hate to be that way, except for the camera guy. You're good. I tell you what, before we start public speaking, let's take a 10-15 minute break so we can reposition the camera.
Could we finish this item and then take a break?
What's that?
Could we finish this item and then
Sure,
take a break?
we can do that. Go ahead.
George Fry once again. As the board members are aware of, we're having a very difficult time finding employees for some of these positions. I've noticed in the newspaper there are some that are almost 8 or 10 months that I haven't been able to fill. We have a difficult time keeping deputy sheriffs here. They can get their training here and go somewhere else and make more money. I strongly support this person getting the step. We can't afford the luxury of losing people, especially somebody with 22 years experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Any further public comment?
Are you referring to me sitting in the back? Opening the door?
If you're not going to speak on public comment.
I do want to speak.
On this issue, ma'am?
Oh, no.
Okay. On this agenda item only. Any further comments, Ms. Hawkins? Okay. Bring it back to the board for any further comments. Entertaining a motion? So moved by Supervisor Clapp to accept this position. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed by no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Board.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break, 15-minute break rather, so we can reposition the camera and give our clerk a little breathing room. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in session. Madam Clerk.
Item 17 is from the Elections Department to make a determination in accordance with Election Code Section 9116 related to the Citizens Initiative Petition measure to ban the cultivation of marijuana for all purposes, including the manufacturing, processing, and delivery of marijuana, along with banning marijuana dispensaries, except as preempted by federal and state law within all unincorporated parts of Calaveras County, and except for cultivation of medical marijuana for qualified medicinal patients and providers under specified conditions that was certified by the Registrar of Voters on January 9, 2017.
Good morning. This is Rebecca Turner with the County Clerk Recorder and Registrar of Voters. I'm bringing you today the Certificate of Sufficiency of the County Citizens Initiative Measure. Our office has certified that the petition had sufficient signatures to go forward with either A, to adopt the ordinance without alteration, B, to call it election within 103 and 88 days from today's date, or C, to order additional reports on the item. So my office recommendation, based off the cost factor of the election, is that if you do call an election, that you do it sooner rather than later, because 88 days is February 3rd. And after that date, the election will get pushed from May, an all-mail election, to June, which would require us to open the polling places, and the cost factors involved in opening the polling places versus an all-mail election increase significantly. And we have staffing issues and other issues that if it was a June election versus a May. So if an election is called, I highly recommend that you call it prior to February 3rd so that we can hold an all-mail May election. Do you have any questions?
Questions from the board? I'll take public comment now, but ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to caution you. This issue, this agenda item deals with the election process, and the election process only regarding this issue. I'd like to have your comments focused on that particular issue, the election or not to elect. Okay, with that, we can entertain public speaking. We'll have 3 minutes, and before we start, can I just see a raise of hands of how many people wish to speak so we can hear what's going to happen? And a lot outside?
It's a lot.
Okay. We've got a lot of people wishing to speak. It's very important that we show the respect to each other.
That's fine. Outside, we see you.
Yeah,
we acknowledge you.
And what I'd like to do is maintain some type of order, so once we have spoken, if you could at least go through the lobby area and let someone else in to stand in line. We want to keep the people near the front door to a minimum of 5 to 6 because of fire regulations, but let's work together on this. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Olguin. I'm compelled to share a bit of my history today in order to appeal to each of your consciences. I'm a picture of serious chronic pain. I suffer from occipital neuralgia and trigeminal neuralgia of the right face and jaw because of an animal attack. Occipital neuralgia is a rare condition that affects the occipital nerves located in the spinal column and back of the head. Occipital neuralgia causes severe neurological headaches that are constant and never go away. Imagine the worst possible migraine you've either experienced or heard told, doubled. It's what I've had to endure since 2011. The most valuable treatment I use is a nerve stimulator implant, which sends electrical current to the affected nerves in my head, thereby temporarily deadening the nerve. My device is a godsend. I was required to go through numerous experimental therapies through Stanford University Medical Center, including nerve blocks, steroids, narcotics, psychological therapy, before I was approved for this little device. My journey was a nightmare, not only for me, but for my family as well. The medication therapies had severe side effects, and I felt like I was going crazy. I was bedridden, 160 pounds, and on extended release morphine as well. I had zero quality of life. As a result of this, my marriage and my family fell apart. It was then that I made the decision to stop 5 medications and begin the use of medicinal marijuana. I use inhalation therapy and oil CBDs, and I use it about 3 to 4 times a day. It has been the very best decision I have ever made regarding my disability. No longer am I bedridden. No longer do I feel out of control. For the first time since that horrific day in 2011, I feel productive again. I've regained my health and, most importantly, my spirit. Moving on to the economics of the marijuana industry. The people of California have spoken, and I'm speaking to you now. I am the face of the good that cannabis does. I am also a senior citizen with disabilities. Access to the medication I absolutely need is extremely important. Having a dispensary close to home is absolutely necessary for those of us that have a difficult time traveling. I am not only thinking about myself and others like me, I'm thinking about our economically depressed county and the positive effects of the increased tax dollars in our coffers. With increased revenue, we hire more safety personnel, our roads are in better repair with materials and additional workers. If we have more employed, we all benefit. It's time to rethink past opinions and beliefs regarding cannabis. The benefits far outweigh any concerns you may have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. I was going to call that, but she got into the election. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you also, this is about the issue of the election. We understand everybody wants to at least display their experiences and their needs, but we are dealing with the election only.
Mr. Chair, our proponents are limited to 3 minutes.
We are limited to 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. I'm David Tuno, a proponent of the ordinance. I'm on record as saying the previous board did not have the right to completely change the landscape and culture of this county on its own, and I stand by that. You can reverse that decision. If you believe that people should decide, you are right. Then answer 2 questions. First, have the people already spoken? Look at all the evidence. We all know Measure C passed as a security measure against the possible passing of Measure D, but D failed decisively in spite of a campaign spending disparity of at least 20-1. We also voted against Proposition 64. Our initiative collected roughly 2,000 more signatures than theirs, even though they used professionals versus our volunteers. We stopped halfway through our allotted time, and we had to overcome the public confusion and discouragement caused by a previous failed effort. There were 2 pro-pot supervisors sitting up there last year that are gone now, when pot was easily the most important issue, both of whom voiced support for a ban, then voted in favor of the urgency ordinance. That flip-flopping cost them. The second question for you is, what are the consequences of not adopting this ordinance now? You are faced with the perfect storm, the collision of the end of the urgency ordinance and the start of another grow season. Now, here comes the ban ordinance that offers the only protection available against that storm. What would happen if you don't adopt it? Knowing that this measure will likely pass and become effective in the middle of that season, the answers are all bad. Law enforcement, financial problems, and you would also put the people through another nightmare. They will remember that. Captain Macedo and Barbara Yook are both on record favoring a ban, quoting in a headline in the Enterprise on September 1, Sheriff still wants a ban on commercial cannabis, and later on in August, or earlier in August, marijuana does not belong in Calaveras County. Bottom line, if you don't adopt it now, it could only be that you are betting it won't pass, or that you don't believe the public will has been expressed, or that regardless of public will, you are in favor of commercial cannabis. But there's yet another issue, and that is that you think that the federal government will continue to not enforce the federal law as the previous administration did. I am very familiar with the general plan. It's replete with references to preserving the county, the culture, the environment, et cetera, and I submit to you that commercial cannabis cultivation is inconsistent with the general plan. Regarding the devastation on our youth, you have been presented with an excellent letter by Principal Brett Loring. It's a must-read. I hope you all do that. We on the committee are not afraid of an election. We know we would win. If you require us to prove the will of the people, yet again, we'll do that. But be willing to take the blame for the mess that would be created, because you will own it. It comes down to this. It always has.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill McManus, Chairman of the Committee to Ban Commercial Cultivation and co-proponent of the initiative. Mr. Tuno has just provided a synopsis of how and why we arrived at this time and place. The will of the people has been accurately assessed. The initiative was started because of the decisions of the past board. The people demanded it and came out in droves to support it. This board has two options: either enact the ordinance today or have it placed on the ballot. Simple. Enact the ordinance today and enforcement can begin before another growth season begins. However, if you caused it to be placed on the ballot, you will have complicated your job. While the people wait for the election, another growth season will begin. The failed urgency is set to expire on February 14th. Will you turn your back on tens of thousands of citizens and extend the failed urgency ordinance? Do you realize that to do so will invite hundreds, if not thousands, of new growers to invade our county? We have already seen the effect of the failed urgency ordinance when it was extended to limit new growers, but in fact was an open invitation for more growers to illegally start timber cutting, illegal grading without a permit, just to demonstrate that the grow was started before the cutoff date. In other words, the nightmare of uncontrolled growing will again be forced upon the citizens for another growth season. It will be devastating for residents and fill agendas for the rest of the year. If you attempt to develop a permanent ordinance, it could take a very long time and will most certainly be extremely expensive. If you vote to consolidate the ban onto the ballot prior to February 3rd, it will most likely make the ballot in May, and that was according to Rebecca, who addressed you earlier. In either case, you must consider the time needed for the election to certify the results, 30 days, the period between election certification and implementation of a new ordinance, 30 days. In any case, enforcement of the ordinance cannot move forward until the latter part of the growing season. By enacting the initiative now, you can prevent another nightmare of summer for residents. You can prevent another crime wave for the residents to endure. You can stop the environmental devastation in our county. If you don't, you will have to explain to the residents of this county why you subjected them to the horror and mayhem of another summer of illegal commercial cultivation. The people can solve the problem at the ballot box. Here's how simple it has become. Do you support commercial growing of marijuana in the county, or do you represent the thousands of citizens who want commercial growing out of our county? It's simple. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but please, can we hold the signs and the applause and the screaming to a minimum? We have a lot of people that wish to speak. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Crane.
Good morning. Marty Crane, Valley Springs. As many know, I've been to all of these meetings and most of the Planning Commission meetings and the study sessions with regard to this issue. And I have heard many times people say, when they are pushing for the ban, they say, listen to the people. Okay, so I remember that, and I agree with that. You should listen to the people. So they put an extensive effort out to gather signatures for a petition to ban the cultivation of marijuana, because that's what they believe in. So they put a lot of energy into this, and they counted all the signatures that they received. Our elections office does a sampling certification and then the math to determine if it's enough to put it on the ballot to the vote of the people. And that was the whole intent initially, was to put an initiative on the ballot to hear from the people. So they gathered, I believe, around 5,000 signatures. They sampled about 500 and decided that about 436 were sufficient, and that was enough to put it on the ballot. But they did not count all the people that did not sign the petition. They counted the ones that did sign the petition. If we had a yes or no item on the ballot, which we have had recently, and we only counted up the ones that said yes and not the ones that said no, nobody would stand for that. We have to hear from all of the people. So I agree that we have to listen to the people, which means that if we want to hear from the people, we have to let them vote. And we can't leave it up to just 5 people. Okay? But anyway, welcome to the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Catherine Powell. This is my first time ever speaking to anything. I just wanted to voice my opinion that I really did not vote for the passage of the marijuana bill here in Calaveras County. I'm a business owner here. I'm also a retired registered nurse, spent many years working in the emergency rooms, see the havoc that the drugs have played on our whole community. And as I was telling a lady here, I said, you know, the people here who are in favor of it, if they want a job here, they have to be drug tested. If they check positive for marijuana, are you going to hire them? No, but the unemployment rate in this county has been atrocious. In 2006, I got a call at 3 o'clock in the morning, and my son was dead. Guess what? He started with the gateway drug of marijuana. Totally devastated our family. Drugs have infiltrated everyone's families, you know. I just really hope you just don't pass it. If the worst case scenario, you have to put it back on the ballot, let's do that. But, you know, I've just seen too much, and I understand all these people who want it for medicinal stuff. Again, I go back a long way in the emergency room. Marinol, which is a synthetic kind of marijuana, has been available to patients for years and years and years. I don't know what else to tell you, but that's just, I really don't want it. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tim Weishart. I live in Angels Camp, California, and I have a copy of the petition here, and certainly it has received enough signatures to be put on the ballot, and I'm here today to encourage you to allow that to go on the ballot, allow the people to vote whether or not something like this is acceptable to the people of Calaveras County. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I'm Judy Robertson, Murphy's. I started teaching in 1966, and I retired in 2002. I gave my life to saving children, teaching children, and so today this is a goodbye letter that I'm privileged to read from someone that moved and cared about their children and their family and what you're going to vote on, how it affected them. This is from Melissa Bertel. This email was sent to one of the board members here. I am writing to tell you about our experience in Calaveras County. In the spring of 2001, we decided to have a house built in Rancho Calaveras. We wanted to build our lifelong home, raise our children here, and planned on having plenty of grandchildren to visit us there one day. We moved in, we became part of the community, attended church, volunteered, worked, and participated in community activities. About 7 years in, we began to have a problem with the neighbors behind us. Despite being renters and a convicted felon, they were growing marijuana and had chained pit bulls around their crop. The police said they knew illicit activity was going on, but they could not catch them in the act. Meanwhile, cars thumped up and down late at night, stayed for 10 minutes, left unsavory characters, and roamed the neighborhood. Gunshots, break-ins, and thefts. We no longer entertained in our backyard. During the harvest, tents appeared in the backyard, with a variety of people sleeping in the tents and walking around with guns. Once, when locking up our chickens late, my husband heard, "Don't shoot, that's the neighbor." In our own yard, we had to worry about being outside at night. We can no longer open our back windows from August through late October. 2 years ago, the neighbors across the street, also on the property under an acre, graded down one part, built up another, and soon the plants were put in. Now we could not open our front windows. Our energy bill skyrocketed. And in front of us was a fence. It was green plastic, now get a visual, nailed to pieces of lumber and parts of broken furniture. How would you like that neighbor across from you? When I asked the neighbors about their medical grow, they cussed me out, saying they needed to grow pot, but it was only the source of income they could have. The county came out, never said a thing about the code violations on their property. Only choice left was to put our house up for sale. Please think about the consequences allowing this type of activity in our county. I urge you to vote the ordinance banning commercial marijuana.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins.
Good morning, Board. My name is Bill Wilson. I'm from District 1, Mr. Tofinelli's district. I would urge the Board to do a financial impact study before they ever voted on this. Number one, there's no way that this bill or measure has any financial support in it. How are we going to pay for it if you ban? Where are you going to get law enforcement? The federal government has already said they are not going to. They passed that in the budget this year. There is no money for states that have legalized marijuana. Okay? There's no support there. We end up losing taxes from Prop 64 that was passed in the state, may have been defeated in this county, but was passed in the state. It does not address medical marijuana or safe access to it. It allows for us to build a special building. I did an estimate. Special building will cost somewhere between $13,000 to put together. You're asking people on a fixed income like me to come up with $13,000 to grow 3 plants. That's not enough. That's not enough medication. Also, I'm a heart patient. I have a pacemaker. I have been on a tincture. You will not allow me, with this measure, to make that tincture anymore. So therefore, I will have to break your law, or I will have to go out of the county to obtain medication. Again, growing 3 plants doesn't do me any good. I can't smoke it. I don't have $13,000 to build a building. That's not even counting the electrical run from the box to there. Mr. Clapp, you were a contractor. Have any idea how much it costs to get a 250-foot run of electrical wiring from the box to a building? It's a little bit more than a couple $100, I would say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Reed Larson. Members of the board, thank you for your time. I'm a property owner, resident, and Calaveras cultivation registrant. Today, I'm encouraging you not to adopt this ban. Prohibitionist policy is historically ineffective and counterproductive. This is especially true when coupled with wasted resources of a terminated urgency ordinance. A ban would prove only to exacerbate problems both you and I would like to see solved. While, by many measures, the urgency ordinance is working to address these issues, realtors would testify that their cultivator traffic is down in their office, the sheriff's office is receiving current and future funding, farmers and non-cultivating community members alike are sharing the sigh of relief as illegal farms are denied and eradicated. Let's be clear. If you're growing within 75 feet of a property line, there already is a ban. If you're a patient caregiver with more than one other patient to serve, there already is a ban. If you want to come to Calaveras County today and start cultivating marijuana for money, there already is a ban. Please choose regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I'm Carmi Sanchez. I live in District 5. I do not smoke marijuana medicinally or otherwise. I do not belong to any pro or for or against committees. I do have a concern about the due process of this ordinance. Basically, there's 5,200 signatures that were collected, and that's less than 13% of the vote of our entire population of this county. I feel that if you are going to initiate something like this, it should go before the people, no matter how convoluted that process is. There are many people here that have lots of concerns. I sell property, I'm out there, I see those concerns, I understand them. But this ordinance has more to do with the governance of medicinal than it does commercial. This limits people their opportunity to have affordable medicine and the availability of medicine. Not only does it give an ordinance about growing, it also bans the ability to go to a dispensary and get their medicine. Now, it also, there is in here, there's basically saying that you can't transport it. So what about a mother with a child that has a seizure condition that gets pulled over by a police officer and has a bottle of tincture in her car? This ordinance is saying that that is no longer allowed. So if you do need to pass an ordinance, which I do think there's regulation that needs to take place in this county, put it before a vote, let all of the people decide, not 13%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ted Shannon from Colony Hill. Just very briefly on marijuana being a lot of people consider it a gateway drug. Well, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I personally feel differently. Marijuana is no more a gateway drug than alcohol, as far as I'm concerned. And we already tried banning alcohol once many years ago. It did not work. So I guess you can guess I'm in favor of a public vote. The voters have created a dilemma in November by endorsing fees on growing marijuana and multiple fees involved. But then the majority voted against legalizing it. It seems to me like the board has a real dilemma here. If the bill to outlaw commercial growing passes, or if you approve it, to me that means that the sheriff is going to need to enforce or try to enforce the ban. And what about all the money that's been collected by the county at this time? It seems to me there's an ethical and possibly legal dilemma also facing the board. Are you going to be required to refund that money that you have collected from growers? I think that's a real possibility. And one more quick thing, marijuana and all drugs, there has never been a problem for anyone wishing to acquire drugs. It's going to continue happening. So I do believe maybe the original Measure D that was legalizing marijuana should have been more restrictive. So I think we should have a vote and give a chance for those who are in favor of growers revising their ordinance, bill, whatever you want to call it. And so each side can then present their case to the public, which, yeah, I also think that's the way it ought to be done. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Hi, my name is Megan Guthrie. This is my daughter, Abigail Guthrie. She attends Calaveras Unified High School. If she was not on CBD oil, she would not be attending school. If she's not allowed to be on CBD oil legally, she cannot go to school. We ran out of CBD oil because we're fire victims, and because of the fire, we lost our supply of medicine. She missed 85% of school. I am so tired of hearing people talk about children and bullying the children when I, as a parent, have a child of special needs that has every right to go to school, to get a free and appropriate education. And I know for a fact that I can't speak to, because of HIPAA, that other children are on this medicine too to go to school. When I hear that it is a gateway drug, that is a parenting issue. I cannot parent my child into medicine, but I could certainly do my job as a parent and raise them correctly so they make the right choices in life and they don't get into my Vicodin or my alcohol or many other drugs, huffing antiperspirant. Now I'm going to get cold and go on to a fiscal note. Do you understand that we have spent the past year where you have collected $5,000 from each farmer, and you can only spend that money on code enforcement to register farmers? So all of the complaints that we have been hearing for the past year are because we are actually in a ban, because we are 3 months away from collecting taxes to enforce regulation, which will get rid of what every single person wants out of this town, illicit growing. If you enforce a ban today, you will get rid of her medicine, create a health and safety risk for my child, take away my right to grow medicine for my daughter, and the people that have no investment in this county will stay, and the floodgates will open. And I urge you as a new board to be responsible, and many people voted no on D, including us, because I feel it's the board's responsibility. We voted you in. It is your responsibility to write good, fair legislation. This is a complicated issue that should not even be on the ballot. You should get an ad hoc committee. I have offered to be on an ad hoc committee, and you should write careful, thoughtful legislation. It is your job to protect the health and safety of our citizens here, and I expect us all to do our job. And it's about how you regulate a wonderful industry that can really help this county, rather than the divide that's been created. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, distinguished members of the board, I am Joan Wilson, or Joan Tanner Wilson. I'm the owner of Frogtown Farm. I live in Circle 20, and that's where my small farm is. I have 2 boys. One is an Army veteran. The other one is an Eagle Scout. I grow marijuana. I grow marijuana for me, okay? And I grow marijuana for anybody else that needs it. I give it away for free. I have had people that have gotten off of opioids, and in fact, they had been hit by a truck, so they got well into opioids. They do use marijuana now for pain. I use it because my father died of cancer. I used it with him. I was told by the nurses that if that's what you got, bring it. We'll give it to him in the hospital. We'll find a place for him. It helped him. It was the only thing that he could use. First he started out eating it, and then he went to smoking it because he had that. I'm sorry?
We have to focus on the election. The issue is before the board.
It needs to go in front of the people. Okay?
This needs to be voted on by the people. If the board comes up with something that we could all live with, and granted, it's not going to satisfy everybody, I'm okay with that. But the people need to speak. Measure C was voted in. I think the people want some type of regulation. For me to grow my medicine in a building that, one, I have to put up, two, the electricity, the carbon footprint that leaves is enormous. The fans running. I had to run between the house and my grow back in San Jose because of the noise. I could not hear my father. It's expensive. This ban is not right. We have a ban in place right now because anybody that couldn't grow here before or didn't grow here before is not growing now. If they are, they're illegal, and hopefully the sheriff will take care of them. We don't need illegal people here. We don't need human traffickers. We need good citizens, and that's what I want to be. That's why I'm trying to be legal. Please don't make me illegal. I don't smoke it because I've had precancerous cells.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. I'm sorry. I heard a ding. I apologize. Go ahead.
Can I add a little more? Okay. I don't smoke it. I've had precancerous cells. I have other issues that I use it for also.
You get 5 more seconds. I took 5 seconds from you.
Okay. I use an oil. I use a tincture. Please don't make me illegal. I really don't want to move from this county. I love this county. I work here. I have a job. I'm just a little bit over minimum wage, and I'm trying to set my family through, my boys through college, and help my family out. Okay? Thank you.
How you doing today, board? My name is Patrick Cossey, and we're talking a lot about the vote and stuff like that, and all these people that can't pass drug tests. Well, they come and work with us, and we work very hard. It's farming. Just in line with dairy farming, it's farming. We're working 12 to 18 hours a day to make sure things are taken care of. And I've put everything I've had, all my money, everything into this. I'm an entrepreneur, gambler. I voted for Trump. I believe in capitalism. We were told yes. I put all of my heart, soul, blood. I wear a hat that says chase dreams. Okay? And then everybody, we love everybody here.
Sir, you need to speak to the mic.
Okay, yes, sir. But, we're bringing people in that can't get jobs. We're giving money to the city and trying to do our part and be law-abiding citizens. And we're counting on you guys to, do what you said, because we're going to do what we said. And, people think, I hear oh, it's easy money or things. No, it's hard work. That's why we're getting paid. It's not easy. We have people picketing us. We're still working hard. I should be at work right now. My mother's money is she believes in me. She saw, yes, look, here's my legal papers. Here's $15,000. I believe in you. I have to make sure it happens. So that's why I'm here today to you, talking to you. What if somebody gave you papers that said legal? Here's your fishing license. Here's your hunting license. You're going to bring the big buck home. But now I feel like we've entered a lottery that has no draw, that we've put everything into it. We bought the big lotto ticket, and then now it's not there at the end. Because this is our first year in business. We are broke. We have put everything into it, just like everybody else's first time in business. We are going all down, getting ready for the year. And then now, like everybody says, it's go time for us. It's May coming on. We need to know. We're holding on to the reins to let our horses go to be part of this community. It's sad to say, but we hire all the losers because they can't get jobs nowhere else. And nobody's going to work for free till the product comes in. Everybody's on commission. That's the way it works. Just like every auto body shop or whatever, they work hard because they don't want to make $10 at the end. They want to make a big comeback for their family, you know. They want to send their kid to, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I have 3 children. My oldest son's a Marine. And I don't have the money for education, but that boy, he's in Okinawa right now with a Marine base, getting education for him and his wife. You know, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning again. I'm going to speak one more time quickly, and then I do need to get to work. Mary Ellen Souza from Mountain Ranch. I'm going to ask that the board consider the focus of this conversation again, because we really are getting far from the election, it seems. There are a lot of people with a lot of passion here and a lot of people who can't be here who have equal passion, but the focus right now is on the election. I've talked to a number of people on, I even hate to say both sides of this issue, whether to have an election or not have an election. I consistently find some common ground with folks. Because of a failure in leadership prior to this board being in existence, a perfect storm was created, allowing an us versus them. So rather than a community dialogue around election, we're having an us versus them, and I think that's just really, really sad. I think Calaveras deserves better. I think Calaveras has better. So in terms of the election, it should have happened 2 years ago, but that horse left the barn, to use a previous metaphor, ship sailed, whatever you want to call it. You know, we're here, we're today. The current ordinance is not a given. So it's not that all these problems are solved with the current ordinance. That's why an election is being proposed. People have worked really, really hard on this issue. I believe that if you do not institute a ban, to then have a constructive dialogue around possible funding, looking at creative funding for adequate law enforcement and protecting people on both sides of the issue. If we don't go that route, and that discussion around finances has to happen if we're going to have a ban. It has to happen. If that doesn't happen and you opt to put it to the entire county, I don't have a major issue with that. What I have a major issue is we have to start making decisions in a proactive way, in a constructive dialogue with the community, and not waiting for these crises that, quite frankly, this is tearing our community apart on par with the Butte fire. And that Butte fire touched me very deeply in my entire circle of friends and family. And so I'm well aware of the personal impacts, and I'm not going to go into that because the focus of these conversations and comments right now should be strictly on the election. So in the event that we are holding an election, I would echo the sentiment to do it in a cost-effective way. We need to monitor our dollars carefully, and that would be as soon as possible with a mail-in election. If you opt not to do that and you opt to accept the ban, I personally have no issue with that, as long as you are immediately having discussions around how do we enforce adequate law enforcement. Our sheriff and our law enforcement deserve that. Thank you, and I appreciate your time this morning, and I am really glad that I do not sit in your shoes today. Good luck.
Thank you. Any other further comment? Public speaking? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize former Supervisor Tom Troyon.
Thank you. It's been a long time since I've been here. I can't say I missed the place. But, you know, it was 32 years ago this month that I was sworn in on my first term on the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. And I voted against a drug grant and a marijuana eradication grant that the sheriff's office wanted. And in June, July, and August of that year, I faced a recall sponsored by the Sheriff's Department and the Sheriff's supporters. And I survived that recall, and it was all about marijuana, and it was all about the war on drugs. I am very much a product of the 60s. I entered high school in 1960, graduated in 1964, entered Berkeley, that's right, the People's Republic, and graduated in 1968, and then went into the military for 2 years from 68 to 70. I've always, since I graduated from college, been a great warrior against the drug war. I think it is fruitless and useless and just destroys lives. There's nothing productive that comes out of it. They're not illicit drugs because you don't put the drugs in prison, you put people in prison that have done no harm to others. And so I think I will continue with my comments. And what I'll do is I want us to sing to the board a brief refrain from a song that defined the 60s. And it goes like this: "You better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are a-changing." And I just ask the board not to vote for Calaveras County to sink like a stone. There's no reason for that in this day and age. All we are asking for is good governance. And frankly, a ban is not good governance. It's no governance at all. High and exorbitant taxes that allow for an exponential growth in government, albeit county government, and those same high taxes allow and incentivize illegal growth when we want to have legal growth, is not good government, or not good governance. So what is good governance? Coming up with an effective, practical, intelligent set of rules and regulations for the growing of cannabis. That's what we're asking for. And that shouldn't be difficult. And if you can come up with that set of rules and regulations, you can cut the sheriff's budget.
Your time is expired. Thank you.
Okay. Well, then I'll end it with this. If don't let the county.
Time is over. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raymond Smith. I'm from Valley Springs. I'm also a clinically certified medical assistant. I hold a degree, associate's degree in medical assisting. And I would like to, first of all, remind that there is a California Nurses Association. They are working in conjunction with Patients Out of Time. You can actually get continuing education credits through your nursing.
Excuse me, sir. We need to be focused on.
Oh, I understand. I understand.
The agenda items.
I understand. The reason that I'm bringing this up is because we are coming to hearing comments about emergency room visits and such, and this will actually prevent emergency room visits for my family. I have responsibilities to my family, to reading. I understand that, sir, and please.
All right.
There is a Fortune 500 company, Wells Fargo, which allows people to basically be employed by their company without having to take a drug test. So what was being said here about those I'm just refuting, but also I'm moving forward with the findings in the emergency ordinance about the fire, odor, crime, and pollution.
Sir,
and as well, I would like to see the reports for those.
In future meetings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please.
I would like to see the reports for those as well as the fiscal impact report. But before we move, I'd just like to know a little bit more about that. As well, there's. I'm sorry. I've really had my train of thought broken here. I do wish you all health and happiness and a very good day. I've been taken aback by this. I'm very sorry. I just want to pick up on what I was talking about to begin with, which is the fact that this should be brought to the voters, because what the ideas that were given in parking lots and street corners were not the details that people are going to vote on. And the fiscal impact report and the impact on crime and these issues regard to the fact that this is the most complex and difficult issue for our community in recent times, in recent months. and it is our responsibility as a community to come together and resolve these. I really think that we deserve our community back, and I've seen a division within our community that is disheartening. And I would like to see a Citizens Action Committee. I would like to be part of that Citizens Action Committee moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I'm happy to see all of you and happy to see the civil discourse that we're participating in this morning. I understand my government to be a democratic republic. We voted for you. We have a system that allows for initiative process, and I think that it is an important process and that we should stick to it. And we also have the opportunity to allow you to vote on it without going back to the people. The Democratic Republic means we vote for you and you vote for us. And that means that you have the ability right now to ban commercial marijuana in our county because of all of the problems that is brought to us, and if we want to revisit us down the road, we'll have that opportunity. However, now it's out of control. It's out of control, and if we don't vote and resolve this before February 14th, we have a window that just invites more problems that we cannot afford. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Carol Couchman. I'm from San Andreas. In my allotted time, I would like to speak about the victims of this struggle between legal cannabis and a ban. Those victims are the patients, people of every age who are suffering from illnesses and conditions that Western medical science cannot help them with. They receive a death sentence from that part of our medical community. When you're in a family or you have a family member or you are the member with someone that suffers with a health issue like this, your life is turned upside down, irrevocably changed.
I'm going to have to correct you.
I know. I understand.
Otherwise.
Okay. So I'm trying to get across to you the effects of banning for patient access, who are the people who can't speak for themselves. They can't come here because they're too sick. My daughter is one of them. My daughter has suffered for years. The effects of a ban is those people, where are they going to get their medicine? They can't drive. They may not have the money to purchase it, which is why they grow it themselves. They may need somebody to grow it for them because they don't know how or they're unable to. There are many people like this in this county, in California. Getting it somewhere else is not an option for them. And having to choose between buying their medicine and being able to buy groceries is a reality. That's what will happen to these victims if you ban. They won't have quality of life, and that's what cannabis has given back to them. That's such a stressful situation. I wrote a letter to you all personally, and I hope you read it. I only heard back from a couple of you. I pray that you carefully consider the patients when you make your policy. There may be some short-term gratification with the small group who have spearheaded this effort, but in the long run, the damage that will be done will be a haunting legacy by a small group of people who do not seem to care about anyone but themselves. Proverbs 6:16 through 19 says, "The Lord hates a false witness that speaks lies and sows discord amongst his brethren." What would Jesus do in this situation? We see in the Bible that he chose to break the law in order to heal the sick and help the helpless. I beg you and ask you to make this consideration. We cannot stop getting this medicine for our children. I'm sorry, it's emotional for me. I have empathy for the residents who have been negatively affected by commercial cultivation. I understand why they feel the need for that, but if you ban, good people like us who want to do the right thing and grow this legally will be gone. We don't want to go against the law. The people that'll come back in are the ones who they're just so afraid of. That's what's going to happen. Please use your
Thank you very much,
position
ma'am. Your time
and
is up.
vote the right way for the victims. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Vivian Saichu, District 1. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Board of Supervisors for your time, consideration, and understanding of the matters set before us today with regards to the cannabis ban initiative. Please kindly allow me to read an excerpt from the City of Coalinga's Cannabis Ordinance as a starting point to convey a realistic and fact-based analysis of their studies and findings. Section 3B, page 2 and 3 of their ordinance. In the absence of a formal regulatory framework, there are potential serious adverse consequences to the community. There are numerous well-publicized studies and reports, as well as numerous documented incidences in Fresno County and throughout the state, which show that unregulated marijuana operations have a significant adverse effect on the community. The numerous health, safety, and welfare concerns associated with unregulated marijuana operations include, among others, home drug labs, offensive odors, trespassing, theft, violent encounters between growers and persons attempting to steal plants, fire hazards, problems associated with mold, fungus, and pests, and environmental contamination. These concerns have been exemplified throughout Fresno County and the state, as evidenced by numerous area agency police reports and news articles and stories. The City of Coalinga finds that in the absence of a formal regulatory framework, the adverse impacts frequently associated with commercial marijuana operations will occur, resulting in an unregulated and potentially significant negative impact upon the environment and upon the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. The influx of above-board cannabis farmers seized with the urgency ordinance. At this point, any new growers coming into our county will be criminal black market growers. If the county bans, they will be initiating a regulatory framework that incentivizes this type of influx. I implore each of you to conduct your own research and fact-finding studies in order to make sound decisions. We have a taxable solution in place in the form of Measure C, which would be collected from all the growers to regulate cannabis, provide the county and sheriff's office with adequate funding and resources, and contribute to the betterment of programs and causes within our county that would support growth and well-being. Under a ban, we do not have the financial means or viable solutions to enforce and address health, public safety, and environmental concerns, and requiring more efforts from our county's limited resources and manpower capacity to tackle criminal black market grows, crime, and negative impacts associated with it. Prohibition equals a high-risk, high-reward outcome and is the perfect business case of outlaws, mafia, triad, and cartel operations. This has always been the case since any prohibition legislation has ever been imposed on any human being in history, and it will continue to be the case if prohibition is yet imposed again today. History teaches us lessons. Repeating the same mistakes of the past is unacceptable and only proves that we have learned nothing. In conclusion, we are currently working with the state on a track and trace program, which I would be more than happy to provide you with further information and details on, which would answer a lot of questions and subside a lot of the fears. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I submit a handout for the record, please? Here's one for you.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Prapana Randall Smith. I'm a District 3 voter and a registered grower. I'm pleased to have a permit and a business license to cultivate in my little tiny 500 square foot warehouse. I'm here today to object formally to the consideration of what is not an initiative. If you take a look, what I'd like to do is just read into the record that the proposed citizens initiative was not prepared in substantial compliance with the language required by California Elections Code and is therefore not a citizens initiative. Section 9124 of the California Elections Code provides that the enacting clause of an ordinance submitted to the voters of a county shall be substantially in the following form. The people of the county of Calaveras ordain as follows. Note that the enacting clause, the proposed citizens initiative ordinance, does not contain the word people. Also, section 17.103.100 states that the authority for the proposed citizen initiative is derived from the Board of Supervisors enacting it. Based upon the failure to substantially comply with the California Elections Code 9124, the Board of Supervisors should not choose option A and adopt the ordinance without alteration. Also, option B would be a waste of taxpayer money because proposed citizens initiative is not properly drafted in substantial compliance with 9124. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good morning. My name is Kira Tucker. I'm the Executive Director of Tuolumne Cannabis Advocates, visiting today. We advocate for safe access under provisions of the regulations being set forth under state legislative acts. South from here, across the river, we have been without local dispensaries for years. Calaveras has been kind on cannabis for the last decade, and as such has been made a safe haven for patients whose needs have been marginalized in our county. Banning all commercial cannabis business in Calaveras will sever safe access from the thousands of patients who work hard and travel 1 to 2 hours to your county. I don't feel it's very thoughtful or inclusive, and it does not support safe access, so I can't stand behind it. In regards to the election issue, to be specific, I can't vote in your election. And I represent thousands of people who also cannot vote in your election, but who depend on access. So please consider us across the river. We're friendly. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
Jessica Bertachowski. I'm a District 2 resident and have a registered cannabis farm. And I'd like to speak today about the impact a ban would have on our farmers. You can imagine that starting a business is not cheap. $5,000 paid to registration fees is just the tip of the iceberg. The true cost of compliance reached tens of thousands of dollars to some farms. It was hard for them to pay such a price when the future was so uncertain. Individuals and families have exerted themselves in their efforts to produce medicine for patients and fulfill an American dream. A ban would instantly take everything that we'd worked for away, leaving people with a difficult decision, a decision that is hard enough to make a year ago when our neighbors lost everything in the fire, when our neighbors had absolutely nothing to claim as their own and barely a leg to stand on. There are roughly 3 options for farmers. The first option is moving away. A ban would force farmers to shut their doors, taking their families and their resources with them. There will be no collection of their taxes, and the jobs they've created would cease to exist, displacing even more people who have families that depend on them. The second option is bankruptcy, defined as a financial promise that you are unable to keep, utter ruin, failure, or depletion. I brought photographs of the last CCA meeting we had in the Mountain Ranch. I'd like to give you some work. These people attended the meeting because they want to be in Calaveras. They have invested their time and their money, which is certainly valuable, and want to participate in the process of regulation. In fact, there are hundreds more than the 100 you can count in the photo. I personally would feel despair if any one of them were to have their lives ruined this way. And the third option would be the black market. A ban would undoubtedly stimulate a black market. Avoiding this direction is what the previous board and CCA has been slaving over for years. A ban would be a devastating step backwards, especially when we have come so far and are so close to a permanent ordinance that provides structure through regulation. With tax, a permanent ordinance would provide a lot of things for the future of our community. I asked people on Facebook what they'd like to see happen for their community in the future. A lot of them said funds for the schools with arts, music, and athletic programs, more opportunities vocational schools so that graduates could have more opportunities, improved roads and with sidewalks, things for families to do, like a community park with everything in it, playground, skate park, somewhere where families could go to have fun and exert their energy in a positive way. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Beth Whitkey with Sungrown Medicine. I live in District 2. Our entire neighborhood was devastated by the Butte fire. I want to talk about the election in that several of the proponents have gone on the record saying that it was wrong for the previous board, proponents of the ban,
went on the record saying it was wrong for 5 people to make this decision. I would like to echo that and say that it would be best if this went to a ballot for all the people to decide. I want to talk about Measure C, the 10, 15, possibly $20 million that is on the table here. I think it is our responsibility as a community to implement Measure C. We have $80,000 to $130,000 for an election that is dwarfed by the tens of millions of dollars we have an opportunity for taxing and regulating. I would like to see the schools better funded. It upsets me to be told that I am no longer welcome in a community I have put energy into for 26 years. It is not a small thing to take all of the investment that we put in to become a compliant and go somewhere else. It puts us at the back of the line for any community we want to go to. They all have moratoriums. We have an opportunity to take this to the election, have people vote on it, and if the band measure fails, continue a permanent ordinance that puts us at the front of the line for state licensing. Not all of us are greed motivated. Many of us want to provide for patients. We want to see good dispensaries in our communities so people do not have to travel. I can't fathom us turning down the money, refunding all of the fees that so many of us paid. I can't get the money back that I put into engineers, to builders, to all of the things that we invested as a family. My whole family lent us money to do this. And I have to go to them with my hat in hand and say, it didn't work out because a few people decided for all of us that we aren't welcome here. I don't understand why we're not welcome in this community. We volunteer. We contribute to our community. I just stepped up and am happy to join the senior committee on aging. You got me. I'm happy to do it. I can't do it if I have to move. Okay? I am an able-bodied grandmother who wants to provide quality medicine for people. I have 112 acres. I did not go for the maximum canopy. I kept my farm small, something that I can manage. Any people that I hire, I will happily background check. I have spoken to the sheriff personally. He said, urge you to re-adopt the urgency ordinance because he knows he won't have the funds and the deputies he needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Unterbach. I think I come to you today with a little bit of a unique perspective, at least so far. I'm not a resident of Calaveras County. I live in Discovery Bay. I have a business license in Calaveras County, and my business license is for a company called ProCan Labs, and part of my business, I serve the growers, the legal growers. So I can tell you that, as I see it, this is not about a ban. This is about regulation. Because you're being asked to come up with regulation, as so many people have spoken about. If you ban, these seats will be empty. The outlaws aren't here. I know some of these people. I don't know all of them, but I can tell you that the people that I met working with as growers, as registered growers, because the first thing I asked for was their registration application, they're good people. And everybody's got a different story. There's men, there's women, there's many mothers and daughters who grow so that they can make money. And what I'm here to talk about is the election and the opportunities that exist. You know, I grew up in New York, born in 1960. I'll be 57. In the 70s, there was a ban on cocaine. Didn't work, you know. I had my share. Everybody in New York did at the time. You guys know full well that cannabis has been around for a very long time. You know that if you ban, like many of these people have said, they'll leave. The outlaws will stay. The environment will be ruined. You know, the opportunity that's here right now is to fill the budget gap that exists. You know, you guys took what I read was a calculated risk. Now, when I say you guys, a lot of the supervisors are not here anymore, and they were voted out. And I heard the threats that started this meeting, and I think I heard threats of some people being voted out if they don't go the way of the will of some of the people. There's a lot of money on the line, and it will cost money for an election. If it were up to me, a mail-in vote, probably not the way to go. A live vote is the way to go. Community outreach is the way to go. Town hall meetings is the way to go. In a town hall meeting, instead of us against them, it's us. It's all of us. And as you saw with the national election, you can't BS that way. You can't talk about what somebody said because somebody is there. Your sheriff is at half the staff it was 15 years ago. They need people. The sheriff's department will support the regulations that you enact. You guys need the money. There's a lot of money here. If you don't take it, you're not going to get it somewhere else. There will be no tourism. Tourism will go somewhere else. These are not bad people. These are not bad people. These are people who want to follow regulation, who will pay taxes, and who will make Calaveras fiscally responsible. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to doing business here for a very long time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Holly Johnston. At this stage in the game, banning marijuana cultivation and sales would be detrimental to this county. Cannabis is legal in the state now, as I'm sure everyone here is aware. This means that the state is facing an imminent economic boom, much like Oregon and Colorado have in the past several years. Is Calaveras County going to sit back and not partake in one of the biggest economic opportunities this county has seen since the gold rush? Already, farmers have given the county thousands of dollars each, equating to millions total, in order to become legal. If our county is wealthy enough to turn our backs on these jobs, then I'm surprised. These really are an ideal sort of job for this area, aren't they? Farming jobs that are both very lucrative and, when done right, which regulation can help ensure, can have minimal impact on the environment. Really, would you rather have a county of farmers or a county that has been strip mined, is full of oil wells, or polluting factories? I'll go with farming myself. And yet people are afraid of marijuana growers. People are afraid of things they don't understand. Well, look around you. At least half the people in this building are marijuana cultivators. Do we really look so scary? We are industrious citizens of this county, good people, and will not be demonized. Cannabis has been grown for decades without legal consent, and I'm sure many will continue regardless of a ban. Your choice is whether to have a say and have a stake in this profitable industry. To speak frankly, to ban cannabis in this county would be short-sighted and just plain silly. Let this plant grow free and in the sun where it belongs. Give us the chance to vote on this. Give us at least the chance for official public comment. Please do not ban cannabis cultivation and sales in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to take just a quick moment to congratulate and welcome the new Board of Supervisors. I couldn't attend the swearing-in ceremony. I was sick. But my name is Michael Magana. I am here as a citizen of San Andreas, just to make that clear to some people. I am not here to speak for or against the effort to ban commercial cannabis cultivation. I'm here to ask the supervisors to respect the political process. Qualifying a measure for the ballot, speaking to voters, collecting signatures is an example of direct democracy. It stimulates citizen interest on issues that affect our communities. It allows people to become engaged in the political process. Several years ago, as a local organizer for a statewide ballot initiative, the purpose of collecting signatures for a petition such as this is to let voters decide. Let me repeat, voters get to decide. A decision by the Board of Supervisors to adopt today would take away that opportunity. The decision should be clear. Again, for the third time, let the voters decide. It should not be left up to a very passionate group of people who did spend their time and effort asking folks to sign a petition, but not give voters the opportunity to make that decision. This only degrades direct democracy, and it hinders the political engagement. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Edwin Brolio. I live in Angels Camp, and I just wanted to say that, this is kind of a hasty decision. All of this went into effect, less than 6 months ago. It's pretty obvious that we've stopped the bleeding, but we haven't given anything time to heal. That's what we took these measures for, right, was to stop the influx of people coming in, which it seems that has stopped. And also, the fact is that the sheriffs are doing what they're supposed to. That's what our money went to. That's what our registration went to, was for enforcement and for whatever needed to be done to maintain us to be able to be registered and cultivate in this county. Me, for one, I feel that a ban is a hasty move. Give us some time to try and fix what's been going on in this county for the last 15 years. This isn't something that's happened overnight. I've said this over and over again. We've done what the opposing side has wanted us to do. Give us a chance. We've taken in what you guys wanted for regulation, tried to appease everyone. Give us a chance to try and do something substantial here. The thing is we've done what you guys have asked us to, so allow us to just try and proceed and make Calaveras great. I mean, the thing is I can't understand the fact that we are going to allow 5 people to establish what's best for this county. And if you guys are worried about the money for doing the election, how much money is left over from the millions that you guys took from us? None? I don't believe that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
I don't believe that those millions of dollars are gone. And if you guys need more money, we didn't have a problem paying for the registration, so allow us to pay for an election. Allow the people to speak their voice. And, it's kind of funny how everything has changed in here in a matter of a year. People used to be able to come in here and speak their mind last year, and at least people were cordial to each other. This is something that I really, really am disgusted with, to some of the people around here and the behavior of some of these people. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you one more time, please show each speaker the respect they deserve. I know we have comments, but let's keep it down to a manageable situation. Otherwise, we'll take other measures. Thank you.
Hi. This election is about medical access. You don't want to hear about medical, but cannabis is saving.
Ma'am, you're going to have to speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, this election is about medical cannabis. You don't want to hear about the medical side, but it's what's saving my son's life. If you ban it, then we can't live here. My son was vaccinated at 3 months old, and he was injured. He had a stroke. He's totally deaf. He's nonverbal and has uncontrollable seizures. CBD is the only thing that's ever helped him. 5 years ago, they wanted to cut his brain in half. If it wasn't for cannabis, that's the road we probably would have gone down. We live here now in Rancho Calaveras. You eliminating dispensaries and us access for it, that eliminates my son's treatment. I don't know what else to do if you ban it. I've done everything that the medical doctors have told me to do. I've been to all the specialists. I've done numerous alternative things, acupuncture, nothing helped. CBD did. He's going 4 or 5 days with no seizures. He's laughed out loud for the first time in his entire life. He's going to the potty instead of in his diaper. He's doing things that he never, ever learned. And that's because the cannabis has given his brain a break from the seizures. He's actually getting to quality of life. As parents, as grandparents, we all want that for our children. I'm sorry that the band people are so adamant and so dislike the cannabis so much. I get that. I've been anti-drugs all my life. I raised 3 boys by myself. And I totally understand that. But this is a medicine that is saving my son's life now. I wouldn't have believed it.
Focused on the election.
Yes, I wouldn't have believed it. But if you take away that access, it's detrimental to my son's health and our quality of life. Eliminating that and taking that ban, putting it in force, will keep us from being able to. I don't want to drive out of another county to go get medicine. I don't want to be illegal. I don't want to do things that are illegal. I just want a good quality of life for my family. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Crystal Kesey of Burson, District 1. I would just like to advocate for the board not to adopt the initiative today. Earlier this morning, Mr. McManus said he wanted to ban illegal cultivation. I have to tell you, the registered farmers are with you.
Address the board.
Okay.
Thank
The
you.
registered farmers are with the idea of banning illegal cultivation, but this ordinance bans all cultivation except in structures that may cost upwards of $13,000. The letter that was read about the scary people in Murphy's, that really resonated with me. Maybe we can use general fund tax dollars to provide faster law enforcement responses for unsavory characters and situations like the experiences in Murphy's. We registered farmers also want those awful people out of Calaveras. But if you ban us, you ban a group of public safety advocates who are with you. We want to ban illegal cultivation. Please don't ban those of us who care. Ban illegal cannabis via the evolving regulation process, which is arduous but necessary, and through the funding mechanism that you already have in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Mr. Zagala?
Good morning. I'm Al Segala. I'm speaking for myself. I'm involved with the Taxpayer Association, but the board, the Taxpayer Association, has both opinions, for and against, and we thought it best that anything the Taxpayer Association does would be directed toward just achieving balance, providing arguments on both sides, and try to be a friend to the voter without taking a position one way or the other. But as an individual, I would recommend that you place this on the ballot, and I think that this needs to be done. We put together some questions, 7 questions, and we're getting responses to these questions. From these responses, we hope to put together a fact-based pro-con analysis for the voters. Hopefully we'll have that completed before the election, if there is one. The first one, what have been the consequences in other counties similar to ours which have banned cannabis? It is estimated Calaveras has maybe 200 cannabis farmers, half of which applied for a permit, hoping to end the black market. This industry seems to be a major portion of our local economy. Question 2. Do the cannabis farmers have constitutional protections of their rights to life, liberty, and property? If the answer is no, who does? Number 3, is it true that the federal drug war is a huge failure following the same pattern as federal alcohol prohibition? Number 4, how would a local drug war be different? Number 5, if the local cannabis industry, is the local cannabis industry becoming more responsible and accountable? If so, how would a ban affect this process? Number 6, if cannabis ban is passed by initiative and is later discovered that the unintended consequences are too costly, would repeal require another initiative? Number 7, it is true, according to supply and demand theory, that the huge profit in cannabis growing is created by government suppression efforts. If so, how would further suppression change that? Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, new supervisors, for being here, and we're looking forward to great things from you. My name is Mike Gonsman. I live in Wallace, California. I've got a couple of letters here from some local law enforcement people I'd like to read to you guys. There's been a little bit talked about law enforcement regulations, environmental regulations and stuff like that, but before I get into their actual letters, I'd just like to state that I have talked to numerous law enforcement people that were involved, and I've never heard yet one of those individuals say that there's any way that they can regulate or do what's necessary to control what's going on in this county. There's no way. There's no way we can hire enough deputy sheriffs. There's no way we can hire enough building inspectors to check everything. If I'm not mistaken, the last time that I've asked, there's out of all, and one lady, a lady or gentleman that was just here talked about 200 permits. The last time I was, it's something more like 2,000 people. Well, let me say this. There's 2,000 growers in our county right now. How many of them actually were issued permits or even applied for them, I don't know. And that brings the fact that very few of the permits that were issued or the permits that were sent in have actually been approved. Now, this has been talked about before. I can't go fishing until I have a fishing license. I can't build a house until I have a permit. So it should say something to us, the fact that people are doing what they're doing regardless of what the law says. And this will continue. So in reading my letters, I'd like to just say that as Captain Macedo has previously stated at an April 12, 2016 board meeting, I think there is some public misinformation out there, and somehow the ordinance and the regulation fees and some taxes and some things is going to pay and just going to take care of all the law enforcement needs. This is inaccurate, and I want to be right up front and clear about that. The other letter I have here states, marijuana isn't going to bring our economy up, it's going to bring it in the toilet. Sheriff DeBasilio said on 6/8/16 at the Greenhorn Country Creek Fireside Room in Angels Camp at an event held by the Calaveras County Republican Party. At the same event, when asked on a scale of 1 to 10 how much worse it is now since the ordinance, with 10 being the worst, it's 10, he responded without hesitation, the very worst it can be. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I am obviously for your decision to ban this thing, and I hope that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. My name is Megan Zalvis, and I am the co-founder and Chief Financial Officer of Rolling Hills Bookkeeping here in San Andreas. Most of you probably never heard of us. We just recently opened in 2016. My husband and I came here for one reason and one reason only, to work with and for the cannabis industry here in Calaveras. We pride ourselves on working with men and women who are fairly new to the corporate business world. Many farmers are darn good at growing just about anything you put in the ground, but need an extra hand when it comes to corporate tax calculations and payroll structures. That's what brought us here. Farms and dispensaries desperately in need of assistance with becoming compliant with the legitimate business world. And even as the threat of a potential ban looms in front of them, we are still receiving a minimum of 4 phone calls a day from prospective clients needing assistance. Everything from setting up W-2 employee payrolls, submitting 1099s, general liability insurance, even something as simple as setting up a checking account. It's not an easy road, nor is it a cheap one, but I have yet to encounter a single farmer in the more than 200 I have spoken to in just 3 months who wasn't willing to pay every dime owed to state and federal taxes. Every farmer I work with voted yes for Measure C. Most of them have even asked me to inquire if they can pay the full amount early. In my nearly 20 years of business experience, I have never encountered a group such as this, an industry filled with people who are technically in competition with each other, yet they insist on doing everything in their power to help one another. An industry who voted to pay additional tax to their county to see the community they call home pulled out of an economic downward spiral and thrive. An entire industry who donated time and money to helping neighbors who were affected by the Butte fire. What you have here, gentlemen, is something that is beyond unique and rare. It is completely unheard of. And no, I am not trying to stand here and say every farmer is a perfect human being. You're going to have bad apples in every industry on this planet. But those bad apples are not among the group you see here today. Those few who have scarred our already fledgling reputation do not deserve to be working here. That is why we need permanent regulation and not an outright ban. The farmers I'm privileged to call clients and friends are not gun-toting, savage, dog-owning thugs. They are mothers and fathers working to feed their families. They're volunteers handing out Christmas dinners to the less fortunate. They are the names behind donations to Bret Harte High School and the Resource Connection. They want nothing more than to contribute to this county while earning an honest and legal living, no different than any member of this board. If you adopt this ban, you are throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You are giving up on Calaveras County's best source of economic growth. You are shutting down more than 500 companies, my own included. We are just one of hundreds of new businesses who are sure to follow once the cannabis industry is allowed to flourish once and for all in Calaveras. You have an opportunity to say no to shutting out a multi-million-dollar industry and giving us a fighting chance at the polls in May. I implore you all, let the voters of this county decide. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Diana Fisher, and I live in the Diamond 20, and this is just coming off the top of my head, so I'm very disorganized, but I've heard a lot of stuff I needed to hear today. I sent each of you a letter. Hopefully you've read it. Starting with the first point, it's against federal law. But moving past that, I understand the need for some people to have a legitimate medical marijuana product provided. It's very questionable to me because I'm not familiar with it. How have they been getting it up until now? So I would say, is there any way that we could do, like you do in other industries, a cease and desist until this very complex issue gets some better, more clear boundaries that might help everybody come to a conclusion everyone could live with? Doesn't seem like there's going to be enough money to take care of business whatever we do, whether we want to continue the way we are now or we want to ban it. There's just not enough. The other thing that I am concerned with, and I think there probably are some people who are well-meaning who want to provide a good product, how is this influenced not only by our inaction for years, but then by the presence, the overpowering presence of outsiders with a lot of money? And how many of those people continue to rent land, to put a lot of money in, to think they can buy their way in? I belong to an organization where issues of significant importance require a 2/3 majority. And so I would vote for some way to, whether banning it is the point right now until we can establish better boundaries, something that is reasonable, that is realistic, that people could vote on. There's a lot of people sitting here with the ban stickers. And what I need to say to you is I'm not hearing from many of you. Are you scared to stand up? Are you scared to shake? Are you scared to maybe say the wrong thing or be confused? We've been run over more than once in this county, and I'll go back to Coppertown Square, by money and outsiders, and most of that square sits empty now. And I'm afraid that that might be part of what's happening here. I've had some very interesting people going up and down my road. I will say that for those of us who can, get responsible. I stand out in the road, I stop their car, I take their picture, and I write down their license plate. I've turned them all in to the police, or I've offered them. They haven't taken any of them. They can't keep up. So thank you for your time, and I trust you to make a decision that will benefit the majority, at least 2/3, whether it's to put a cease and desist until we can get better informed or better organized or create better boundaries. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, our new board. Welcome. Thank you, Peter. My name is Gina Gonzalez, and a lot of you guys probably know me from Facebook. I live in Bar 20. We have 19 commercial growers in Bar 20. I live it every day. The initiative that we have gotten gathered signatures for is very important to me. It gives the voice of the people. It allows us to educate the public, gives the other side of issue a voice. It gives us a chance to say, look, this is what's happening. When we gathered signatures, we were not rude. I was not disrespectful. I was polite. I did my point by education. That's what we need to do, as both sides need to come together. If we ban it, there's consequences. If we pass legislation, there's consequences. We need to come together at a table and make sure that we both understand why we feel the way we feel. We are all taxpayers. I can tell you from 3 friends of mine that they work for a grower and they pay no taxes, no payroll, no workman's comp, no anything like that. Is that something I want in my taxation code? No. I want them to become legit. If they are not legit, I want them out. And I am first to confront them. I'm first, like she is. I will write down your license number. Those are the people that we need out. We want the people that are legit in here. If they have to be here, it'll be spoken with our vote. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good morning, Vicki Reinke, Angels Camp. Again, yeah, this is an important issue, and I think a lot of these people aren't getting up because maybe they want to tell their story, and we were told that wasn't the point here. So I'll get on to talking about the election. First, I want to make a couple of comments that this whole issue has been discussed in this county for years. The can's been kicked down the road for years. the whole time I participated and been at meetings. So this isn't new. And the other point is nobody's taking away medical marijuana. You can still grow your own. As a matter of fact, Prop 64 will probably override, and it'll be 6 plants. For anyone over 21 now can grow it. You don't even have to have a medical card anymore. So that issue is off the table. This is about the commercial cultivation and commercial business of marijuana. That is what the people of Calaveras County do not want in our county. And it is our county. That's the beauty of being in America. You get to, and that's why we all live in a small county, because we feel like we have a say in our small county. We live in the Bay Area, a lot of us did. You know, nothing we had to say really got anywhere. So the people here are very passionate about what they believe in. And we do have the right to our own local control. It's in both the MRSA law and the Prop 64 that states that we have the right to our local land use, so that's why we are legally able to ban the cultivation and business of marijuana. The other thing that is quite legal and is in the code is Election Code 9125, and that one is about the fact that when a people's initiative gets signatures and they get approved, it is legal then for the Board of Supervisors, who we elect to represent us, can adopt that. That is perfectly legal. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, I understand that, or we should take it to the voters. Well, here's why I think it's not necessary. We voted on Measure D. 81% of the voters came out for that election. Here's what Measure D, they spent at least $200,000 in our county putting out their message of let's regulate, let's control. They said make Calaveras safe, would curb the illegal marijuana growing, tough restrictions to keep Calaveras safe, outlaw the outlaws. All of that was part of their campaign. The No on D campaign went out and educated the other side. Here's why we don't agree with that. Guess what? The voters voted it out. They said, no, we don't want this regulation. That's been said by these voters. That's why today, for you to accept this, to adopt this initiative, you're not going against anybody. You're listening to what the people already told you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, new board. Robert Schufelt from the Murphy's Angels area. So we have a ban initiative in front of the board today, and you have 3 options, which is to adopt the ban, which seems like maybe half the room wants you to, and you have the option to put it on the ballot, which it seems like the other half would prefer. But there's also the third option, which is to order some studies, and I see all these competing sets of facts getting thrown around by both sides of this argument. And it's a pretty stark divide, and the facts are pretty starkly divided. And nobody seems to be working in the same universe, even though we all live in the same little county. We all have, we're just describing 2 very different pictures. So I would urge you to go with the third option today and take a step back and let's get a consistent set of facts and data in and order a fiscal impact study, see how much it's going to cost to run this ban, and if it's even possible. See what the impact would be on the local business community. These are all options that you have, and it could really go a long way, in my view, to clearing up and, getting these facts straight, so we don't have 2 sides that are painting these completely different pictures. And, and I don't discount people's experience. I'm sure that people are having bad experiences out there. People probably have great experiences out there with their grower neighbors, and they're not writing you letters about it, because that's not how it works. You don't complain about what you like. So I would urge this board not to adopt the ban. I think that would be a very bad policy and a very bad way to arrive at a bad policy. It should be voted on by the people, and we should probably let the people make more informed votes on it by getting some of these reports done by the department heads, so we can have the same set of facts, because we're just talking past each other right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I welcome all of you. Susan Morse, Angels Camp. I've been sitting here throughout these meetings practically since I moved here full-time about a year and a half ago. And I've listened to all of the arguments and discussions. Obviously, most of you weren't here before. But today is about the election. And I hear people talking about that we're going to take away medical marijuana. No, this is about commercial marijuana. It's not about medical marijuana. And for all of you here to know, I would not want my medicine taken away. I am a juvenile diabetic, type 1. I rely on insulin every minute of my life, forever. Without it, I will be dead within hours, days, short days. That's it. So I have huge compassion for medical. As far as the initiative is concerned, when the gatherers, the circulators, gathered signatures, every voter who signed that petition had the opportunity to read the entire context of that initiative. So it wasn't that they never knew what it said in it. And I believe also it was on the internet. It was available. It was available in the county. So I think everyone's had the notice of what it said in it. Your decision today is whether we're going to adopt, you would adopt it, or whether you put it on the ballot. These signatures, the number of signatures that qualified, that number is not derived by the registrar of voters here in Calaveras County. That is by state election law. How they validate the signatures is by state election law. The law could have said that they needed to look at every 5,500 signatures. And I'm sure they would have done it. The law provides for how many signatures they are to certify. So it's not a matter of the registrar or the county or whatever. They're doing what the California law says they're supposed to do. The initiative process also is provided, I believe, by the Constitution. So that's a right. Your right to decide today whether you can enact a ban or not, that's all provided by California law also. So that's provided for. And that is, you're representing the people. So the people's options are being met. As many of you have, I went way longer than I thought, as many of you have heard today, this thing is a big mess. It's sickening. It's been a mess for a year and a half. We need to end it. If you don't ban it today...
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Time's up.
You could wait just for a second.
Thanks a lot for coming by. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, board coming on lunchtime, 12 o'clock. Are we going to be taking an hour? Or you want to take an hour and a half?
What everybody else wants to do.
Hour?
I think an hour is fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking at 12 o'clock for a 1-hour lunch. We'll continue with this speaker. At that time, we'll break for lunch.
Thank you. Richard Perez. Good afternoon, Board. It's a reoccurring theme that I hear, that the will of the people have been assessed when that's not true. The will of the percentage that was assessed has been noted. The option to attempt to ban the emergency ordinance is there, but the option would do nothing but put Calaveras on the back burner of this ever-growing inevitable movement. Calaveras legislation needs to focus on picking up and adopting the newest regulation methods being proven effective by the rest of the law-abiding cannabis cultivating counties around the country, i.e. track and trace. That is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Please be ready to go sharply at 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We'll continue with our public speaking session. Anybody desire to public speak on this agendized item? Yes, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I know this is a tough job, but I certainly appreciate all the listening that you've done. Hopefully it's helped. I'm not here to support the ban. I oppose the ban. I especially oppose it being voted on at this level. It takes the power away from the people where it really needs to be. And leadership means guiding and helping advise folks to see what, to your group, to put them where they need to be. And you have a perfect opportunity here to make a statement of your leadership by taking this to the ballot, if that's the only other alternative that you think is acceptable. Certainly, I'd love you to renew the UO right now. That would solve a lot of problems. I come to this, I'm a half-time resident here in Calaveras. I ended up with some property through some business transactions about 10, 12 years ago. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's about 7 years ago. It's led me into the cannabis and the CDB. Both products work very well and help me. In the last 2 years, I've come up here and wanted to make Calaveras my home. Over the last year, I've spent $18,000 at Senders, $3,700 at A1 Sharpening, $46,000 in roadwork excavation, labor contract labor.
Let's focus on our...
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. This goes directly to the concept of banning it right now, putting it to a vote to the people, because this gives fodder for the decisions that are made by the people who will be voting on this. And I'm trying to highlight the fact that there are casualties on all sides of it, but the casualties are outweighed.
Okay. Continue.
Okay. I pay taxes. I pay sales tax. Much, maybe different than some. I've been in real estate as a business for 30 years. I've raised children. And if it does go to a ban today and you don't give the people the chance to talk, you know, there's $200,000 gone, including $30,000 in fees. So it comes down to me, for me, it comes down to one issue. It's property rights. I paid my taxes. I understand that people have bad neighbors. That's a sheriff's issue. That's a sheriff's issue because, you know, when pit bulls are outlawed, only outlaws will have pit bulls. And that's a problem. That is a total problem that needs to be addressed. But don't take my property rights away. When everyone has their own property rights, they don't have to grow, they don't have to let anybody smoke, they don't have to be in the area. They should be able to protect their property rights. That's, again, that's a sheriff's issue. But don't take my property rights away from my right to do what the California state says is legal.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Board. My name is Brett Gonzalez. I'm the other co-owner of Rolling Hills Bookkeeping. Something that keeps jumping out at me with the ban petition is that petition went out gathering signatures to put it to an election, and now the idea of pulling that off with the people's vote seems pretty reverse to me. From my standpoint, I see economic numbers that most don't get to see as of right now, with the millions of dollars that are coming into our county and bettering our county. The 50 to 75% passage rate for our registrants will bring in tax dollars of $11 to $17 million alone. Their money is not just circulating within our county, it's coming from out of the county and being added into this county, which it desperately needs. What I would say is this ban does not just ban cultivators. It bans all the businesses that are involved, whether it's businesses like my own that have been brought here by it, or the businesses that have been allowed to survive because of the monies coming in. Right now, we're faced with the problem of either to ban it or to regulate. By regulating, we're going to increase the tourism again because money is brought back in. Storefronts are opened back up. Property values are going to raise. Schools will be better funded. More children will be brought in, which then will bring in state funding. Or we ban it, and Calaveras is going to continue to go on its downward course. And again, storefronts are going to start to close, and it's going to put us into a situation where we cannot rebound from the deficit, which this is one of the only industries right now that offer a financial impact that it does to bring this county back. So I urge you, let it go to the voters the way it was intended to by both sides, and let the people speak, please. Thank you.
I'm Will Moore from Rancho Calaveras, Valley Springs, and I don't need 3 minutes. I got a question. You had a gold boom in the 1850s, the gold is boomed out. You had a timber boom in the 1950s, the timber's boomed out. If you ban the green boom, what do you got left? Nothing.
Okay, I'm going to take just a quick second here. Don't start a clock yet. Folks, I'd like to remind you, limited acknowledgement is good, but we have a lot of speakers, so I'm going to ask you to hold down the applause. Thank you very much. Thanks, folks. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the new Board of Supervisors. My name is Sandy Mitra, and I reside in Mountain Ranch. As Supervisor Garamendi knows, I'm a Butte Fire survivor, and at times that can be either a blessing or a curse. My comments that follow support any decision regarding the matter before you today being made by the voters. I have come before the board, the prior board, I should say, on several occasions in the aftermath of Butte to discuss cannabis, the urgency ordinance, and the value of good, solid regulation. As background, I live in the El Rancho Loma Serena Homeowners Association and am a member of the HOA board. Parcels in the association who have registered under the urgency ordinance, which I was a party to developing, are being addressed internally for violating our HOA declarations of restrictions. Those parcels within the association who have not registered are also being addressed internally, in addition to having requested county assistance with these and others who violate current Calaveras County Civil Code in a variety of ways. And I want to point out that that's both cannabis and non-cannabis related. These violations have been brought to the board, to code enforcement's attention, as well as law enforcement over a prolonged period of time. I believe much of the reasons for not stepping up are process-related, workflow management specific, and in many cases driven by the lack of a true program owner for the cannabis program, not evidence that the urgency ordinance is not working. All of this is somewhat concerning when in relationship to cannabis there is now funding for enforcement thanks to the urgency ordinance currently in place. Therein lies my greatest concern. How will we enforce a ban where there is no funding when in today's world with funding there is weak, bordering on non-existent enforcement due to the things I've already outlined? The ban supporters say it's your job as supervisors to figure that piece of it out. I say it's our responsibility as citizens to work with the county to identify reasonable ways of making regulation work, not by backing away from it, but rather by revisiting how that regulation is overseen and managed. How will we do more, which a ban will require, with broken processes and nothing financial to drive that improvement? I did not start out supporting regulated cannabis in this county. I came to my current place over time and as a result of believing regulation will bring funding. I continue to believe if we approach a permanent ordinance intelligently and with an open mind that we can foster positive change in our community, as well as fund the enforcement needed to ensure success. I ask you again, please do not throw the baby out with the bathwater by implementing a ban yourselves until we know if the water is truly cold.
Thank you.
Please let this go to the voters.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jed Richardson with Mountain Ranch Realty. I'd like to share a little bit of some statistics that might be helpful in determining the economic impact of this. So there's been a 32% reduction in the number of properties sold, land sold, throughout the county after implementation of the urgency ordinance that are 2 acres or larger. And so we have effectively stopped the land rush with the urgency ordinance. But I'd also like to point out that in the 8 months prior to the urgency ordinance, there were 1,056 properties sold at an average price of $246,000. And in the 8 months after the passage of the urgency ordinance, there were 1,098 properties sold with an average sale price of $273,000. So that represents about 11% increase in average property sales price in the 8 months after the urgency ordinance. So it doesn't support a reduction in value due to cannabis cultivation. So what I'm actually most concerned about, and I hope that the board can address it in the election for considering the ban, is the economic impact. And I really do feel that there needs to be some sort of study that looks at that. So once we have a ban, it could potentially open the floodgates again. Yes, it would be illegal, but that didn't stop the people for the last 30 years in coming in here. It's only going to throw out the good people and bring in the cartels. It's going to potentially lead to huge environmental issues. So all these 700 commercial grows can no longer operate, and they're the ones that registered, so potentially they'll be leaving. There isn't any guidelines for remediation of those properties. So that could lead to environmental damage. It's going to flood the real estate market with low-priced properties, which are going to bring down property values throughout the county. It's also going to squander the uncollected Measure C funds, which are critically needed for county infrastructure and programs. So I'd strongly urge you to do some sort of economic impact study and perhaps even an environmental study to assess the full impacts of a ban. I think we should all vote on it. I think we all agree on that. But we have to have the facts before us to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stan Logan, and I'm from Valley Springs. And as you can see, I'm here to support the initiative. I'm not here to argue the pros or cons of the cannabis issue. I support the democratic process you're charged to do, and that's make a decision. You make a decision to accept the petition, the initiative, or to reject it and put it to a vote. I urge you, if you vote to not accept it at this point, that at your earliest convenience, you bring it to an election and let the people speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Afternoon, Mark Bolger, Mountain Ranch. Well, the last time I addressed the board, we talked about some serious issues coming up, and lo and behold, we're here. I don't want to take a lot of time. I know you guys have been here for hours hearing many of similar viewpoints. I see only one option today. We need a fiscal impact report. As one businessman to another, I know that all you gentlemen either are currently or have been businessmen. If you're going to make a decision on this, I'd really like you to consider the facts on, taking my job and taking jobs from my employees. I'd like to be able to tell them why, this has ended up the way it has. More so, I think that, everyone can agree the voters need to decide on this. The voters need to have that information when they go to the ballot box. We need to know what this costs our county. We need to know what the enforcement of a ban is going to constitute, and we need to know what our community is going to be losing in revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Afternoon. My name is Louis Larson. I was a narcotics officer for the County of Calaveras for quite some time. One of the things I'd like to bring up is the cartels. The only problems I ever had was with the cartels. I ran across guns. I ran across all different types of problems with the cartels. Now, if you go with this ban, that means no money for the county. And that means no enforcement for methamphetamine labs, which are huge in this county. We need to be concentrating on methamphetamine labs, not marijuana. Thank you.
Hello, Board. My name is Trevor Whitkey. I'm with the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance, and I want to bring up a couple of issues. Specifically, I want to speak to Measure C and the fact that voters have spoken. The voters of this county overwhelmingly supported Measure C. The 67% of the entire county voted for Measure C. On a district-by-district basis, 65% of D1 voters voted for Measure C. 69% of D2 voters voted for Measure C. 70% of D3 voters voted for Measure C. 67% of D4 voters voted for Measure C, and 65% of voters in D5 voted for Measure C, according to the election's results. The voters have said that they would like to see the cannabis cultivation in this county taxed. They would like that tax revenue to come and be put into services for the community that betters all of our lives. Specifically, the Sheriff's Department in 2002 had 60 deputies on staff. They had much greater coverage on a day-to-day basis with their shift patrols than they do currently. Currently, they have, as of last year, 24 deputies on staff. This is a serious public safety issue that can only be resolved by Measure C tax revenue. And the decision to adopt the ban today would eliminate all of that revenue. It would ignore what all of those voters have said, the 67% of voters in this county who have said that they want this money raised and brought into the county coffers. Their voice will be ignored if you adopt this today. At the very least, you should put this decision off to the voters and let them take another chance at this and decide whether or not they want the tax money that they've already said that they want, or if they prefer the ban. The other option you guys have is to look at an impact study, fiscal review. I think that that would be in order, considering the unknowns and the variables that we're dealing with. It is important that we go forward knowing the facts and agreeing on the basic fundamental issues in front of us. So, as a CCA board member, I ask that you review the proposal in front of you and have county staff go back and look at all of the actual impacts and consequences this will have. As a voter, I ask that you, at the very least, put this in our hands, because this is an issue that we should be deciding. We've already come out and said that we want this tax revenue. If you are going to take that away from us, or if the possibility is there, put that in our hands. Thank you.
Hello, Board. My name's Ann Hill from Columny Hill. And for this ban, I know we've had a lot of speakers come up today and talk about medical marijuana, but it's not an issue in this ban. Medical marijuana is here to stay, no issue. So the only ban that we're talking about is commercial. The impact studies of this county actually have been done, at least to a point, if not all the way. I went to 3 town halls that had Sheriff Rick, our DA Barbara Yook, and there were other speakers also. They came up with the fact that Sheriff Rick says, yes, we have to have C pass and D not pass, because otherwise his hands were tied and couldn't go onto properties. So, yes, C passed because everybody needed that to pass. D didn't. But as far as the ban goes on what we're talking about today, we need to pass it. And it's in your guys' hands. Yes, you can have all of us vote again. It has been, the numbers show that when we voted last year, that the people of this county would vote it down. So we really don't need commercial marijuana. Barbara Yook says there's only 185 people that had medical cards at the time. This was last year, 2016. And 1 or 2 medical groups, whatever, could grow enough for 185 people. The rest, we just don't need the commercial marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public speakers to this issue?
Kaz Tomaszewski, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. It has been said today that there is enough evidence of public support for the ban to justify this board adopting it. I challenge that interpretation. One point made is that Measure D failed and that this is evidence that the people don't want regulation. However, the pro-regulation community was not united on Measure D. Many believed it was an adequate policy with enforcement gaps. The vote against D was not a vote against regulation. It was a vote against a particular iteration of regulation. In the same vein, Prop 64 failed. What many people don't know is that Prop 64 is considered by most cannabis farmers to be detrimental to our businesses and the jobs we provide. Calaveras farmers overwhelmingly voted no on Prop 64. Another point raised is the number of signatures required by the ban initiative versus Measure D. Measure D acquired the signatures they needed in 2 weeks and stopped. The ban spent months making a statement. The number of signatures collected were a function of time, not the will of the people. Other arguments for implementing this ban are to quickly stop crime, civil issues, and environmental damage. Whether it is illegal grading, illegal farming, or criminal threats, the truth is that the county already has the code in place, whether via the urgency ordinance or otherwise, to handle these problems. The reason we have these problems is not because they are unaddressed in our laws. It is because the county does not have the ability to enforce currently, because we are poor, because our staffing is dangerously low, because we have abysmal retention, because we do not pay them enough. The crafters of the urgency ordinance knew that this county is poor. That's why they built in a nexus study to appropriately adjust fees. It's also why they drafted Measure C, the real fuel that Calaveras needs to drive enforcement. At the end of the day, the difficulties of enforcing regulation are an argument against enacting a ban. As regulations stand now, we already have a ban on illegal growing. The denial rate on applicants is hovering around 50%, drastically shrinking the industry. If we are struggling to regulate an industry of farmers attempting to comply, struggling to eradicate those that are already illegal by our current system with the promise of millions of tax income to assist, how are we to enforce an ordinance that doubles the number of farms labeled as illegal while stripping away millions in funding? We have heard of the farmers that will voluntarily shut down, those that want to be compliant and have the means to find other work or leave. We have heard about what growers that will take their place, those that don't care about the law and certainly not about their neighbors. What we have not covered is those farmers stuck in between, the farmers that have no other trade to fall back on, that have kids to feed, that have no access to unemployment, no access to private loans. These people will have a choice: feed the family via legal enterprise or have nothing. Many of these people will do so reluctantly. Others will do it willingly, considering it patriotic civil disobedience against a government that failed to hold up its end of the bargain after the significant risk and costs incurred by our community to come into compliance. This break of trust will create a problem as of yet unforeseen, a culture of self-righteous anti-government sentiment from which we may never again regain control.
Thank you.
Mike Falvey, 40-year resident of Mountain Ranch. I know this is divert away from the subject, which I'm supposed to address, but I did want to compliment Mr. Tomaszewski on his red flannel shirt. Nice choice. We're here to address your vote on the ban, which is what I'm addressing, but the first thing I am going to point out, it is tied in with the vote. And I haven't heard anybody talk about the quality of the product yet on this issue. Calaveras County is well known, and specific areas of it, Mountain Ranch, Railroad, certain points of West Point, are known as some of the best putting out some of the best product in the country, if not the world. Now, you're telling me if we pass an unenforceable ban, we're going to stop entrepreneurs from coming up here and growing this great crop, which they can grow in Calaveras County's environment, one of the best places in the country? So that's number one. An unenforceable ban would not stop those folks from coming up here, cartels, criminals, you name it. So that's that. I don't know so much about having fiscal studies. I don't think we have time for that. I think it would take too long, i.e. the general plan. I think what we do need is we need some enforceable legislation. I'm not talking about something that treats all the residents of this county the same. I'm not talking about Prop D. That was poorly written. I'm talking about sensible regulation, very sensible regulation. And we need strict regulatory taxation of the product. If they want to grow it here, fine, but you're going to pay for that privilege. And finally, we need, well, it isn't finally. So I'm saying no ban, renew the urgency ordinance, and enact strict regulation and do it quickly as possible. I know you can't get it before this next growing season, but we have to have it done quickly. And finally, we must have, no matter what we do, we have to have enforcement. We don't have enforcement now. I don't care what the urgency ordinance says. I know we don't have enforcement. So we need strict enforcement, stricter taxation, and even stricter regulation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Carlos Pollo, and I'm a proud farmer and registered cultivator of cannabis of Calaveras County. Just as a quick background, first and foremost, I'm a family man. I'm passionate about what I do, about the environment, the community, and the well-being of all human beings. I hold a degree in business and agricultural operations management from the University of Florida. I have experience in organic food production. I have been a leader in community service. I am a young, motivated, enthusiastic entrepreneur. I have a great, thriving relationship with my neighbors and local businesses. I have a great group of loyal friends, many like me, and I am a registered voter of Calaveras County. This time last year, we were here fighting to protect our rights and to help pave a path for success for ourselves and for this county. We put a lot of work into this. We all know the history of cannabis in Calaveras, and we have taken proven steps to regulate and improve the situation. We had a very productive year since the adoption of the urgency ordinance, with over 700 registrants, relationships built with county and enforcement officials, environmental assessments, and remediations made, responsible growth, less crime, and a general unveiling of the good people whom this industry represents. The urgency ordinance, if you all remember, was designed to be a first step towards a permanent ordinance that was at the time already in the works and awaiting a county-wide environmental assessment. I'm currently unaware of where that stands, but was given the impression that that was being worked on and would take 6 to 12 months from the time of the adoption of the urgency ordinance. It is a complex issue, but we have made huge strides in regulation. The job just isn't done yet. We are relying on the board to help us finish the job, not to come in, give up, and disgracefully throw it all away. We understand the concerns of the proponents of the ban. Law-abiding growers share many of the same concerns. We want to gain control of our county. We're working on it. The urgency ordinance is not perfect. It's not meant to be long-standing, but we understand the natural order of things, of push and resistance. It is a necessary part of democracy. The pendulum swings. As we gain momentum, they push back. They have a necessary role to play, and we appreciate their filling it. They spent much of the year sitting outside of local businesses, gathering signatures, while us farmers were working tirelessly and taking steps to comply with the regulations put in front of us. Their first attempts for a ban initiative failed. They finally got what they needed to put a ban on the ballot. On the ballot, after several months of sitting outside of these grocery stores. These signatures were given not to ban commercial cultivation, but to put it to a vote of the people. It is your job now to ensure that the democratic process is upheld. A vote of the board to enact this ban today would be an irresponsible move and would have hugely negative ramifications, effectively resulting in all of the things that nobody in this room wants, including the proponents of this ban. We've been through them. This is a poorly thought out initiative. It is driven by ignorance, deceit, pride, and old school of thought.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. We have a point of order. Supervisor Mills?
Yes. For those that are speakers, please don't thump on the podium. It feeds back into the mic, and you cannot believe what that sounds like. So, I understand the passion, but please, don't thump on the podium.
Been a little bit of emotions in here today. No problem. I'm Bob Bowerman, net District 5. And I was home this morning watching this on the live feed, and that I'm recovering from another surgery, fourth one heart-related in the last year and a half, and a little bit of pneumonia. And then I just couldn't sit there and watch this anymore without saying something. I think we're kind of missing the point on a lot of this. David and Bill did a good job. They got the signatures, okay? That's here, and let's face that. The ban initiative is on its way, and we need to look at that and address that. I totally got that, okay? I think the safest thing for you to do would be to follow through and let it go to the ballot. I think you all know that. But before that happens, there's some information that we, the public, really need to have, okay? We need to have the financial end of this. That I've asked, and numbers other people have asked Bill and David, how are you going to pay for this? And the answers always come back, well, it's not our problem, it's the county's problem. That makes it not just your problem, makes it all of us, the taxpayers, okay? So the question on that is, okay, how much? What's it going to take? How much? The other question is the impact on how much money are we going to lose if the ban goes into effect. With Measure C passing in such numbers like it did, it's pretty obvious that the public they accept that cannabis is here and they want to deal with it. The failure of Measure D was just that, the failure of Measure D, not the failure of regulations, not the failure of cannabis. It was the failure of Measure D. It had some flaws in it, just like the urgency ordinance has some flaws in it. We can fix those, but that's another story. What we're asking you is don't go with A, B, go with C, okay? C is get the impact reports, get the numbers, get them to us, the public. You look at them, let's everybody look at them, and then let's do what Bill and David have been saying since day one. Put it to a public vote. Let's get this thing done with, and so we can get it off our backs, and we can all get back to our normal life. Enough is enough is enough. Cannabis is legal in 28 states for medical, 8 states for recreational, including Washington, D.C. The reefer madness has got to stop one way or another. The county has a right to ban.
Thank you, Mr.
No problem. Let's vote on it. Thank you very much.
Any other public speakers?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate the time. You can see by my sticker I don't need to set up a defense. We've heard both sides, and you've heard a lot of talk today. My concern goes back to a story, and every one of you as homeowners will understand. If you start to have a foundational problem, you don't add something to the outside that would tilt it. If you have a foundational problem, and I believe this county has a foundational problem, this county was not built on any kind of outside influence that would come in and split us up like it did. When the foundation is secure, then you build. And when things are in order, and you have figured out, I have sat here for the time you have, and I heard more questions than I heard answers. I hear the stories. I'm looking for some answers. And I'm one of those guys that goes to the foundation. I don't worry about the wing I just added. I take care of the foundation. I beef that up, build it up, and when I add to it, I know what I'm doing. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Folks, I want to remind, we have one trip to the speaker podium during each individual agenda item. I'm not saying you're taking a second trip.
Oh, I know I'm not, so it's not a problem with me. I've been here before, but it was months ago. My name's Patrice Murphy. I'm from Wallace, California, and I haven't spoken earlier out of respect that you asked us to just deal with what is before us, and that's the election, the vote, the petition. And I think the people have spoken. You got enough required signatures for this to be an issue to be voted on. Obviously, there's enough people that are concerned and want this ban.
And I would just like to point out respectfully that our sheriff has on numerous occasions spoken against commercial cannabis in this county. And he's the one who has to deal with all the repercussions of it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Dina Morris, and I prefer not to say where I'm from, and there's a reason for that. The grows around me, as you probably already know, are not nice growers, and they are registered, and regulation is not going to remove them. They know how to walk a fine line and stay in place. So I think first and foremost is public safety. And with this regulation in place, we are not safe. And there's many, many, many more people out there just like me. But they're a little smarter. They don't put their face out there. And they don't come up and tell their stories like I have. So what I'm asking you to do is make the tough choice, the toughest choice you'll probably ever make in your life. And that is adopt the ban today. We need to stop the madness, the mayhem, the crime, and all the negativity that has gone along with this regulation that was poorly written. We need to enact a ban today, and then you, as a board, can rewrite the ordinances. Take your time, get the studies done, get feedback from the public, get your information together, and put something in place that keeps the public safe, first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional speakers? Staff?
Rebecca Turner, Clerk Recorder and Registrar of Voters. I noticed a few members of the public had mentioned doing a fiscal impact report, and I just wanted to clarify, you don't have the option to call an election or do a fiscal impact report. If you call the election, you still have the option to order the auditor to do a fiscal impact report, and it'll just be placed before the arguments on the ballot if that's what you choose to do.
Any other staff wish to speak? I'll bring it back to the board for board comments, questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fry.
I didn't get a chance. George Fry. I had a career as a parole agent for the state of California for the Youth Authority. And during that time, I had to deal with kids that were constantly on marijuana. And obviously, marijuana has been around for a long, long time, but it was a real challenge dealing with that, especially with all of us agents having about 150 kids on our caseload. And I think the responsibility, I had pretty much made up my mind before I came here today. I've been reading and watching the pros and cons and going to the meetings and so on and so forth. And I'm not really a hard-nosed person. I've been accused by the folks that I work with in the office as being the social worker parole agent, but I make them follow the rules. And I think it's in the best interest of the constituents in this county that you put this on the ballot. It wasn't your problem when you came in here, and why would you want to make it your problem now? Let the voters decide.
Last call. One, yes, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. I wasn't going to speak today, but I decided after listening that I had to say something. In response to this gentleman right here that spoke about children and smoking marijuana, I must say that I was smoking marijuana back in the 60s, and I was growing marijuana back in the 60s when it was illegal. If you got caught with a plant, you were cultivating marijuana. So it's not going to go away, and it doesn't matter whether we grow it in this county or we don't grow it in this county, it's still not going to go away. Now, I would like to point out something else that I heard this morning from a lady when I called down here, and she said that there are approximately 15,000 voters registered in Calaveras County. I'm assuming that that's correct. 27,000. Oh, better yet. 29,000, even better. Okay, that's my point. My point is that these people that wanted to ban marijuana got 5,000 and some odd signatures. Well, then they discovered that of those 5,000 plus signatures, that only 4,000 plus were valid. So I guess the question in my mind is that you have 4,000 signatures, but yet you have 20 some odd thousand registered voters. How can you possibly take this ban and implement it when you have only 4,000 people that are for this ban? That does not make sense. So I guess the question in my mind is that you must put this to the vote. You must. Because if we've got 29, 25, 20, 30,000 voters and only 4,000 of them want the ban, well, gentlemen, then it tells me that we know the results of what the actual vote will be. So that's my one point. In addition to that, I'd also like to say that I am a registered voter in this county. I've lived in this county in Murphy's for over 8 years now, and that this is a very poor county. And you had over 700 people pay $5,000 apiece. That's $3.5 million that you accumulated in your coffers. Excuse me, but this is a poor county. You need this money. Now, yes, there's some problems, but we can implement how to fix those problems. The point is that there's an incredible, huge amount of tax money available to you by letting these people cultivate in this county. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, seeing there's no other public speakers stepping, there is no public. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, I'm Alan Sender from Mountain Ranch, and I'm a little bit irritated that I find myself here today. I have a lot of friends that I've seen on both sides of this, and I think it's your responsibility as elected official to set your personal feelings aside, do the studies, and do what makes sense. I think the previous board, whatever that might be, maybe you end up banning it. Maybe that's the best decision. The previous board decided, from what I know, after studying and learning, that that wasn't the best decision. And I think what is desired by doing a ban is not realistic. I have asked that question to a lot of people in this room. Is it realistic to think a ban will make it go away? Because what I know from where I live, that's pie in the sky. It is totally it's ridiculous. The concept that a ban will stop it. Exactly what these people have said. I've heard it over and over. It'll just drive the good people away, and the people that you don't like that are here because of it will stay. Our system that used to operate in this room, I think this is a courthouse, doesn't have the backbone to scare these people away. We can't change that. Calaveras County is not a change agent for this industry or this product. We're one little peanut in our country, really, at this point. We can't change it in this county. You have to set your personal opinions aside, as, in my opinion, you chose to do when you were elected and ran for office, and do what's best for each of your districts in this situation, because you're each supervisors. Now, I understand each one of you are from different areas, and you have different views. That's why we have so many of you. But you are, in my opinion, required to set your personal beliefs beside. Look at the facts. Look at whatever direction the real information drives you, and that's the direction you need to go. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name's Bill Schmidt. I actually own Mountain Ranch Realty, and we lost our home in the Butte fire. We have lots of empty space out in my neck of the woods, and I guess I'm just here to say, it's nice to put an initiative on the ballot. It's nice to collect signatures. Let the people do what the people are supposed to do. This is not up to you to enact a ban today. If you do, you're allowing a very small percentage of the voters in this county to dictate policy. So I would certainly hope, but I've been wrong about Calaveras County politics since 1972, so I would certainly hope that you put it on the ballot and let all the voters decide what's going to happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like the board to recognize former Supervisor Cliff Edson.
Afternoon. So I've sat here all day and listened to this, and sounds like kind of like deja vu. I've heard it all before. If you think that we didn't go through a lot of studies trying to figure all this out to make right decision, then you're selling us short. I've heard, when Measure D came up, we heard the same arguments from the same people.
Mr. Edson, could you address the
Sorry.
microphone?
Yeah, I forget to follow my own rules. So there were people that came up and said, you got to put Measure D out to the vote of the people. And that's what we ended up doing. So we have two choices today. My thought is let the people make the decision. Because you're dealing with lots of people's lives and livelihoods. So I've been a business owner in this county for about 13 years. I've watched it deteriorate. We've taken everything out of this county that could support businesses, young families, working families. And, I'm not saying that this is the all answer. But I'm saying let the people decide, because that's who's the ones that's going to live with it. All right, make it easier on yourselves. Let the people decide.
Thank you.
Is that for me? Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. I'm a little emotional because this means a lot to me. I appreciate you guys doing your job 100%. And I represent a large portion of this community that care about this community. And we work hard to work with you guys and want to continue to do so. And we want the choice to vote. And that's all we're asking. Like the gentleman said, the Joe Schmo before me, it wasn't your problem when you got here. Let us figure it out. We're your constituency. We put you here. That's your job. And thank you for doing it. Please, please listen to the voice of the people. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Norma Green, and I'm from District 2. And I'm very emotional, too, right now, because I just heard Cliff Edson say to let the people have a say. However, when they ushered the urgency ordinance in, the people had no say. They didn't take it to the vote for the people. And you guys have the power right now to do exactly what they did and do the right thing and ban it. I lived on a safe road before last year when the ordinance came into play. Now, there is a group, an organization who has bought a piece of property, not an individual, but yet they have a registration permit. However, they don't follow the regulations. Code Compliance was out there last Friday and told them to quit moving all that dirt they were moving without a permit. They left, and 3 days after that, they continued to move more and more and more dirt, and nothing is done about it. And I don't feel safe on my road anymore, and neither do my neighbors. And I say that we need the ban.
Well, last chance.
Board, ladies, my name is George Hurley, and I live on, I'm not ashamed to say it, Cave City Road. I know you've heard this a lot of times before, but we have at least 9 commercial grows on our road, and our road is not very long. We have a lot of elderly people that are absolutely, have not heard this too much today, but are really afraid to absolutely walk the road anymore because of these growers. They've got pit bulls, they've got all kinds. I know what people are going to say. That's the sheriff's responsibility. That's the SPCA, or whoever. But I've owned the property since '80 and lived up here since 2002. I'm a little nervous now, excuse me. But I've watched this insidious traffic on our roads. And even though marijuana is more or less legal to do now, that's why we're here, is that all hours of the night there are these trucks, motorcycles, loud noises. And I mean, they're scared to even move around in the daytime. They move around always at nighttime. And I'm telling you, there's a guy up the street from me had I'm exaggerating, about 8 cars got into a beef with one of these marijuana guys, and he broke out every one of his windows on those trucks and cars. Guy was too scared to call the sheriff's department because there was reprisals was going to be taken out on him. And that's why I am definitely want this banned. And I hope you guys will approve it today. And if not, I guess it'll just have to go to the vote. But my personal opinion is, whether which way it goes, the people will make this happen if you don't make it happen. And this is not a threat to you or anything. This is something I just want you guys to really think about, because I'm just a common guy. I wasn't even going to talk because I'm really nervous right now, but I'm just telling you a little piece about what's happening up there in that mountain ranch here. It's just really terrible up there. These older people won't even walk the streets anymore up there. They're scared. Not just of the people, but the dogs that run up there and everything. And it's just horrible up there. And Mountain Ranch is just overrun by this stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, see if there's we have another speaker? Okay.
My name is LaVon Miller. I'm from Mountain Ranch, and I wasn't going to speak either, but this gentleman really moved me. He is the reason that us growers want to do our part. We do not want anyone in our community to feel like they're in danger, to feel marginalized, to feel unheard. That completely goes against everything that us farmers are about. We are here because we love our community. I was affected by the Butte fire. Our family farm was completely devastated. The outreach that we received as survivors from our community made me decide this is the only place on earth that I ever want to live. I love the people here. When we need each other, we rise to the occasion. We support one another. The divisiveness of this issue is so sad, and it's completely unnecessary. If we talk to each other as human beings to one another, we realize that we all have the same things in common. We want to fund our schools. We want to fund our local animal shelter. We want to be able to take care of our children and raise our families. So please allow families like ours to do the part that we are so willing and ready to do. Allow us to be a part of the system. Please don't alienate us and vilify us and call my sweet rescued pit bull, who helps to teach the toddlers how to walk because he's so tolerant and wonderful. Please stop saying that he's this horrible animal. Give us a chance. If you allow us the opportunity, we will surprise you with our generosity and our love and our commitment to community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, seeing there's no other speakers, I'm going to bring it back to the board for comment and questions. Any board member would like to lead off, please? Supervisor Clapp, we'll start on your end if you'd like.
I guess so. Well, my partner points it to Caesar, and let him hash it out. But I have a pot farm that's legal next to me.
Oh, Mr. Could you speak into the microphone for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to send this out to Caesar, let Caesar put the judgment on it. I have a pot farm next to me, it's legal. And what you guys are saying doesn't represent the pot farm that's next to me. I mean, you guys had a year of doing this, and you didn't keep it under control. When I moved up here 40 years ago, I bought 12 pieces of property. I was going to build homes on them and retire. I had rental houses. And 2 years after I bought them, I had 2 houses already done. The county came in for a moratorium on septics because there's problems with the septics. I never came up and said, well, if you don't let me do it, I'm going to break the law. And I hear so much of that from the group of people here. If they don't get their way, they're going to still be criminals. And that doesn't make any points. It's going to hurt your own case. And I still have some of the properties. I managed to get a different type of system put in, and we went on. But during that time, me and only 2 other developers that came to stay in the area, we all had to move because of what happened. But that's part of being in business. You take a chance every time you do something. I took a chance. I lost a lot of money on it. But I'm glad I'm here. I managed to stay here for the next 38 years, and I'm glad I did. And hopefully most of you people will be able to stay somehow too. But there's a big problem here, and just extending it and keep on going isn't working out. And I have property right now I can't rent because of pot farms. So you didn't have to spend all that time telling me. I already know what's been going on.
Thank you, Supervisor Clapp. Supervisor Garamendi, go descending order of district number.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for all the time they put into coming here today and telling us their insights as we face this question. As I'm pretty sure all of you know, this is our second meeting, or certainly my second meeting up here. And so what I did was I went back and I looked at some of the previous testimony from earlier initiatives. And so I went back to July 12th when we brought Measure D forward. And I will tell you, I find it of great interest how many people were advocating for the board to do it and for the people not to vote, and now are advocating for the people to vote and board not to do it. So we all should check ourselves a little bit as to where we're coming from. But I personally believe that we need to let the people speak. Certainly the ban initiative went through the legal process. They worked hard, and now it should go to a vote of the people. I want you all to know that I get it. 68% of the registered grows in this county are in my district. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. I've had cartel grows on my property. I have 4 grows around my property, and frankly, most of them are all right. I do live on the same street as one of our earlier testimonies. And yeah, there are problem people, but they're also good people. You know, I think most people in this county, if you grew up here, you know that you don't get out of the mud by slamming on the brakes. If you slam on the brakes in the middle of the mud, you are stuck, and you are not getting out of it. And I think that throwing a ban up right now is the equivalent of putting the brakes on. And that could really hurt us in the long run. You know, we're starting the hard work next week.
We're going to be talking about the urgency ordinance. We're going to be talking about how that plays into the regular ordinance, how we're going to craft a permanent ordinance, or whatever direction this board decides to take. That's when the heavy lift begins. That's when we're going to have to roll up our sleeves and get down to the nitty-gritty. We got major funding issues in this county, and we're going to have to address those. We all know there's no money for enforcement. There's no hidden pot of gold. This is what we got, and we have to figure out how to work with it. And without money for enforcement, a ban is simply won't happen. I think our staff is working hard. I believe we're starting to make progress in this county in getting out in registration, checking registrations, and bringing compliant and uncompliant grows, listing them out. I know code compliance is working very hard to do that, and we're making, and they're out visiting places and making a difference. Nobody writes, I heard this yesterday on the news, but nobody writes stories when airplanes land safely. And we have a lot of airplanes that are landing safely. The process is beginning to work. We just need the courage to make it through the process and out the other side. We're already seeing that half of the registrations they're inspecting aren't passing. There's a culling happening. Bad guys are being sent away. Good guys are getting their licenses. So I appreciate all the work that people did in bringing this forward to this board, and I certainly believe that it ought to go to a vote of the people. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
We've been listening so long that it's almost like, do we have our voice yet to be able to talk? I would like to remind the audience that with the urgency ordinance, please remember that the county, even by normal own website, says we were in a state of pending. We didn't have anything. And until permanent regulations come about, it is equivalent to speculation. Land speculation, business speculation, call it what you might. In talking with our staff, my best way to explain it is they're exhausted. We've become almost a sore thumb to our neighbors, our neighboring counties. But they've banned it. They've survived. Everybody keeps repeating this. How are you going to pay for it? Folks, I've come from a big business scenario. I understand how to pay for stuff. So that argument isn't going to fly for a minute with me. Please remember, I don't live in a vacuum. When I ran for this seat, I walked to the doors of 4,300 voters. I held events prior to June. I held 3 town halls in my district between June and December. And I won in an unprecedented landslide against 2 opponents. But I've spoken with the leaders, both in and out of our county, water agencies, road districts, fire departments, school boards, law enforcement, civic, community leaders, including even our county staff. I remember, if you were here, I was here too when the urgency ordinance was being adopted. And no, it didn't go to the voters. 4 supervisors decided our fate. We were elected to decide all issues because, remember, we are a representative republic. We don't push the hard issues off to let other people decide. We are here to take care of all of them, not just the easy ones. There's something I'd like to remind everyone, and it's an inconvenient truth. And that is when we took our oath of office, for those that have taken that oath, it says that we are bound to do what? Protect and defend the Constitution of the United States first, then the Constitution of the State of California second, against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Yes, there is such a thing as a domestic enemy. Federal law is clear on this matter, and it cannot be usurped. And I refer to Article 6, Clause 2, Section 2, regarding the Treaty of 1961, and it has stood the constitutional test regarding marijuana. Please remember that the Controlled Substances Act of 1970 was passed by a democratically controlled Congress with only 7 dissenting votes. And that's the regulations that put in place a mechanism necessary to enforce the Treaty of 1961. Now, I ask you all that if you want a chance to amend this treaty, then do one of 2 things. You can either go and get 2/3 of the Senate and a President of the United States to sign off and get rid of it, or you can call for a constitutional amendment to get rid of it. Those are the only 2 options, because that is supreme law of the land. And for that, I will stand on my oath.
Yeah, I have some questions first. But first, before I ask the questions of County Council, I want to thank everybody over the course of the last week that sent, that sent hundreds of emails. I think all of us were inundated with not only emails, passionate emails, and passionate phone calls on both sides of this issue. And it took quite a time. I did read all of them. I want to tell everybody that I may not responded to all of them, but I did read all of them. And I did listen to the messages on my phone. This is an issue that's before us, like Supervisor Garamendi stated. This is our second meeting as a board here together. And it's a large issue in this county. It has been a large issue in this county for some time, building up to this. The people that gathered the signatures were very passionate. They spent a lot of time out there doing this. They're to be commended by using the democratic way and our process here in where we live, in the land that we live, to do so, to be able to get this on to the board or even on the ballot. So they are to be commended for their work. Thank you. But I do have some questions regarding it as we go forward. The first question I have is, can the board here today make any changes to the initiative that's in front of us?
County Council, you can address that.
No, the board cannot make any changes to a citizens' initiative. So the board's option is to adopt it without modification or to put it forward to the voter to the vote. No modification can be made today or going forward.
The second question I have, if adopted today by the board, when would it go into effect?
If the board were to adopt it today without modification, it would go into effect immediately.
So when we walked out of this room today, it would be in effect, a ban would be in effect?
Correct.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, board discussion.
Question number 3. Does Prop 64 have any implications on the measure before us?
Yes. Prop 64 was passed by the state, as you are aware, in the November election. There are numerous areas of this initiative that likely do not comport to that law, do not comport to Prop 64. As such, if this initiative is passed on to a special election, my office will be seeking an impartial analysis required under the Elections Code 9160, which is typically required of County Council's office to draft the impartial analysis. My office will actually be seeking an impartial analysis from an independent outside counsel based on my office's interpretation of this initiative and Prop 64.
Next question is, if the board elects to move it to an election, what can be done in the interim to stop growing?
If it is passed on to an election?
Mm-hmm. If the board elects to move it to an election, what can be done in the interim to stop the growing?
The board can give staff clear direction on a policy direction or policy directive of how to draft a permanent ordinance, and staff could move forward with doing that as quickly as possible.
And the last question I have is, if the board passes the citizens' initiative on to the voters and there is a legal challenge, will the county have to defend it?
If it's passed on to a special election?
Yes.
No, the county would not have a legal duty to defend the merits of a citizens' initiative.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
County Council, just to clarify, in other words, if this issue should go to ballot for a vote by the people, then any type of legal action will be brought not against the county, or will that be brought at all?
Certainly, if it goes to special election, there is the potential that it would be challenged. If it's to the special election, the county would not have a duty to defend the language of the initiative. My assistant county counsel, David Series, is here to add to that discussion if you have additional questions.
Welcome, Mr. Series.
If you pass it on to the voters, this office would not be defending. It would just be, we're third-party neutral, sort of like an interpleader. We're just letting the industry fight it out with the proponents. So we would just accept whatever judgment the court rendered.
Should the Board of Supervisors vote to enact the ban, and should there be legal action brought? What is the county's position on defending that action?
Well, then the county would have an obligation to defend it, and our office would probably recuse itself, and outside counsel would be doing the defending.
I'm sorry, Mr. Supervisor Tolton, did you finish your comments, sir?
No, I have a couple of comments, and I wanted to bring up that I, too, am newly elected here. Even though I was previously on the board, I am newly elected here, and I did spend time walking my district and talking to people, and my district is on the border with San Joaquin County. So a lot of the constituents that I have moved up here and lived from the valley, either young people because of affordable housing or whatever, and they have young kids, or the older generation that looked to build, they worked and put their money away and bought their perfect piece of land to build their dream home to retire into. And when I was walking and talking to people and knocking on doors, this was one of the major issues that came up, and most of the people in my district do not want to have it here in my district or in the county. They specifically tell you that's the reason they moved here. They moved out of the valley, away from that. They wanted to have their kids in good schools and away from that drug problems and all kinds of problems that were perceived. The older generation had the same comments to me. Now, that's what I encased when I walked and talked to people and knocked on doors in my district. So it was very clear to me, and I know the previous elections were brought up on the other measures during the November election and how they were voted upon and why they were there and so forth. But all I can tell you in my district that both Proposition 64 and Measure D were overwhelmingly defeated. And that was very consistent to what I encountered when I talked to people in my district. Again, it was touched on by another supervisor here. Next week is a very, very important issue coming to us too, regardless of what we do here today. It could have some impacts on it, but we are addressing, beginning at 9 a.m. next Tuesday, the urgency ordinance that will soon be elapsing on what we're going to do with that. And that's a very important meeting to go forward with and discuss, because that's the situation that I just talked about with the question about in the interim. What do we do in the interim if we pass it on to a ballot today, we don't enact it? There's going to be a time period between now and when it gets on a ballot and when it's enforced. If it wins, and if it doesn't win, going forward from there. So this, regardless, today we happen, whatever we do here, it's going to have an impact on next week and possibly the urgency ordinance as we go forward. So,
staff, any response to supervisor's comments so far? Okay, it's my turn. I am the only surviving member of the previous board that has a history of dealing with this issue in Calaveras County for the last 2 years. I must say that my personal opinion on this, and personal bias, if you will, coming from my background in law enforcement and seeing not only what happens in Calaveras County, but in other counties and other cities. I put those bias and opinions aside. I have to. When you elected me to be your representative in District 3 and a member of this board, I made that commitment, which I still hold true. I also hold the position of my office and the oaths I've taken in my life with the Marine Corps, the police departments, and the sheriff's departments, and most importantly, the oath for this office. And that oath was to defend the Constitution of the United States and to be the voice of the people. Not to speak for the people, to be the voice, to listen to what that voice says and make sure that voice is placed in the proper position in situations like this. So having said that, this decision belongs in the people's hands, not in my hands, not in these 4 supervisors' hands, but the people's hands. But I want you to understand, it doesn't change my position on marijuana. But the vote of the people takes precedence over anything that comes before this board in this situation. That's all I have. Any further comments by the board?
I just want to say one other comment, if I can.
Sure.
It's a tough situation here that we're facing today on what to do based on some knowledge that we have as a board on what to do going forward. And again, I agree with the comments from Supervisor Oliveira and Mills about defending the Constitution and what our duties are, what we're elected to do and uphold. So I just want to make those comments.
Thank you. No further comments? I would entertain a motion. And before we do that, Council, could you please review the options of the board on this vote?
Your options are, number 1, to send it on to the voters per the recommendation of the elections official. Option number 2 is to adopt the current citizens measure of whole cloth, no change, outright, goes into effect immediately. Option number 3 is to ask for a report that could include dealings with financials, but as Becky mentioned, asking for a report may cause delay and may cause significant cost to the election and push it back several months.
Okay, so I would ask that we design the motion to reflect those options.
I wanted to add that if you call the election, you can still request a fiscal impact report by the auditor. So you can do that as well.
I didn't understand you, Ms. Rebecca.
You can call the election in addition to asking the auditor to do a fiscal impact report.
Okay. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to accept the ban initiative as presented. Do I have a motion?
Well, if somebody made the motion, it probably would die for lack of second. So let me do this. I'll just say I'll make that motion. Let's see where it goes.
We have a motion to accept the ban initiative as presented. Do I have a second? Hearing no second, the motion fails. Okay. Next, I would entertain a motion to have this issue placed on the ballot for the voters' response. Do I have a motion? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make the motion to have this initiative sent to the voters, and I'd like to amend that motion. I'd like to also add to ask the auditor to make a financial impact or something.
Okay, does everybody understand the motion?
Sorry, forgot about the microphone. The motion was to send this initiative to the voters for an election, for a special election, and in addition to ask the auditor for a report on the fiscal impacts this will have on the county.
Point of order. I don't think you can make a motion that has 2 issues in it.
Counsel?
Certainly, the motion is the motion. You can have a multi.
Before we go into that, Supervisor Clapp, let's deal with the motion. County Council, you're saying that the motion as stated is proper and legal?
Certainly.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I hear a second? I'll second. Do we have public comment? No public comment?
I think we had a question, though.
We do have a question. Go
I
ahead.
wonder what the extra cost would be by doing
The study.
Yeah, the study
By adding the fiscal
Yeah,
impact
I want to see that.
study on what the cost of that study would be to include it.
Yeah, I'd like to know what that is.
Do we have that information available?
That impact would fall on the auditor's office. I'm not aware of what the financial impact of her doing a financial impact is.
And what is her timeline? Her timeline, again, is required by how many days?
We put in, if you
February 2nd?
If you call the election today and essentially approve the resolution that was attached to the item, the dates for the financial impact to be due back or to our office, because the financial impact report would be for the voters themselves, is February 10th.
Okay, February
That
10th.
won't be later, like, the mail out.
No. It would be. Would that then not be included in the mail-out?
It would be included as part of the election when we mail out the arguments for both sides. The financial impact would be included at that point in time. So the county information guide for the voters would include the financial impact report.
But it would not delay the
It
process.
would not delay the election.
And that election date would be the mail election of May 25th, I believe. May 3rd?
May 2nd was
May
the day
2nd.
set out for the all-mail election.
Okay. Does that answer any questions the board may have? Do we need public comment? No. Then I would call for a vote. All in favor of placing this issue?
We haven't had a second.
Yeah, I second.
You have a motion.
We have a motion.
Oh,
And I second it. Okay?
The chair can second.
okay. I didn't hear a second, sorry.
I'll say it. Second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, seriously, we call for a vote on the motion to place this issue on the ballot for the voters to decide whether or not to adhere to the motion stated by Supervisor Mendy. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by saying no. I'm sorry, I didn't hear any noes. Do we have 5 ayes? Motion carries unanimously. Will be placed on the ballot. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a 10-minute break right now, and we'll continue.
Let the cat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue. I'd like to recognize Cal Fire Chief Josh White. Welcome, Chief.
Welcome, Chief.
Lieutenant Haverty from the Sheriff's Department. Lieutenant. And General Manager from CCWD, Dave. How are you doing, Dave? Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Item 18 is from Public Works, to receive a report from Public Works to the Board of Supervisors concerning the January 2017 storm damage to county roads, bridges, and infrastructure.
Thank you, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I don't think it's any news to anyone here that in January from about the 6th through the 11th, we had some very severe weather, heavy rains, relatively heavy snow, a lot of runoff because of previous storms, and the county roads took some beatings. The beatings that we took were from large to small. We had a couple of incidences, and these are the large ones, where our stormwater culverts, our cross culverts that had roads crossing on top of them, were overwhelmed, and either the rock supporting the culverts washed out or the culverts themselves failed and washed out, causing road collapses. It's indicative of two things. Number one, the amount of water exceeded the design when it was put in, potentially 30 to 50 years ago, and that to get it replaced, we have more work to do. That occurred up on Blagan and on Murphy's. We had some failures on Calaveras Road and also on Campo Seco Way, all having to do with overwhelmed culverts. We also had a couple of areas, I count in my mind 2 right now, 3, where a creek is running alongside of a road, the high water, the high speed of the flow, and the scouring caused erosion of the embankment. The embankment failing then led to either some unraveling of the road or a threat to the traveled way. And we have that in 3 locations, on Old Gulch and in 2 locations on Gwen Mine, down in Lower County. The third thing that happened was up on Hover Ranch Road within the burn, where we had severe rain and scour within our existing ditches. It cut into the road itself, narrowing it, and the road cuts, or the scour cuts on these ditches were very deep, in some places 6 and 8 feet deep. Displaced a lot of material, and that threatened the roadway. So that was the third type of damage. Looking at a couple of specific sites, Blagan Road, what you can see on the left, in front, there's a little ribbon with some snow on top of it. That's the asphalt, remaining asphalt that's spanning where the fill behind the culvert washed out. There's a concrete wall in front. That was the head wall. The culvert's on the right. The flood flanked the culvert, flanked the head wall, washed out material, and threatened some utilities. There were, at the time, 3 active utilities above the culvert. An old steel water line, CCWD water line, a new ductile iron CCWD water line to replace it, and then there's a small sewer line that supports areas east of the bridge crossing. You'll also see in the photo on the left a rail. That's a temporary bridge that's spanning that gives CCWD access to their maintenance yard and to their water tanks. The photo on the right, the interesting thing there that I think you should be able to see is there's 2 trees in the background that are marked with X's. Those are bug kill trees. So disasters are continuing. You also see the large amount of debris, log and tree debris in front of this crossing, and that's part of what caused the water level to rise and also some of the damage that we incurred. Next slide. Murphy's Drive. This is between Moran Road and Vallecito Court up in Arnold. Moran Creek flows through there. There were 2 48-inch culverts. One of the culverts actually slid out of its fill downstream, and then the second one lost all the fill behind it. Because it's so cold and the snow on the ground, the asphalt was spanning the road, and we punched that down to keep people from falling in there. You'll also see on the right-hand photo another water line. This is a CCWD water line that was crossing. The one culvert that's in place, there was a culvert this side that is now out of the road and part of it's down the stream. Next photo. Old Gulch Road, up on Old Gulch Road, we had high water eroding the embankment, or the creek bank, as well as the embankment. You can see we've lost part of Old Gulch Road. That road itself is not very wide, and it's less wide now. Obviously, work needs to be done. The culvert that you see in the foreground of the left photo did have dirt underneath. 3/4 of what has collapsed. It fell at a joint because it lost the supporting earthwork underneath it. That's just that culvert drains the opposite side of the road and then up the hill from there. Next photo. Campo Seco, we had a culvert bedding failure due to the high water and loss of the culvert section. It eroded out, developed a sinkhole alongside the road where the culvert break occurred. When you look up the right photo and you see the daylight, that's where the break is. The culvert continues beyond that through the embankment before discharging. Right now, it's kind of being contained because we had pretty good rock backfilling the culvert, and that seems to be holding it together a little bit. But if we get additional high flows, we'll take on more damage. Thank you. Calaveras Road, we had severe erosion on the road on the upstream side of the culvert. It collapsed, the road collapsed. We closed the road temporarily. We backfilled it with rock overnight, compacted it, and reopened the road the next day. So it was a significant amount of work, but we felt that it was too important of a line to leave closed. There will be more work to be done at this location when the weather dries out, and we get a little bit more settlement on the backfill. The little cut through on the right photo that you're seeing is the CVIN fiber optic line, which was backfilled with slurry, so the slurry is remaining. Next photo.
Where's that at in Calaveras?
I think it's about 3.5 miles out of San Andreas, going to the south. Okay. It says Hoover. This is not Hoover on top. Next slide. Hoover Road, this is in the burn area. It is west of the crossing of Jesus Maria Creek near the confluence of the North Fork of the Calaveras River. You can see that there was on the left-hand photograph that there was a roadway ditch that wasn't very deep. Then with the volume of water that was carrying a lot of sediment in its runoff, it scoured severely, and then we had collapse of the edge of the road. This is an unpaved section of road. It's about 3/8 of a mile long from Victory Mine down toward the river crossing. The right-hand photo is a similar photo, except that it's coming from a drainage that's not part of the road drainage system. It's a natural drainage system that then comes along the side of the road, and you can see how deep that cut is from the stormwater runoff that was laden with a lot of sediment. Next photo, next steps. Yesterday, the governor declared a state of emergency for storm damage. I believe it's for 50 counties, including Calaveras. He also declared a state of emergency that would allow Caltrans to seek federal funding for repair of federal aid roads. We have one culvert failure on Jesus Maria. It's a fairly large one. It's a 36-inch diameter culvert. Done a little damage to the edge of the road, and that could be eligible for under that funding. Current thinking is that this disaster remains a local emergency. There will be the local 25% match. That match will represent a severe and additional burden to the department's budget, so I'm hoping that together with admin and through the budget process, we can put our heads together and maybe identify locations on where some of that match funding could come. Questions on damages? Supervisor Garamendi.
Jeff, what is and it's all new, it's all just happened. So this might just be a shot in the dark, but on a ballpark, what do you think it's going to cost us?
For the sites that will require significant work, and what I mean by that is it means that I have to get design engineering, then we have to get a contractor to do the work, or we go directly to an emergency contract with a contractor and guide the work as it's going on, or the third would be work that we may be able to do with our forces that would require road closures. That's what I consider major work. I did some rough estimates late last week and came up with just over $2.3 million. That does not account for the small damage. So the little teeny damages that we're talking about would be, we discovered approximately 3,000 new potholes. There's about 40 some odd debris flows that are small debris flows that either entered the roadway surface but didn't do any damage, and we've plowed it off, and we still have to clean out those ditches. And then there's about 120 trees that went down in the event countywide. 4 of them were previously marked as burn trees for removal. Today, all trees that fell have been pushed off the roadways, cut up into smaller pieces so that it's safe for the traveling public to use those roadways, but we still have to treat those. The debris removal contractor for the Butte Fire burned trees will be picking up the CC trees that are down. They're aware of those and where those locations are.
So we're roughly, from your numbers, and this, we're looking at an unallocated $500,000 or more to our county.
Just a question. Jeff, what's the timeline that we have with the state to get this done? Have they given us any windows?
Depends on the work that you're going to be doing, and the categories come in flavors. Some flavors they want a 60-day window to at least begin work, but they also understand, I believe, that some of the larger projects can take up to 3 years.
Okay. And you'll be able to identify which is in what category. Thank you.
I did receive a call yesterday from Cal OES based upon the governor's declared emergency. I met this morning with road superintendent and a representative from Cal OES. We reviewed the larger sites and discussed some of the smaller sites, and they've been out in the field all day.
On some of that, wasn't some of that could be paid by FEMA, and we do a study on in case we have rain coming in and damage to the roads, and we documented some of that back a year ago?
The federal emergency or the federal disaster that was declared in 2015 by the president, none of this damage would be eligible under that program. That program was for a fire. And so that any damage that happens as a result of storm or rain or flood is a new disaster. And to date, we do not have a new disaster declaration from the federal government. So the answer to your question would be no, whether it makes sense or not.
Mr. Krovitz, we just recently had another storm event, snow, ice type situation, especially in Supervisor Garamendi's district, my district. Is there any indication of damage to the extent where we have to declare another state of emergency due to those storms? It's a separate storm event. Am I correct in stating it that way?
I asked that question this morning. That isn't yet determined. Whether the storm last weekend that we just occurred where you had, what was it, 4 feet in Arnold? Probably. Anyway, I heard 6 feet in Dorrington of snow, 4 feet in Arnold. We don't know yet. I do know that there were trees that went down, and the count that I gave you of 120 trees includes those. I do know that one of the sites that we had damage on was up in Sky High, but we haven't yet been able to prove that because it's still covered.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions?
This is an informational presentation, so we have public comment.
Dave Eggerson from CCWD, General Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just want to thank your staff and Jeff in particular for their help in the situation that we encountered on Blagan Road with the washout, and that exposed our water line there. And most troubling, it exposed the line that we're replacing right now on a Reach 3A project, and that's under high pressure, and it's a very brittle old pipe. And so us being able to deal with that immediately to try to reduce the danger of that breaking. And then subsequently, we've gone ahead and done the project to take that portion of the pipe out of service. But I just really want to hand it to your staff, really been very responsive. When we needed an encroachment permit, Jeff said, it'll be there on your desk as soon as I can get it off, out of mine. And sure enough, that was the case. And, they've been on site with us and helping us along the way. I know we are going to have the Moose Lodge is directly affected by this. They don't have access to their property right now. That will be a loss of income to them and the services that they provide. So I know they were here earlier today, and that's someone you'll be hearing more from. So anything we can do to help in the way of putting things in the best place possible for you to get the work done on the bridge, the road, which is obviously the permanent fix is the county's project, being the culvert and the roadway. But if there's anything we can do, possibly by utilizing the contractor that we have in place for the 3A project, TNS Construction has done a fabulous job for us and was able to help us with the emergency repairs. Please don't hesitate and let us know. We'd be happy to try to make that happen for you. Thank you.
Mr. Eggersley, I actually was out there the night this occurred and was contacted by one of your staff foremen out there. I want to commend CCWD and your contractor for jumping on this immediately and getting the emergency repairs done. I know there was an issue of possible loss of water service, but that didn't occur, did it? We were able to make up those hookups without losing any water, and you should be commended on CCWD and your contractors. Thank you, sir.
I guess I'm speaking a little bit to history here, but I know Blue Lake Springs is always that little backup that you've got up there now, which up until last year just wasn't an option. So having that universal discussion in play is very critical between these agencies, especially in the times of emergency. So thank you to the staff for their work to make that possible as well.
We'll continue with public speaking. Mike?
Mike Valley, Mountain Ranch, District 2. My only input on this is that our county road crews, hard workers, I commend them for the work they do. Between the Butte fire damage and now this damage, they got enough on their plate. And if they were placed on taking care of these major repairs, I think that a lot of the daily repairs and some of the repair work that's being done in combination with the storm damage and the Butte fire damage, we couldn't keep up with it all. As hard work as they do. But I would recommend we ship out as much as possible on these major problems and let the local guys take care of the everyday problems that we have every day.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments? Mr. Frost?
I just wanted to make a comment. Yesterday afternoon, I was telling the Public Works Director, I was going through downtown San Andreas, and there was a public works worker who was shoveling dirt and trying to get the drains done. So he was wet and cold, and so I ran over to the little coffee shop next to the gas station and came right back with a cup of coffee for him, and he was gone.
He was on the coffee break.
So, how was the coffee, George?
Our coffee.
Did you stand there and look in the hole and drink the coffee?
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any board comments?
This is just receive report only.
Yeah, it's an informational report only. Okay. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Item
Sometimes it's like that.
Item 19 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution declaring a local state of emergency for the winter storm damage from extreme weather events that began on January 7, 2017.
Thank you. Again, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. This item is a recommendation from Public Works to have the board adopt a local state of emergency due to winter storm damage from weather events early January of this year. You've just been given a presentation of some of the damage, a sample of that damage. The chairman of the board of Supervisors, Supervisor Oliveira, did a director's proclamation last week, and this action would ratify that and then allow the county to receive emergency support, emergency funds for these repairs that are qualifying.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board. Board, we need an action on this as far as the resolution of the motion. I'd entertain a motion to ratify the emergency declaration made by me on the 18th.
So moved.
In unison. Okay, do we have a second?
No, you need it first. Who is it?
Yeah. Okay. We have a second?
I'll move.
I'll move. I'll second. All right, moved by Supervisor Tofinelli, second by Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by indicating by saying no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 20 is from the Administrative Office to approve an agreement with CAL FIRE for the use of a state-provided air curtain burner and accept California Disaster Assistance Act funds in the amount of $1.7 million with a 4/5 vote for a budget adjustment to increase the revenue and expenditures in the tree mortality budget.
Just give you a brief background on the air curtain burner. Staff worked over the summer with CAL FIRE and looked at a number of sites throughout the county, up both of the major corridors. We looked at a joint area near CCWD property, and we were trying to find areas that would provide us a regional area so we wouldn't have to site more than one air curtain burner. We found that through our investigation, a couple of them required entering into private land agreements and leases and stuff, and we preferred not to do that. We wanted to continue to move forward and make progress. So CAL FIRE, Josh White and Roy Evans and I spent quite a bit of time looking at sites around the county, and we settled on Red Hill, the closed sanitary landfill site that's off of Red Hill Road, owned by the county. There's a 5-acre parcel. You'll see it in attachment A to your staff report. We've been there. We've walked the property. It needs some very minor brushwork, some improvements by security gating, and we've run it through all the regulatory agencies. The comment period has passed, and we have all the approvals in place that we need to actually operate there after you consider if you're going to approve it. We also at current time, CAL FIRE wants to get the air curtain burner up and running now, so they've temporarily sited at the Vallecito camp. I saw pictures this morning brought by Roy Evans from Vallecito camp. It's rocked. It's pretty much ready to go. The curtain burners are there. And we're having a meeting next week with Public Works and Cal Waste to start looking at ways to facilitate having contractors move debris and brush into the site. So what's before you today is if you approve this air curtain burner agreement, it's an agreement that the county has with CAL FIRE to take their equipment. We use it. During the time period we use it, we're responsible for operation and maintenance. When they're finished with their fire season each summer and they have staff time, then they'll bring their staff in during the winter, what they call off-season. They'll work the site. They'll take the equipment over, as they're going to do right now. Once the agreement, if it's approved, they will operate it till we set up at Red Hill, get the gates installed, some work on the road and some signs set up, and then we'll be ready with it. I think that's about it.
So the question of access there, as you know, once you leave the gate on the Red Hill transfer station, moving down towards this area, that road deteriorates pretty rapidly in quality.
Yes, it goes to base rock. It goes from asphalt to base rock. We're aware of that. We're trying to minimize the traffic going to that section by only using this large haul truck. Instead of having residents and small haulers go there, we're trying to work a deal at Red Hill where we'll take all the material that comes in daily or every other day, depending on the volume, and transport it immediately out so we don't lose time
and we don't defer people from going there and messing up the traffic patterns going in and out of the site.
You answered the question. Thank you.
You said that we, during the time we operated, and they're not there, we're responsible for the maintenance. Do we have any maintenance costs, annual maintenance costs for this?
These are new units for CAL FIRE, using them on a regular basis. I don't know what background they have on them, but the agreement is pretty standard for just routine maintenance for us. There's a threshold. I think if repairs or something go over $1,500, CAL FIRE steps in. If it's something that's normal wear and tear under the agreement, if I'm correct.
He's smiling when you said that. So.
Well, they step in. I didn't say they're going to pay for the whole thing.
So they're brand new pieces of equipment. So is there warranties on these pieces of equipment? So if something drastically goes wrong when a county maintenance or person is operating?
We walk and they're stuck with it.
Okay. I just want to clarify costs associated with us using the equipment.
The costs that we're proposing to cover the costs of the site is going to come from tree mortality money. We've made informal inquiries, and it's directly related to removing the debris and brush related to tree mortality programs. So we think part of that $1.7 million can be used towards those costs.
Okay. I think that answers the question.
Chief White, I have a question, maybe a comment. Could you address it, please?
Happily, sir.
How you doing, Chief?
Doing well, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I sit on the Governor's Task Force for Tree Mortality, which Chief White and Evan are a part of, along with CAL FIRE. You need to understand that these curtain burners came from the funds provided by CAL FIRE in the amount of $5 million and $6 million, respectively, to buy equipment and training to operate to our tree mortality. Those burners, I think there was a total of 10 purchased throughout the state, has been designated to different counties with the high risk, if you will, tree mortality. Calaveras County is one of those 10 counties. I believe there's 14 now or 16. So we're very fortunate to have this equipment in Calaveras. It took some doing to get it over here. Keep in mind there's 15 other counties that need this right now. So I want to congratulate Chief White, Evan, and CAL FIRE for their efforts, and of course the Governor's Task Force for making this happen so quickly. My compliments, sir.
Well, thank you, and I'm just really excited. This is the first agreement between the state and the county for the operation of these air curtain burners. I think this is just evidence of the good working relationship between the state and the county on the tree mortality, and for an opportunity for the public to be able to dispose of all of the debris from the tree mortality. And this is certainly something, this is just going to be scratching the surface, but it's just one more avenue that we're going to be able to work together on.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Any further public comment? I'm sorry, Mike, are you done?
Yes, I was just going to remind you, there's two items here, and I don't know if you want to vote on them together or vote on the air curtain burner agreement, and then I'll give you a short presentation on the second half.
Council, can we combine these items?
They're one item.
All one item?
Okay. Well, then let me give you a brief description. It's the second part of this is to accept and do a budget adjustment of $1.7 million for the initial amount of tree mortality money that's been provided to the county. And we came up with that number initially because when we were doing a survey in the Blue Lake Springs area, which was part of a SRA grant submittal, we felt at the time we had about 200 trees that were physically in the right-of-way. Based on that, we looked at $1.7 million approximately would take care of 1,000 trees. And we felt at the time that would allow us to split this up in the county. We found since then that the mortality rate is about 4 times higher than we predicted at the beginning of summer. So we've already had informal conversations with OES and said that our initial request of 1.7 will get us started, and then we'll come back probably midpoint next year and ask for an additional $5 to $10 million. Briefly, the plan at this point is to divide the money,
and go down both corridors equally until the money's expended, start taking the trees out. We've had 2 or 3 discussions with OES staff regarding what trees we're taking out. Initially, we were only going to do what was in the right-of-way. We felt that we didn't want to get into the right of entries. We didn't want to get into the issues related to actually recovering the right of entries and getting access to property. After inquiring to OES about 3 weeks ago, we got a very definitive statement that we will take all trees that can fall into the public right-of-way and damage the infrastructure in the public right-of-way or the motoring public. So that makes this from a few hundred here and there that we thought at the beginning of the summer going back on a property as far as necessary. If there's a 100-foot tree and it's 75 feet back and it can fall in the right-of-way, we'll have to take it now. So we're going to have a right of entry process very similar to the Butte fire. We're going to have a monitoring process. We have to actually go out and take pictures of the trees, measure their circumference, GPS them. Then when we cut them down, we have to GPS them again and take another picture. Not quite to the same extent that they did for Butte fire. But so the first effort will be to put the contracts together and bring arborists in. They'll start marking. Then we'll start following that with contractors. And we had a meeting today with a representative from PG&E. And we're going to try and stay out of the areas where they are because we're sharing the same space. Their right-of-ways are paralleling all of our roads in the county. And we're trying to get their construction schedules for next spring and our construction schedules so we're not on top of each other. So that $1.7 million is a 4/5 budget vote for approval to accept it from California Disaster Assistance Act. And we have a 25% match. But if the local hazard mitigation plan is adopted as part of the general plan, that can be reduced to under 10%. And I think that may be the same case for the Public Works CDAA money, but it have to be independently verified.
Thank you, Mike. Is there any public comment on the second part of this issue? I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments, committee board member, regarding the second part of this issue? Okay, as I understand it, we're going to need a 4/5 vote for a budget adjustment included in this motion. I would entertain a motion to agenda item 20.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, seconded by Supervisor Clapp. Public discussion? I'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed indicate by saying no. Motion passes unanimously.
Item 21 is from Code Compliance to introduce and waive reading of an ordinance amending the building code to establish an expedited permitting process for electric vehicle charging stations in accordance with Government Code Section 65850.7.
Good afternoon, Board.
Morning, Mr. Brenner.
Long day for everyone. So this is I always bring simple stuff. This is a state mandate. State came down, much like the solar residential PV systems. You shall, to the best of your ability, create an expedited process. So in our view, the best we can do to expedite is we'll perform an over-the-counter review if someone brings in a set of plans, issue them the permit same day, and provide a next day inspection, and that meets the intent of the bill. That's it.
Is there a whole lot of this going on out there?
There's zero going on in Calaveras County.
Really?
I haven't seen one in the year I've been here. Not a lot of folks running around in electric vehicles here. But for better or worse, it's still a mandate, still a requirement from the powers that be.
No Teslas?
No, but if you want to buy one, I'll give you a permit the same day to put a charger.
Got a friend with one of Murphy's.
Do you comment? Supervisor Pufano, do you have any comments on that?
No, I don't. No.
Okay. Any other board comments? Any public comment on this issue?
Can I get a house permit that quick?
Yeah.
No comment.
We don't need a board action on this, do we?
It depends on how the electric charging in the
Just a
house.
reading, not a board action on this?
You have to take action, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to agenda item 21, code compliance, introduction, waiving reading of an ordinance amending the building code to establish an expedited permitting process for electric vehicle charging stations in accordance with government code section 65850.7. So moved by Supervisor Platt.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. Motion carries unanimously.
Item 22 is from the Code Compliance Department to receive a report regarding proposed Calaveras County Code Section 8.06.700 Administrative Hearing Procedures.
This one's a bit more involved. So very quickly, the background on this is back in October, regular board meeting, we brought forth a ordinance to repeal and replace the current 806. Basically to streamline the process. Our current 806 is very bulky. Staff finds it very difficult to achieve abatement in a timely manner. Compliance, rather. The board did not adopt the ordinance as presented. Staff was directed to research the use of an administrative law judge or an administrative hearing officer as alternative methods for an appeal process, and to bring back that set of options to the board. And that's what we've done today. Very quickly, under the current system, if a code violator appeals a notice of violation or an NOV, they receive a hearing before the Administrative Hearing Board. That AHB is currently designated as the Planning Commission, as I'm sure you're aware. Then if they appeal that decision, it comes to you, the board. Therefore, what it really boils down to is it can take 3 months from the time a violation is noticed to the time where we can begin action. And as we know, that can be quite a period of time. That hampers our ability to enforce county code and also the urgency ordinance. So basically, I've proposed 2 alternatives in your packet. One is an AHB, which is basically what we have now. You'd be doing the same thing. The administrative hearing officer is what I highly recommend. It streamlines the process down to 20, 25 days. I'm going to let county counsel speak a little bit to that. He's been in contact with Tehama County, who's used this very successfully for not only standard code violations, but also enforcement of their cannabis cultivation ordinance.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Ethan Turner, Deputy County Counsel. As Mr. Renner indicated, I've been talking with other counties who have similar enforcement problems that we do and how they've had to deal with them. Tehama County has had a long-standing marijuana ordinance, or a couple of years, and they started out with a really substantial problem, not quite as large as ours. They started out with 493 cultivation sites that were cited as illegal, and in the course of 2 years, they abated 454 of them. And our county, thanks to Peter's department and the GIS department, has identified over 600 illegal grows. So it's a slightly larger problem, and we also, you guys have an incentive to deal with it a little quicker than they have. Under their program, an appeal must be requested within 10 days. And if they fail to an appeal after a notice of violation has been given, it's jurisdictional. They have no further right to appeal. It becomes a final administrative order, and the board can immediately issue an order to abate. If they do appeal, the appeal shall be heard not less than 7 days and not more than 30. We'd like to tighten that up a little bit for our purposes because, as Mr. Renner indicated, over the course of last summer, we had many, many complaints, over 400, and I think there was 4 abatements. And it's because these guys can appeal all the way past harvest time. and appeal and appeal and appeal. And many of them, even though they accrue astronomical fines, they leave the county and they don't own the land, and they just walk. And obviously, that's not acceptable to this board or to the public, and it's also not acceptable to staff. As Mike indicated, a hearing officer rather than a board is also used by Tehama County, and the advantage is that it can't be appealed to the board. Unlike a hearing officer, the government code requires that an administrative hearing board issue only written recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, which you guys then have to adopt. Also, if an appeal is made of an administrative hearing board, you guys have to hear it de novo, start all over. If it's a hearing officer, their decision is final. And you guys can delegate all of your quasi-judicial authority directly to a hearing officer. So it's much faster. Additionally, Tehama County contracts out to qualified attorneys. The government code requires that an attorney with 5 years is eligible, experience in a current bar card is eligible to be a hearing officer. And I have a sample of their contract. I believe Mr. Renner forwarded it to you guys. It's really cheap. It's $80 an hour. And we're a similarly situated county. They're a slightly larger county. We could probably find attorneys to work for a similar rate. And of course, we'd figure out a study or do an analysis to determine how much an appeal should cost. But it's not incredibly expensive. Whereas if you went to an administrative law judge through the state, it's $250 an hour plus drive time, and it's just cost prohibitive. So if we have our own administrative hearing officer within the county, we can contract that out, and as we've found in other discussions within our department, it could be used by other departments as well, like for animal services and such. That's about all I have. That's how it works. It's extremely quick, and it's cost-effective, and it would allow us, particularly in the case of marijuana enforcement, to get from notice of violation to abatement faster. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
I think you're speaking to the two issues, and that is, number one is the timeline, how do we move this along quickly? But number two is the cost recovery. So, as we spend all of this time, but we don't get any money back for the effort, our cost of service is zero. Is not zero, but our expenses are there, and we get nothing back. And that's what you're speaking to right now. So those are the two pieces I think we've been struggling with for literally decades here.
And it just really came to light with reference to marijuana enforcement. It was really highlighted because we're getting complaints and we're sitting around on our hands not doing anything, and it's really frustrating for staff.
Okay. I like the idea of the administrative law judge type thing.
Ethan, a couple of things. You mentioned the hourly rate for this administrative law judge, if you will, hearing officer. You said state rates around $280.
Yeah.
You said we can get one for $80.
Well, the state of California, through two different programs, offers administrative law judges for these kind of hearings, and those are the incredibly pricey ones. And they're $250 an hour plus drive time. And whereas Tehama County, the program that I investigated and thought it's a great program, uses local attorneys, and they offer a contract rate of $80 an hour, and they've been able to fill those contracts. And those, that way the attorney doesn't become a regular staff member. We don't have to pay the high rates that are charged by administrative law judges from the state. And as so long as the local or regional attorney meets the minimum qualifications required by the government code, we could use any local attorney with the requisite experience.
I have issue with two items here. Number one, how are we going to recover any costs of this administrative law hearing officer and staff time? Is that going to be built into the appeal fee, or direct cost reimbursement, or how do you
government code section that grants counties this power. It's, I can't remember it off the top of my head, 25.8 something. It allows for cost recovery for abatements and the administrative costs of abatements. Additionally, we wouldn't be using this hearing officer unless a case is appealed. And we can have built into the process an appeal fee that would be determined probably by ordinance, so it'd be, rather than putting it in the statute, or by resolution, excuse me, so we wouldn't put it in the statute, so we'd have a flexible amount as we zeroed in on the actual cost. And when we did have those appeals, they're paying up front for the appeal costs and for staff time and for the hours of the administrative hearing officer, which would undoubtedly include preparation for the hearing and issuing orders afterwards.
How much prep time does staff need to prepare an appeal to come before the planning commission or before the board?
I don't know. Peter might be able to answer that for you. He happens to be here because he's prepared quite a number of appeals so far this year.
Mr. Mallard, welcome.
We collect $500 for an appeal fee. First time to the Planning Commission, additional $500 if that is appealed to the Planning Commission's decision is appealed to the Board of Supervisors. I would guess that we probably spend 8 to 12 hours on preparing an appeal, and our rate depends on who's doing it. It's based on the salary of the individual who's appealing it if we were to calculate the exact costs. But I would say our cost to the department, if you include overhead costs, things like that, are probably close to $100 an hour. So it's probably costing us double that amount to process an appeal. But those are just sort of rough estimates. I have not done any analysis to look at exactly how much that would take.
These are rough numbers.
But then, Peter, on top of that is, if they have an appeal before a board like ours, what is the cost per hour for all of the staff and everybody that's sitting here versus your staff that has to come here? Or in the case of Ethan, there's a lot of other background costs that this could be eliminated simply with this one decision.
Well, the Planning Commission costs itself are sort of a fixed per meeting cost of the commissioners. They've got a stipend. We do have my time and the staff members' time that's working on the appeal. That's part of that 8 to 12 hours. We do have one clerical staff that is taking the minutes, so that would be an additional cost as well. So, yes, there's some overhead costs associated with that.
Board Chair, I just wanted to clarify for the board, 8.06 and the notion of going to a hearing officer is regarding code compliance complaints. So I just want to make sure that everyone's clear. There would still be appeals for planning applications that go through the zoning code that would still go to the Planning Commission and to the board. That is a separate process than what 8.06 is. I just want to make sure that everyone is clear since we're talking to Peter as it relates to appeals. I just want to make sure that everyone is clear that there's two processes.
So let's clarify this. 806 dealing with appeals on code compliance violation investigations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which includes marijuana issues, which includes building issues, which includes that type of thing. And all that would be heard by this administrative law hearing officer. Is that correct?
Yes. So code violations, they could be zoning code, building code, public works, grading issues that are cited for code violations would be heard through the 806 process. The appeals that I was referring to earlier, thank you, Megan, for clarifying that, would be appeals of actions taken either by county staff, zoning amendment, or various type of applications or things along those lines. But procedurally, and Mike might want to chime in here a little bit, it's probably very similar as far as the amount of staff time necessary to prepare the reports and take them to hearing before the commission. But I'll turn it over to Mike.
Hi, good afternoon, Board. Sarah DeKay, Deputy County Counsel. I just wanted to build on what Ethan and Peter were talking about a little bit. With regard to how to set the appeal fee, that's something that, as Ethan mentioned, we can do by resolution. And once we are doing these, and once we have a contract with one or more attorneys who will serve as the hearing officer, we'll have a much better sense of what their time and costs tend to be for typical appeals. And so that's something that we can hopefully have a really good sense of and then have it set by resolution. And as Ethan also mentioned, and building off of what Peter said, in addition to code enforcement appeals, this hearing officer will have now this county office of the administrative hearing officer who can hear all sorts of appeals, include for administrative actions, including, for instance, animal services, which now we don't have an administrative procedure in place. So when animal services files dangerous dog petitions for dog bite cases, they have to actually file that in court at the Superior Court. And I think that both the department and probably the court would appreciate that's something that we could do much more in a much more streamlined manner by using this hearing officer that we have for those types of appeals as well.
Question, would environmental health also be involved here? Could you bring them into that?
I am not overly familiar with their regulations, but as long as state law provides for an administrative procedure as opposed to them going to court, then I don't see why not.
Just a thought, to include that.
Well, and I think that's a good thought. I mean, I think that there may be a variety of other departments and other procedures that could, at least in theory, now have this hearing officer in place to hear those rather than be going to court or doing whatever current procedure is.
So just to clarify, that the administrative hearing officer would have final say in all appellate matters brought from code compliance that we just discussed. There would be no recourse to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors would not be the final judging body in that type of appeal. Is that correct?
Yes. That's correct. So for code enforcement, if the board chose to, by ordinance in the new revised 8.06, delegate all of its authority to hear these appeals to the hearing officer, that's correct. It would sort of be a one-level appeal, with the caveat, of course, that pursuant to state law, folks can always appeal the county's decisions to the court.
Supervisor German?
I really like the idea. I really like the idea of speeding things up. I think it's going to help out a lot of things in this county. But I want to make sure that this is respectful and follows due process. We're not taking away anybody's rights. We spoke about the Constitution earlier. It's important that we check this box. So can you address that?
I can, and Mike probably can as well. Just briefly, there are, pursuant to state law and the government code, there are certain timelines that must be respected. There's a set amount of time that individuals have to appeal the final administrative decision, whether that be the boards or the hearing officers, to the court. That's not something we can change. There's also, folks have to be given a reasonable amount of time within which to come into compliance and within which to appeal. That said, for certain types of code enforcement matters that are time sensitive, we can certainly streamline the process, but while, of course, still being mindful of due process.
And the proposal that we have in front of us, the draft ordinance, that is compliant?
So the draft ordinance is technically not in front of you today.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
All the materials we've got.
So once we do bring that to you, though, once we have direction on whether we want to draft it with the hearing officer or not, Mike will come back with the draft ordinance, and yes, it will take all of that into account.
Thank you.
I do see here that we do have some options, because I have a little bit of a problem with it, and I understand you guys wanting to streamline things, but all code compliance issues taken out of our hands, I have somewhat of a problem with. It was first talked about the cannabis cultivation issues going that way. So we do have an option here, if I'm reading correctly, to separate those issues from the other code compliance issues that would still come to the Planning Commission, still come here, which has to do with building codes and lots that don't conform or have issues. that we would still be able to have some discretion in our districts. And because a lot of times there were issues that came before this board that I was able to straighten out when I was here before in code compliances, being part of that because I was aware of it. We're not going to be anything brought to us about any code compliance issues in our districts. It'll be simply going to there if we go that route. But if we go towards the cannabis cultivation way, those issues won't be come before us, and those will be streamlined to that area, and will still be coming back to us with the other things. And I think that's just something we need to do because we are on this board, we were elected to this board, and that was part of the position that we had. You know, I made the same argument when I was here before when the board gave away we were at one time the property tax board of appeals, and we gave away that section to it. I made the same appeal that there's a lot of times you have some control over your district and you may know the constituents and you know the situation and you know the problem and you can help resolve that problem if you're made aware of it and you know what's going on. So just a caution to think about that before we go down this road.
So you'd like to just thin it down to where it's only regarding that one issue that you'd like to see this
if cannabis
hearing officer concept.
And it would streamline getting those things going like he was talking about. And then possibly the other ones coming back to us. And if, as we're made aware of them, we can...
Then we'd still have some control over the result.
I agree with what Gary says, because when code enforcement first started, they had hearings and stuff, and there was not anything to sign off. If something was in my district, I would have to sign on that before it even went beyond to, before it even took legs to walk. So I like to keep that because when I walk my district, you could see which homes were very elderly people and the homes were just deteriorating because they didn't have the resources and anything for old people. And then I went to houses that you didn't want to walk up to the front door. And like in my district, we have churches and stuff that go help clean up the yards and stuff. And so I definitely in my district would want to sign off on anybody that was going to get, have their house cited or anything. There's no way I would get that to go around me without me knowing about it.
I wanted to jump in very quickly. So you mentioned you want to be involved in the citing and whatnot. That's purely code enforcement's prerogative. The Board of Supervisors is not. We don't come to you and say, Supervisor Klatt, may I please cite this person who's in clear violation of county code. We cite that individual. If they then want to appeal, it would become your prerogative, just to be clear.
Yeah, I was just telling you how it needs to be done here.
I understand.
I know how it's done.
Sure. I can also say, based on my personal experience, my professional experience, which is fairly broad, generally boards and councils I've worked with are clamoring to get code enforcement issues out of their hand. So I commend you for wanting to keep it. I can tell you that in the last 5 years, there's been I got conflicting numbers, but basically between 3 and 6 code appeals. So until the rampant appeals of the marijuana issues came into play, this just didn't occur very much. It just didn't happen. If you have a yard full of cars that are deteriorating, there's really nothing to appeal. It's many times with code enforcement, almost exclusively, it's a visual nuisance. So it's hard to appeal that visual nuisance when it's in clear violation of a code. So anyway, that's 2 cents.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Supervisor Tiffin, I agree. I think that's a reasonable approach. I would like to add perhaps animal control to that, since sometimes these things are not unrelated. And as livestock owner and things, we have to deal with that quickly, and I feel bad with our overburdened courts having to.
So you're doing that?
I would say, cannabis and animal
together.
Mr. Renner, question? I'm sorry.
I think that should the board's direction be to create an office of the county hearing officer, which is a little wordy, but that's the government code title. That hearing officer could be used for. It could be general. We could spell out that certain types of code enforcement appeals would maintain sort of the hearing board and then board of supervisors. appeal hierarchy as it currently stands, but then that cannabis-related appeals and other county matters such as animal services, dangerous dog petitions could be heard by the hearing officer if that's the direction the board chooses to go with. And just building a little bit off of what Mike said, I do think that it's important to remember that when the board, if you as the Board of Supervisors choose to stay involved in the non-cannabis code enforcement appeal process, you are sitting as a quasi-judicial body and determining essentially, whether the violation existed at the time and, whether abatement has occurred, and then, sort of simply upholding or not upholding the lower hearing board's decision.
Any other comments? I have a couple of quick comments. I would concur with Supervisor Tofinelli, Supervisor Garamendi, about separating the marijuana issues, cannabis issues, as stated. And also, do you have any idea how the selection of this appeals board hearing officer would be made and by whom?
I'm going to throw darts at pictures.
That works.
So for the hearing officer, as Ethan mentioned, there are some options. If the board were to choose to contract with local or semi-local attorneys to fulfill that position, the county would be entering into independent contractor agreements with those folks, and that could be put out. We would essentially solicit interested attorneys to apply. For the board, if it's a panel, the board could either choose to leave it how it remains, which is that the Planning Commission sits as the administrative hearing board and is the first level of appeal, and then that goes to you if they choose to appeal the Planning Commission's decision, or you could create a new commission panel that would be appointed much like others that would be only the administrative hearing board. Given the number of non-marijuana appeals, you would have to decide if that makes sense or not, or whether it makes sense to leave it with the Planning Commission. That would be up to you.
Now, let me be a little bit more direct in my inquiry. Who is going to select the administration hearing officer? Would that be a board decision or an HR decision or county council decision? What do you envision there?
I hadn't. The board, you as the board must delegate your authority, and that will be in the ordinance, in the new 8.06.700. In terms of actually soliciting applicants and choosing, I would imagine that would come from administration. But I suppose we probably...
CAO can... Sorry to step in, but the CAO could make the selection, bring it to the board for an approval if that's what's needed.
And that's what I'm getting at. Is that a process that we're thinking about if we decide to go this way?
Ms. Stedfield, you're thinking about something.
The contract would likely come to the board, and the board could decide based on a contract with a local attorney. There is the potential, if it's a hearing officer, a single hearing officer, where there is a pool of hearing officers so that there are multiple attorneys that the county could pull from based on need and availability and things of that nature.
And I think we would recommend there being multiple, both for scheduling purposes. If the idea part of the idea is to move things along more quickly, we don't want to have one individual who may or may not be available. And also, there are possible conflicts and someone may need to be disqualified, and then we would have backups.
It's much like a list of arbitrators. If you
right.
Exactly.
That was my goal.
And that's what I would firmly recommend, especially due to the new different developments here in the county. Many of the local attorneys are working likely with folks who would be having these issues. So
for the purpose of making clear direction to staff,
thank you.
I'll solicit the help of my fellow supervisors. You're right. We're going to hear public comments at this time.
My name is Raymond Smith from Valley Springs. When I had a conversation with the planning department about caregiver and patient grows, my understanding from the conversation was that we could come into compliance at any time. So what I did not get through that conversation was that if we are abated on, if there is a notice given to us, could we still come into compliance? And if that delegation power is given away from you guys to another entity, what is, I should say, can we still come into compliance at that time? Are we as caregivers denied the ability to come into compliance once we're given an abatement notice because of this administrative law judge being contracted out? As well, I have another sort of interesting question about the indemnification clause in some contracts and whether this person would be indemnified and how that would resolve our rights as citizens. Thank you.
Mr. Mauer?
Maybe I can address that question. It sort of gets back to the point that Megan had brought up. There's actually two sort of parallel processes here. So if a caregiver registration applicant were to be denied for some reason, he would have right to appeal the planning director's denial of that application to the planning commission and then to the board. Right. Once he's exhausted those remedies, there is the parallel process of appealing the citation. So if he's denied by the county for his registration, code enforcement would go out there, and if they're cultivating still, would be cited for cultivating without proper registration. That second process is what this is about, is the code enforcement citation appeal process, not the registration denial and appeal process. So hopefully that clarifies it.
Good job. Good job.
I'm sorry, I also have one other small point of clarification, and I was probably unclear before. If the board chooses to delegate its authority to a hearing officer for some or all of code enforcement matters, while the board, the contract, the actual terms of the contract could absolutely come to the board, the actual selection of the hearing officers, if the board has chosen to delegate all of its authority in that area to the hearing officers, the board, for reasons of due process, should not be involved in choosing those individuals, if that distinction makes sense. The general terms of the contract, have a look at that, but selection, I think, and again, I don't know if that would go through administration and or through HR.
So who would be delegated that responsibility? Would it be the CAO's office or administration, HR, what?
Well, no, I'm sorry. The authority that's being delegated is the authority to hear and decide on all of the matters, and that's being delegated to the hearing office, these contract attorney or attorneys, whomever they are.
That's not answering the question. How do we get to that attorney to be that authority? And that's what I think the question is. We want to know about a pool of people, say if there's 3 or 5 or whatever that's come up with and a contract comes to us. How do you get to the 3 or 5, pool of 3 or 5? Much like the CAO position now, is there's a pool, and the interim one is putting together, along with HR, a pool for us to interview. We want to know about how we get to the 3 or 5.
Let me clarify. The 3 or 5 would be a pool where the contract for each of these individual attorneys could come to the board, and the board could review the contracts for them, and they would comprise the pool of the various people that could potentially sit as the hearing officer. The Office of Administrative Hearing would be in the administrative office, and so the CAO, when an appeal would actually come forward, it would be the CAO that would then select an attorney from the pool to then hear the appeal. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, and I apologize. And I think that a lot of counties do it just alphabetically. If they have a pool of 5 people, the hearings are scheduled. The next one is the first in line alphabetically, unless that person gets disqualified, and then it goes to the next.
Okay, that brings up one issue. I hate being the bad guy in this. Brings up one issue. Does the appellant have the choice of choosing
So
Hearing
the
officer,
appellant
or
would,
is it designated solely by, in this case, example, the CAO?
the appellant would
There's no,
not be able to choose. That said, due process generally would suggest that the appellant would have perhaps one opportunity to disqualify the sort of randomly selected, whether it be alphabetical or whatever else, person who comes up because there might be a conflict of interest, something like that, but then it would just go to the next person in line alphabetically. It would not be selected by the appellant.
could we make sure we address that in any type of draft that comes before the board?
That's the plan.
So you'd want to include one bite of the apple in there somewhere? Want to include the one bite of the apple in there somewhere?
One chance to disqualify, yes, and I think that's addressed in the draft.
It is in the draft here.
Okay, good.
Absolutely. And then what the assumption is you would get your one disqualification as a alleged violator. And then next down the line, if that happened to be an attorney that worked with that individual in the past, the onus would be on that attorney to disqualify themselves. We're going to
recuse themselves.
Assume that they're ethical and moral.
Any other issues we need to discuss? County Council, can we clarify direction to staff to make sure everybody's talking apples and apples? What we need staff to do at this point, and that would be number one, correct me if I'm wrong, that we are going to look at a position of a appeals hearing board / officer, if you will, and they will handle code compliance appeals other than cannabis issues. Is that correct? Am I stating that correct?
They would handle only.
They would handle
only code compliance.
Code compliance.
Citation appeals. Is that correct?
Of cannabis and animal control issues.
Is that what we talked about?
Gary, why don't you frame it there?
Yeah.
Go ahead and say it. So animal control is going to be a separate issue. This is purely 806. These are code compliance issues only. Certainly, once we create the office of hearing officer, it can be used. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we're putting together that all code compliance issues, when a citation is issued for cannabis cultivation issues only. All other issues that are code issues will come to us when there's a citation, much like they do now. And we have one item number 23 coming before us. If this goes into effect, that item 23 would not come before us anymore.
Supervisor Tuffanelli, I want to clarify. Item 23 is not code compliance. Item 23 is
It's an
planning.
appeal.
It's an appeal to planning decision. They're separate issues.
You're right. That still would come to us.
Correct.
It would be a code compliance. If we uphold this appeal and they go out and they send a citation,
Then if the citation,
then that would go to the, yes.
Okay, now I understand. Is that clear? Did we get that issue clear for you?
It's clear. I sifted through. I got it. So there will be.
I do want clarification,
Okay.
since I'll be assisting my coach
Let me
Yeah.
ask real quick. So to be very clear, we're going to create an Office of Administrative Hearing Officer to deal with cannabis-related issues only. So it's the hybrid system that's, I think it's choice 5 for the board. And then we'll have an AHB for all other code-related issues, much exactly like we have now. Planning Commission is the AHB. If they don't like that decision, not the ultimate, but the next step is to appeal to the board. Whereas the cannabis-related issues strictly would go to the hearing officer. That would be the final say. The board's authority would be delegated to that individual.
Correct.
Okay.
If I could add one more thing. When we bring forward the final on this, if we could have some discussion of the actual costs and how we'll be recovering that, what it'll cost our general fund, if anything. I'd appreciate it.
Right. So just right off the bat, I can tell you that any code-related issues will have zero impact, good or bad, on the general fund. We don't impact the general fund.
Well, that's always nice.
Mr. Renner, just so I'm clear now.
Yes.
How can it have a zero effect when paying salaries and when paying compensation to these hearing officers plus staff time to do all that? So what you're telling me is the fines levied would cover that cost, or the appeal fee?
The cost of the appeal fee, will, once we vet what the actual cost is, right now we're just kind of doing it. and I know we're eating cost.
So I asked.
Yeah, so, and no two appeals will be exactly the same, but we'll get a very good idea, and we'll get a very fair number of appeals cost to the public, so we're achieving cost recovery and nothing more.
Okay. I would agree with that. Yeah. Now, next issue. What's our expected timeline to see a draft?
Next week?
Tuesday?
14th, February 14th.
You can shoot for the 14th to see a full
14th
draft.
of February?
This has been in the works for a while. So.
Okay. If you can make that deadline, that'd be very commendable. Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Staff, any questions? Thank you very much, folks. Got it all.
You got it all? It's all up here?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to our next item, let's take a short 10-minute break.
Thank you.
3 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-812 for Bella Amin on 2540 Blue Ridge Road, APN 014-009-028, file 2016-1140.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be an appeals hearing, which is different from a regular board meeting. We have an agenda that we follow, procedure, if you will, and that will be a staff presentation and board questions of staff, presentation by the appellant, obviously represented by counsel. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. A presentation by members of the public. They'll be limited to 5 minutes for each person. Summation and rebuttal by appellants. You have a 15-minute time limit on that, sir. Staff summation and rebuttal. Surrebuttal by members of the public. Close of the appeals hearing and board discussions, question and action. Okay. Any questions on the procedure? Thank you. We'll open the appeals hearing. You identify yourself and proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mitch Abdella.
I believe it's staff goes first.
Staff first. One, Chair, can you clarify on the procedure of what's going to be submitted to us as evidence?
Oh, by all means. Evidence to be considered in the appeals hearing will be that evidence presented to the board and the Planning Commission at the time of the application and when it was heard by the commission itself. Any other evidence shall not be considered by the board according to law. Is that correct, counsel? Would you like to add anything to that?
No, just that any evidence that was presented to the Planning Commission will be ripe for discussion and consideration by the board. No additional or new evidence should be considered by the board. If new evidence is presented, the board can either refuse to hear the new evidence and make a decision based on what was presented to the Planning Commission, or alternatively, you can always refer or remand it back to the Planning Commission so that they can consider the new or changed evidence and see if it changes their mind.
Counsel, I have a question regarding that issue. The board members were handed appears to be a legal document stamped received by Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, January 23rd, 2017. It appears to be submitted by the appellate's attorney. This information was received yesterday, I understand, and depending on its content, we may or may not consider it. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was filed with the board clerk yesterday, and any evidence that was presented to the Planning Commission can be considered by this board, and any evidence in this brief that was previously presented to the Planning Commission can be considered by this board.
Okay. Staff and appellate attorney, I would recommend that you advise, if that information comes into discussion, that it was presented at that time to the Planning Commission. Is that fair? Thank you.
Yeah, this was a resuscitation of the information that was conveyed on December 8th at the Planning Commission hearing.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Proceed, Mr. Mount.
I'd like to have my staff, Miguel Contreras, make the presentation.
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. This is Miguel Contreras.
I'm going to have to ask you to speak right into that microphone.
This is an appeal for 2016-1140 for Bilal Amin. It's a commercial cannabis registration denial by the Planning Commission. Just to give it a little bit of context, this is the cultivation location. The 5.36 acre parcel is located at 2540 Blue Ridge Road in Glencoe. Reasons for denial by the Planning Department initially was cultivation site was not properly secured. Cultivation site was partially in public view, and applicant did not post application pending certificate. As you can see, there's a violation of 17.95, 165, and 10, inadequate fencing and an unsecure cultivation area. These pictures were taken by code enforcement during a complaint inspection on September 28, 2016. By October 27, 2016, Mr. Amin had not submitted proof to code enforcement of a secured area. Furthermore, this is a violation of improper screening. As you can see, the cultivation site is visible from a private road. This is a violation of 17.95.165 and 11. Also, this photo was taken by code enforcement on that September 28th inspection, and also by October 27th, the date of denial. Mr. Amin had not submitted proof that he had properly screened his cultivation site. In addition to that, there's a violation of 17.95.165I. Mr. Amin did not post his application pending certificate. He was made aware of this by code compliance on their inspection. And same thing, he did not provide proof to code compliance by October 27th that he had fixed this issue. This noncompliance was acknowledged in the appeal letter submitted by Mr. Abdullah in the appeal to the Planning Commission. And as you can see in the photo submitted, it's still non-compliant. The Section 17.95.165I requires that the application pending certificate be or have reflective material that will let a peace officer or a code enforcement officer easily locate that registration at night if need be. During the Planning Commission hearing, Mr. Amin stated a few things. To give it a little context, in their appeal letter, Mr. Amin stated that part of the reason why his cultivation site was not properly screened or fenced was because a county representative told him that his fencing and screening were interfering with the drainage ditch. However, Mr. Amin and Mr. Abdullah were unable to produce the name or the department of said county employee. And furthermore, Mr. Amin stated that the fence that he was told to remove was a second fence, and it was irrelevant for compliance. Another thing that Mr. Amin stated in the Planning Commission hearing was that code compliance told one of his employees of the requirements to fix his fencing and screening. And Mr. Amin also stated that he delegated those tasks to his employee to take care of. Furthermore, Mr. Amin also stated that a neighbor sent him a photo of code compliance's written notice. Mr. Amin also stated that his fence was partially completed as of September 28th. So as of September 28th, he never had a fully enclosed cultivation area as required by the section. And lastly, Mr. Amin also stated that he should have contacted code compliance with proof of compliance, but he let it go since his harvest was completed. The Planning Commission findings. So based on 17.95.165N, which reads, the following additional requirements apply to the registration of sites of commercial cultivation of medical cannabis. The subsection is 10, which specifically states that an outdoor or mixed-light cultivation area shall be fully enclosed by a 6-foot tall fence. And subsection 11, which states that reasonable screening from public view shall be provided. Public view shall mean view from a public or private road. And as you could see from the photos seen earlier, the cultivation site was not fully enclosed, and the cultivation site was in a public view or from a private road. Furthermore, in the Planning Commission's findings, a partially enclosed unsecured cultivation area that remained that way until September 28th does not meet 17.95.165 and 10. And an unsecured cultivation area that could be seen from a private road and remained that way until September 28th does not meet 17.95.165 and 11. And once more, subsection N states that these conditions need to be met for registration to happen. And the registration deadline was June 30th. And these violations were from June 30th to September 28th, 90 days. And lastly, the Planning Commission found that failure to post application pending by September 28th is also a violation of 17.95.165I. Here's some supplemental photos that for you to see. And as you can see, the cultivation side, there's no fencing on this aspect of it. There appears to be some fencing over here, but if you look closely, that is plastic netting. Part of the requirement of subsection 10 is the fence has to be of a material of reasonable strength. Staff feels that plastic netting does not constitute reasonable strength. And any questions for staff?
One quick question. Is the code compliance officer available that handled this investigation? Just a question, not running either.
I don't see her in the audience. I don't know if she's still at work at this point in time. I do have a question.
Regarding section 165N10, where it states that the area, the fence, and not only that, but the gate, and we're talking about the gate, does that need to be 6 foot tall as well?
The whole cultivation area has to be enclosed, so that would include the gate.
And at the time of our arrival on site, was that gate there, closed and locked?
I couldn't answer that. That would be for the code compliance officer.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
The pictures that you showed, the one with the plastic netting, and then there was another one with black screening as a fence, but you could still see through it and see growing. Is it not supposed to be shielded so you out of view from private roads, the fencing?
Correct. It has.
So even the fencing that was put up that's black and transparent that you showed up there, you could still see through it. Is that still?
If the cultivation area is not visible from the road due to topography or vegetative screening, then solid fence is not necessary. But if you can see it from the road, then you would need to screen it with some type of solid material, wooden slats or some type of solid fencing, yes.
So can you go back to that picture that showed the fence that was the black right there? And I'm assuming that's taken from the road there, and you can still see through it to the back.
Actually, this was a photograph submitted by Mr. Abdullah in his appeal letter, so it's not from the road.
Oh, it's not from the road. Okay.
No.
I have a small issue with the fact that these photographs are not time-stamped, and we don't have the code compliance officer or the appellant, if he did take photographs, available for questioning.
The appellant is here, but I'm sure he'll present.
Do we have a way to determine that?
Well, I wanted to make a couple of comments that will partially address your concern. And the first being
Please
that,
identify yourself.
I'm sorry, I'm Ethan Turner. I'm Deputy County Counsel. I represent planning with respect to marijuana-related issues. We need to keep in mind the two separate tracks that exist here. One is the planning director's decision to deny and code's decision to issue warnings or notices of violation. Those are two separate tracks, as we discussed on the last agenda item, and in many ways they're unrelated. The planning director is under no obligation to allow an applicant an opportunity to repair deficiencies. If they're out of compliance, he could deny them. He becomes aware through correspondence and conversations between code enforcement and himself of when the site inspection like this occurs. If there's minor deficiencies, he might not deny immediately, particularly if he find out that code is given a warning, but that's in his discretion. And so the fact is those photos showed that the fencing was inadequate, that it was visible from a public road. And in the appeal letters themselves from Mr. Abdullah and in the subsequent papers submitted, it was acknowledged that the fencing was down. It was acknowledged that he misplaced his his pending registration certificate, in that it was actually never even posted throughout the entire course of the season until such time as code enforcement notified him of that deficiency, where then he subsequently got another copy and posted it as shown in this picture. So it is not in dispute that there was deficiencies with the fencing that existed throughout the entire course of the grow season, and that there was no posting throughout the entire course of the grow season. And the planning director could have denied in his discretion at any time that information became known to him. But he found out that code went up there on a complaint-based inspection. They passed that information along to planning staff, and for whatever reason, processing other applications, time went by before Peter eventually issued his notice of denial. And if it is a great concern that you'd like to talk to Reba, the code enforcement officer who took those pictures, I can run over and see if she's available. But like I said, if you reviewed the appeal letter, it was admitted in numerous locations that they never had the sign posted throughout the course of the season until such time as they recovered a duplicate, and that there was inadequate fencing on numerous occasions. I mean, the issues that he did raise were that code enforcement didn't give him a timeline to repair, and whether or not they did doesn't affect Peter's discretion. That's a separate matter. And whether or not they're going to issue a notice of violation after a reasonable time to correct is in code's discretion, at the code enforcement officer's discretion, and that's the code enforcement track. And if you have any questions regarding the points I just made, I'd be happy to answer them.
Was there a report generated of this investigation by the code enforcement office?
I believe there was. Reba, would you care to answer that?
Is that included in our packet? I didn't see it yet.
Only a statement made today.
You accept the mic?
Yeah. I'm Reba Davis, Code Compliance. I had written an email, not a formal report or anything, but an email over just doing the blank statement to Miguel, just of what was out there, basically.
I didn't get your last name, I'm sorry.
Davis.
Ms.
Reba Davis, yes.
You were the code compliance officer involved in this investigation then?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the photographs displayed here?
Not that one. Yes. I did
Only,
do those.
please. You took all these photographs? So you can actually testify the fact that that's what you saw when you took the photographs, included in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And when did you take them?
When?
Yeah. Just for the record.
September 28th.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there is a inspection report that's in your packet. It's on page 204, I believe, of the.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from a presentation by the appellant. And, sir, just for the record, is your client present here today?
He is, Your Honor.
He is.
He's back in the corner. You want to stand up?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members of the board, thank you. My name is Mitchell Abdallah. I represent the appellant, Bilal Amin. I prepared some 20 copies of the brief that I submitted to you. If anyone in the gallery wishes to look at it, they can come up here to the podium, or if anyone doesn't have one up here, I can hand you one. What I'd like to, that's a lot of information you received, so I want to break it down, okay? I want to start by saying that Mr. Bilal is here today to correct, he's here to right a wrong. The wrong was the denial of his application. Mr. Bilal wasn't fined for a code violation. If he had violated the code, he would have been fined money. He resolved issues before the code was the 10 days, I believe. He's not here because he moved his grow. to a different area than what he applied for, nor is he here for exceeding the size of his grow. He's not here for selling drugs. While he did have issues on September 27th, he ultimately resolved those issues. Those are the issues I want to go over just briefly, because I know you've had a very long day. Now, in short, he's complied with all the county requirements, code requirements that he was out of compliance. You'll see a lot of pictures up here from September 27th where he was attempting to do things right, but apparently wasn't. But if we go to the exhibits that I put in my brief to you, you'll see that he has a beautiful fence surrounding the grow before it was harvested. He didn't wait till the crop was gone. That's evidence right there. It shows a healthy crop that's fully enclosed and likely invisible from the street. Certainly very obscure from the vantage that we're looking at it. Now, back in September, sometime in September, we don't know when, but Mr. Bilal gave testimony at the planning hearing that he put up a nice fence that was screened up along the road. So that would have been the perfect situation. People driving, they just see a fence that's obscured and they can't see anything that's going on in the property. He doesn't know who, but it was a county official that he testified to, said, you know what, this fence is in the ditch and it's going to obstruct water. You need to, traveling down, you need to get rid of it. He did what he was instructed. He got rid of it. This was in late September. In early October, shortly before that picture was taken in late October, he began constructing a new fence around the property since he couldn't put one up on the road. And that took time. You'll have seen photographs a little bit earlier by the respondent showing a partially constructed fence, one that didn't have screening on it. That's this fence here that he was working on. Now, what's really complicated is, I'll get right to the point. Maybe code enforcement under the planning commissioner's prerogative can say, you're not in compliance, you're done. That's not what goes on out here. What goes on is the county officials come out and they say, hey, you need to fix it. They don't need to say, fix it so that we can deny you. They say, you need to fix it so that you can be compliant. That's the standard customary way that business is conducted. So the fact that the planning director may have discretion, that's not what they do. So I think that argument is felonious. I don't think you should recognize that argument that just because he has discretion, because he was out of compliance, he's cooked. That's not the case here. In fact, what happened was they came out on the 27th and they said, you need to fix the problem. The problem is my client testified that he wasn't there and his employee was, and he isn't sure if the employee received any kind of documentation. My client certainly didn't receive any documentation. He got secondhand information from his employee that said, the guy said, you need to get this stuff fixed. You need to put a fence around and blah, blah, blah. They didn't give him a time period, a time frame. That's a real problem. That goes into due process issues of notice, and I put in my brief in the second, in the legal argument that you'll find that the law, the current law, and this is as of case law that came out in 2009, it says, case law that came out last year, notice requirements exist in order to allow a defendant to avoid liability for damages. If the defendant corrects the alleged wrongs in 30 days after notice or indicates within that 30-day period that it will correct these wrongs within a reasonable time. That was a recent case. So the whole idea about notice is to give the second part of notice, a corrected period. They just simply said, and they've admitted this in their, as I mentioned in my brief on page, I believe it's at the top of page 5, the commission staff report said, when it said, although no specific time frame was given to comply. So that's really a problem that you guys need to address, and you need to consider against the facts of this case. How does one get a notice to fix it, and then it's just up to the summary decision of the county, well, let's give them 10 days. No, let's give them 45 days. The reality is when he got the visit on the 27th of September, that nice, neat fence was in place before he harvested its plants in November. So he did, in a reasonable time, get that fence up. And you'll also notice that fence points out a sign to notify law enforcement. We did acknowledge that we had a problem with that. My guy was busy farming his farm and neglected to post that sign. Well, here's the second point that you need to consider, and it's one in equity. Equity is what's right, what's just, what you should do when there's no actual law to point you with a remedy. And substantial performance is born out of equity. And equity says that if you, and I'll quote, if you're in compliance substantially or essential requirements of something that satisfies the purpose of the objective, even though its formal requirements are not complied with, you're compliant. So basically, if you're getting the essential requirements out there, you're to look at this in equity as though, even though it's maybe not perfect on the four corners of the document, substantial compliance meets actual compliance. So here we have the county that's trying to say that we couldn't, that we were out of compliance because we didn't have a fence up after they gave us notice, that we had a sign that wasn't posted properly, but they're not acknowledging that my client fixed these problems. They gave us an opportunity to fix. They just didn't. It was their problem, their fault that they didn't tell us how much time we had to fix it. Again, my client isn't the kind of client that's selling drugs to kids at school. He's a nonprofit organization that donates his medicine to only his patient members. He's a young man, but he's trying to do right by the county. He lives here. He's never had problems. He's doing his best to comply. So I think the board needs to consider this. I think the board also needs to consider the latter two arguments that the county made, that he didn't comply with the requirements of the submission. Now, they said that his submission was incomplete. Well, the testimony refutes that. On July 1st, he applied for and received a seller's permit. I know that because I can testify that I'm the one that secured that document from the Department of Equalization. I also provided to my client to submit with his package with which we prepared for him. He came to the county. He submitted this application packet. He had a third-party witness come up on the 8th of December that testified that he saw Mr. Bilal here, looked at all of his papers, asked him, "Are you 100%? He said, "Yeah, I'm 100%. He had the seller's permit, which is documented in Exhibit Number D as of September 1st. I'm sorry, July 1st, I think. Let me look before. September 1st. He had that with him, and he submitted it. The county received hundreds and hundreds of applications that week. It's reasonable that the county could have misplaced that document.
If I may, in order to first circuit an unnecessary argument, the Planning Commission did not include that in their findings for denial. They recognized...
For today? I'm sorry?
It was not included in the findings for denial as a reason why the Planning Commission denied. So
Thank you.
that argument is really not...
So we've already resolved that argument at the last hearing.
One at a time.
So now we're just down to the two issues. I would ask that you seriously look at this situation. This is one where the big picture is the county has presented an opportunity to its citizens to cultivate marijuana on a medical basis. My client has taken advantage of that opportunity. He's not secretly doing this in the black market. He's attempted to comply. He missed a few steps on the way, but he picked himself up from stumbling. He's in full compliance now. Evidence of that is he didn't get fined for code violations. And this just isn't the kind of case that you want to deny him because it could have effects on him in the future. If he has a denial on his record, some sort of misstep, and when he goes to apply for a state commercial license, which will be valid sometime in 2018, this could preclude him from applying and having a future and doing his endeavors. So I would ask you to seriously consider that this is a real close case. It's not a slam dunk, and I believe you should reverse the order, reverse the denial of the Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now we'll have presentation by members of the public. It will be limited to 5 minutes for each person. Any members of the public wishing to make a presentation?
I'm not. Do you mind if I have a copy of your brief? Thank you very much.
Anything further from me?
Or not? Not at this time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no public member, we're going to give you an opportunity, sir, for a summation, rebuttal. You have 15 minutes. Sir, that's yours. Any rebuttal?
No, that was my closing as well. Thank you.
Staff summation, Mr. Middle, or rebuttal?
I don't know if we have anything else to add. We felt that the timeframe provided to the applicant, he was notified in September. Granted, there was no specific timeframe, but when there was no additional correspondence from the applicant indicating that he had fixed it or attempted to fix it or requested an inspection or photographs submitted, and further correspondence with code enforcement, we felt that there wasn't an attempt made to fix it in a timely manner. I agree with the appellant that we have provided opportunities for people to fix a problem. It's relatively minor. Trying to be fair to the applicants. However, I think that 4 months or 3 months from the time in which the fence needed to be up was plenty of time to fix that problem. And so that was the reason for our denial, and it was the reason why the Planning Commission upheld our action.
Any short rebuttal by a member of the public? Anything further from either party?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Peter, on the sign there.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We're going to close the hearing first. The appeal hearing is closed, but we are now in the area of board discussion and action. Supervisor Platt.
Peter, on the sign that's posted there, am I correct to say that sign supposed to be posted with an 8-foot of the gate going into the property?
10 feet from...
4 or 6 foot high?
Can you talk into your microphone? I can't hear what you're
Well,
saying.
the question is I want to know what the distance from the gate going into the enclosure is, and it's been a long time since I read it. But to my understanding, it's within 8 foot of it, and the height was between 4 and 6 foot high. And I don't see where the gate is on that, so show me how, because it looks like the park field is in the back distance for the words.
I believe it's 10 feet, and 4 to 6 foot high is correct, but we have not been out to re-inspect since. I have a copy. Is it 8 or 10? Anyway, yes, it does need to be posted within a certain distance of the gate. It needs to have reflective material so that law enforcement can find it at night if they need to know whether or not they're at a registered grow or unregistered grow. But I don't know the distance that sign is from the entry to the cultivation area because we had not re-inspected. That was a photo that was submitted by the appellant.
Any further questions? Supervisor Mills, do you have a question?
Yes, and this would be to the question for the appellant. Did you have all of the documents that you were required to post there in place during the entire growing season?
I'm going to ask the appellant to come stand by counsel, please.
How's it going? I'm Bilal Amin. To answer that question, it wasn't posted the whole time, no.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you.
I said no, it wasn't posted the whole time, sir.
Thank you.
But once I knew to post it, I did.
Okay. Next question would be, was adequate security fencing in place at the start, or was that an ongoing process for you?
Was it there? Was the fence there from the beginning? No. Most of it was partially there. Yes, we were using a section to where we were walking in and out of, and we put a gate there that opens and closes.
Okay, and that gate has, I've seen in the
that plastic that
documents-
they were talking about was just a little corner of the.
Okay.
Was a little corner of the section.
So if you were given adequate notice by the code, was that the intention then to avoid a fine, or was it so that you could continue growing? That might sound like a little twisted question, but the question is, was the intention to fix all of this to avoid a fine?
No, keep
or
going.
so that you could keep growing?
Mm-hmm. So I can keep going, sir.
Because when we start to answer that question, then we're falling into two different areas. So that's why I asked the question. To you folks, the code doesn't delineate a 4-foot high gate. I've seen that before. The gate's to be 6 foot tall?
6 foot tall, yes.
Okay, and there's nothing in the code that says that a gate can be removed or left unlocked for extended periods of time?
Well, the area has to be secured. If the gate's unlocked for an extended period of time, it wouldn't be secured.
So yeah, on the 27th, when I was aware, when they came out, this is before they came out. After they came out, we fixed everything. And the gate is, it's 6 foot tall. Right there in the corner where you can't see it, obviously, is the plastic area, but it's only that one corner is plastic. The rest of it is all metal, 6 foot, exactly what they want. Just the little corner is, that was before they came out. Yeah, this.
So when was this picture taken, Mr. Noel?
This was before code compliance came out. And
about what time?
Code compliance took that picture. So it had to have been on the 27th or when they came out.
Okay,
When
this
it came
was,
out, not before.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one at a time, please.
That was taken by code compliance on September 28th.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and after that, I made sure to take care of, we fixed that back portion where the plastic was, and we fixed, where we were walking in and out of, we put a gate, and we fully netted the whole thing so you cannot see it from the road. And the post is probably, I would say, about 8 feet away from the fence. And there's another one posted on the front. So we posted we posted one on the front gate, and we also posted one on that piece of wood that you seen.
so when did you post both of them?
I posted them after I was told by code compliance. I made sure I laminated the sign and we put it up.
Okay.
Not too long after.
I have a question about where do you get your mail?
My mail?
Yes.
It goes to a P.O. box here in Valley Springs.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Tupano, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, sir.
I do have a question, a couple of questions. I still want to go back to what he's done afterwards. Still, in my mind, still doesn't comply with the code, even though what he's saying, you go back to this fence, and I'm looking at what's been provided to us as a picture of what fencing he has now in place.
That's the picture.
This
Sir,
picture
I'm going to
here,
ask you to come back up and use the microphone for us.
and you don't have a copy of this, Peter, I guess.
Councilman may want to stand next to your client if you would.
Sorry about that. That's the picture of what it looks like after it's complete. Yes, like that with the fence.
This is the picture of what it looks like complete.
It's complete. Everything is complete, up to date.
And by your attorney's words, as he went back to the picture that's there that you have that was taken by them.
No, that was that was my picture.
By your picture.
Mm-hmm.
As I pointed out earlier, and if that's the same fencing all the way around, you can see through that.
But that's not all the way from the road, sir. That's about 20 feet away from the fence.
Okay, it's the same fencing all around is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but from the road.
Fencing all around, so whether you're at the road or not, the road of that particular picture, no matter if you can see the
No, that's higher.
Let me finish, sir.
Sorry.
Okay, let me finish.
Sorry, excuse
You
me.
can see the grow from a private road. It was already testified. So if this fencing is all the way around, you can see through it. And the code says if it's visible from a private road or public road, that you should not be able to see it. And by testimony from your lawyer, he's pointing to this picture saying you can see there's still a good grow going there. It's not after he had the grow going. So he's out testifying that you can see through the fencing. That's my point. And the other question I had was about this picture with the notice on there. It's my understanding that has to be fluorescent so you can see it reflecting. Is that not correct? So you can.
That's correct.
Once it's posted, and that doesn't have the reflection tape. So you're still not in compliance from what I'm saying. And this is in October, another 30 days after the initial violations. That, in my opinion, you're still not in compliance to what it says you need to be. In regards to the other non-compliance, which was if you look at the fencing that our code compliance officer had given us on these grows, I don't see any fencing whatsoever anywhere around it. And the little bit of fencing that showed with metal posts with some nylons going around it, looked like fish net or whatever it is. None of that is in compliance. And you had from July 1st when it all came online, and you got all your information and you registered, and this is what you need to do, to get to the point that when these officers came out to inspect you, that you were compliant at that time, not relying on them telling you what to do, and then a 30-day, well, I need 30 days to comply or whatever. If you had all that time to get this thing in compliance.
I'll respond. Firstly, to your first question regarding the fence, if you can go back to that picture, please, that we presented, sir. It's self-evident that you can see through that it's visible, you can see the grow. But it's not self-evident that you can see it from the road. There's nothing to support from the testimony here today or the documents that the grow could be seen from the road. Now, as far as another point, you just said that he waited 30 days or so to become compliant. Well, that's my whole argument. What's a reasonable time? Or non-compliant. If he was non-compliant and they told him to fix it, he had a certain amount of time, whether it was 2 days or 45. That's the whole nut here. We don't have a letter from the county that says you have 10 days to comply. You don't have a reasonable. You have a reasonable time to comply. There's nothing. So, I know it's not. You guys don't like hearing that, but that's. You have to put yourself in his shoes. He took 30-something days to comply, but he did. Now, as for the second item that you mentioned, that there's no Teflon reflective tape around the sign, when I look at that picture, I see a sign. I see something that's substantially compliant. And we talked earlier about if you're looking at the totality of this whole case and you want to break his back for not having Teflon tape, that's your call. But I would suggest that the doctrine of substantial compliance, when taking the totality of the circumstances, is that you have to look at that as though it's compliant. Now, the county can come out and they can say, hey, thank you for fixing that, but we need you to do a little bit more. And I'm sure he's going to be happy to do that. But, gentlemen, this is not something to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Thank you.
Board Chair.
Excuse me, County Council, excuse me, you have a comment?
I just want to make sure that the record is abundantly clear. This appeal is about the planning determination of whether this application comports to the requirements of the urgency ordinance. It is not an appeal as to a code compliance violation or a notice of violation that would require a time to come into compliance for abatement purposes. This is purely on the board's determination of whether the facts presented to it reflect whether this applicant has met the requirements of the urgency ordinance as written. The board can interpret its ordinance as strictly or as leniently as the board wishes. However, you need to be consistent with your interpretation of the urgency ordinance.
Well, council is correct. These are issues that were brought before the Planning Commission, so they're certainly available to be discussed here today.
Thank you, sir.
Now, my understanding that's a 6-foot fence back there.
Is it 8? Yes, it's 6.
If it's 6 foot, then that side has to be at least 24 foot from the fence alone, and it's supposed to be within 10 foot of the gate. So I mean, just when we look at the picture, it's out of compliance, just on that part there.
It's too close to the...
It's too far. From my understanding, the notice that's posted there is supposed to be within 10 foot of the gate opening into the road.
More than one.
And it's at least 20 foot, just as, guessing if that's a 6-foot fence away from the fence area itself.
I agree with you, and you're correct, but we have testimony that he has 2 signs posted, one that's 8 feet away from the road.
Up on the gate, too.
On the gate. So you're correct, but we also have mitigated that problem by posting 2.
Supervisor Topin, are you done with your questions? Supervisor Garamendi, comments, questions?
Read comments, but I think I'll pass.
Okay. I have a couple of issues I'd like to talk about. I'd like to raise the issue that was brought up regarding fines. More importantly, sir, did you apply personally? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. In the Planning Commission appeals hearing, did they ask if you applied personally for this application, or was it done by someone else with our planning department when you got your original application?
How'd you do
When I turned it in here at the planning department?
Yeah, did when you had your appeals hearing from the Planning Commission, because we're dealing only with that evidence presented at the Planning Commission, were you asked if you obtained personally that application and paid the $5,000, or did you have it done through another party?
I came here and paid the $5,000.
Okay. At the time that you did that, in the Planning Commission appeals hearing, did they ask you whether or not you received a copy of the ordinance regarding marijuana cultivation?
No.
Mr. Mallard, when an applicant applies for a cultivation of marijuana, in this case, are they provided with a copy or access to the actual ordinance?
We did not provide them with a written copy. The ordinance was posted on our website, and if anyone asked for a copy, we would have made one for them, but we did not routinely provide it to all the applicants.
In the Planning Commission appeals hearing, did they ask you if you had read and understood the requirements of the application?
No.
Did you in fact do that?
Did I read
Did you understand what was required of the application regarding the ordinance?
Yeah, did I read it? Most of it, yeah.
You mentioned that you were contacted by some county officials.
Yeah.
Let me finish my question, please. And you mentioned that you don't know who these gentlemen or ladies were.
I didn't get their name, no.
Okay.
But they were from the county. They were county workers.
Tell them what happened.
When they came out, they asked me to put up a screen in the front, like by the front driveway, an additional screen, I guess. And I went ahead and did that. We put the T-post in the ground, and we put another screen in the front. So when you drive by, you can't see it. All you see is the screen. And I guess it was blocking the drainage, or that's what they told me. It was blocking the drainage, so they made me remove it. They made me take the mesh down, and I pulled the T-post out.
Right. Very important that we discuss only that evidence that's in the Planning Commission appeals hearing.
That was discussed.
Okay. It was discussed?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Could you describe these people and what kind of vehicle they were driving? You said county officials or employees?
I think they were county workers.
They were what?
County workers.
County workers, or street department county workers?
I don't know 100% who they were. They just told me that it was blocking the drainage and the fence needed to be taken down. And that was just an extra screening in the front that they proposed that we do just for extra, and we went ahead and did that for extra screening.
So do you think that these county workers you're talking about, were they road maintenance people or officials doing inspections of marijuana grows?
What kind of vehicle?
I just think I don't think they were inspecting marijuana grows. They just told me that the fence that we put up was blocking the drainage ditch.
And based on that information, what did you do?
We took it down.
You took the fence down?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Counsel?
Can we take a brief recess?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 10-minute break. I've seen we had information that we were discussing regarding this. We're going to be making that part of the appeal hearing. So for the record, that information we discussed will be part of the appeal hearing. Do we have any further questions regarding that? Then we'll close the appeal hearing now. That'll bring us to board's discussion and action. Is there any further discussion by the board?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills.
I concur with legal counsel here, and that this is not a code compliance issue. This is a registration issue. When and where the inspection was done isn't germane to the point. The point is that you had to have the requirements of posting on site as of June 30th. That wasn't an option. That's in the code. Screening from view from the road, fencing constructed per requirements, all that was to be in place by June 30th. Whether we come out there July 1st or September 28th, it makes no difference, because the strict interpretation of that section is exactly what it is. So it isn't a case of, oh, I made a mistake, come into compliance. It's a case of, oh, I'm not in abeyance with the code as it is written. So when we talk about fines and penalties, that's why I asked that question. This isn't a fine or penalty issue. This is an issue of, are we fully into the code and doing everything that's required, or are we not? And so for those three issues that are brought up, we're not, by the appellant's own admission. So for that reason, I would move to deny.
Any further discussion by the board? Having no further discussion, I'll call public comment. We don't need public comment, do we?
We've already had it.
We've already had
Then I will call for a motion.
Supervisor Mills made a motion.
Pardon me?
Pardon?
Supervisor Mills made a motion.
Yes, I did.
Yes. I would look for a second to that motion to Supervisor Mills.
I'll second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All persons in favor of the motion made by Supervisor Mills indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No opposed? Unanimously passed 5-0.
So just as a note, Chair, for some reason when I created your agenda, it did not autofill your supervisor's reports on there, so we can't do that today.
We're not going to do that today.
It's not on your
I have
agenda.
nothing to report.
We're not done. Okay.
My apologies.
I have it here.
Sorry, my apologies.
If we give it to you, can you distribute it to everyone?
I do have a
We can
question.
have it on our next agenda.
So we will not be reporting out as normally during meetings. I do have a question. County Council and Madam Clerk, there was an issue that I would like to poll the board on, but I don't think we can discuss it because it's not agendized. Is that correct?
Correct. If there is an item that you would want to be brought back at a future date, you can pull the board, but no substantive discussion can be had on an item that's not on the agenda.
I will do that at a later date. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming to our Board of Directors, actually our Supervisors Board meeting. It's very good, very compliant, and very patient.
So so before you adjourn, just as a note that we will be meeting next week, we will have a 9 a.m. special meeting to discuss the urgency ordinance, and we will have a 6 p.m. regularly scheduled night meeting here in the board chambers.
So 9 a.m.
It's going to be a long day.
6
Bring
6
lunch.
p.m. Whose idea was that?
Thank you for coming.
I'm going to bring that up next time.